God damn it. I forgot to do the goddamn spreadsheet again last night for if then, so I'm frantically trying to do it now. Yep, minimum effort. That's me. I'm all minimum effort. Yep. Okay. I've got it kind of down to a science now, so it doesn't take overly long. I just forgot again. I've got, oh shit, it's time. Fuck. Almost there. There's Co. Shit.
Boop.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. I forgot to do my
buddy.
my stupid if then spreadsheet so I could do a drawing today. So I'm frantically trying to get it done, and it's going well.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Oh my.
I like it.
Oh my. What happened to my? Oh, that's right. I had a power outage yesterday. I had to.
Ooh.
Yeah, I had to. Actually, I mean, I didn't have a power outage. I had a breaker. Breaker flipped yesterday, right at the end of stream. So I ended stream, and when I turn off my PC, for some reason, shit just goes wonky.
Oh, well, good, man. Take your time.
Yep.
Take your time.
Okay. Should be good now. All right. Let me see. Where was I? Let me hold my place here. Oh, yep. 1 second.
Is this a horror game? It is. Yeah, me and Zeke are currently in Discord just setting up, but we're actually going to be using the in-game comms because apparently there's some immersive elements to it, which sounds cool.
Okay. I am jumping in now. Okay. Let's do this. So we're going to stop comms in Discord, and we're going
Once we get in game.
Yeah. Yes. And then we're going to do in-game VoIP, I think.
You got it. That's it.
All right.
Ready for an invite? You have been invited. I don't know if that worked.
It did indeed.
Hooray!
Oh, geez.
Oh, Lord. Okay, I'm going to get out of this one.
Yep.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, awesome. Are you ready to do this, sir?
Yes, I am. Are you like, am I clipping in your?
Yes, I am very loud, and I think you are too.
Okay.
We'll start the game and then see if we can go into options and lower that or something.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Oh look. Oh look at that. It's our little icon.
Yeah, we both have to pick.
Oh. You want to be Tessa or Marcus?
I'll let you pick first.
I'm Tessa.
I will be Marcus then.
Ready.
Okay.
It is really loud. I know, chat. We're gonna work on it in just a second.
It is super clippy. Can you hear me, Co? Okay, to whoever's reading this, pardon my writing ability. My girlfriend Tess recently played your game. We couldn't help but notice the chilling similarities between one of the episodes and what happened to us. She persuaded me to write you from my perspective as well. It would increase the chances of the dev noticing this story. I will try to keep the information about our personal lives to a minimum. Back in our early days when we were living together, I had a job offer, which I initially thought I would have to turn down since it required me to move to another state, but Tess was adamant that I accept the offer knowing how hard I had worked for it. She was ready to move out with me. We did not have much furniture, which meant it was a one-way drive with the trailer. Okay. Can you hear me, Co? No. All right.
Oh, it's playing something. Okay.
Oh.
I said unlock the door to open it. L to unlock. Oh.
Hi.
Ah, hey! Hi.
I turned your volume down.
Oh, I turned yours down too. You sound a lot better.
You do too.
Why are you pointing that thing at me?
we're having fun. We're having fun. Look at us have fun.
Over. No, I'm leaving, and I'm not coming back. It's the last straw, Marcus.
Fun.
Marcus.
Amber. Wait, what's your name?
I don't even remember. Sarah? Call me Tiffany.
Okay, Tiffany.
All right, Charlie. Marcus.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Stop wetting me.
I'm sorry. That's all I do is make girls wet.
Oh my God. Wait. Okay, I'm very mad at you still, but high five it.
Can we high five?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna throw that down. Now you spray me.
And I'm gonna make you wet. About time.
Stop it! I'm so wet. Stop it.
Okay. And that. Okay. That we'll check that joke off the list.
Did we make that weird?
We did. That was. Oh, whoa! Right click in here. You can see all your interactables. Oh, you put your hand up. Nice.
Yep. That's how we salute each other.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. I'm gonna pick up this TV and throw it on the ground, because I will not be a safe that system.
That's
Sir,
vintage.
you are trapped.
Do you see the wood paneling on that?
The hose. I do. Do you not see the
Oh
hose?
no, I didn't see. Hold on. Wait. I can't. It won't let me go. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Should be good now. Oh, F to converse.
F to converse.
All right, car's done. Shit finally looks like it's not from 03.
Good one, Marcus.
You ready to start loading?
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's knock out the heavy stuff first, right? Couch, TV, big boxes in the hall so we can balance the weight in the train. We'll toss in the lighter stuff last.
Okay.
That's why we
We
can
got
fix
2, maybe 3 hours of good light left. Should be enough time if we move quick.
Marcus.
God damn.
It's almost 6.
She-Hulk over here.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
We were supposed to leave this morning.
I know. Washing the car took longer than I thought. We'll make up time on the road.
I'm just gonna text Dad and see if we can leave tomorrow morning.
Tess, please don't do that.
I don't think that's how
I'm just saying it might be easier to.
Sir, we have the
Ooh,
movie
we're
thing
already behind. If we push it to tomorrow, we lose the whole day.
There we go. Oh God.
Ask him if that makes you feel better, but I know what he's going to say.
Sir, it goes in that right there.
Oh, right. That makes sense. The U-Haul. Right. I forgot we had to move Max.
Yes. Oh my God, this is a devil hose.
And it doesn't lock in place.
Gotta make my burp.
Yeah, it doesn't lock in place, I don't think. You just have to throw it in there.
You're actually doing it.
Nate!
Yeah,
What's up, Nate?
had to happen sometime, bro.
I thought you two were supposed to leave this morning, though.
Oh,
How do I select?
Yeah,
we go.
packing took longer than we expected. And then he was washing the car.
You know how mornings go.
Fair enough. How much more you got?
Almost done. Just started the loading.
You guys good? Excited?
I don't know, bro, but at this point, it's happening either way.
Wow, Marcus.
Just
That
wanna
was a
get
little,
moving at this point, it's
jeez.
getting late.
you're
I'm
moving
excited.
because of me.
No, last night
I
was
feel bad.
fun,
I'm excited.
man.
Okay.
Gotta do that again.
100%, bro. Next time we're back.
All right.
Next time.
Well, you two need a hand with anything?
We're fine. Thanks, though.
Okay.
You still got that
okay.
hose stuck on
I
you.
was just
One
running to
second.
Alice's. Peace out, homie.
Peace out, homie.
I'll miss
Get
you,
out of here.
too.
Go on, get. Go on, get. Get out of here.
Oh God. Okay. I'm playing with Zeke right now. I'll come up and clean it up in a bit. Okay. Thanks, man. My dog got my lunch. Oh God.
Who you
Terrible.
talking to?
Lena. My dog got my lunch. I accidentally left on the counter. Whoops.
Bitch, who's Lena? Who's Lena?
All good.
Who you been talking to? Who's Lena?
I don't know what you're talking about. What? What? Smile. You're on camera.
You're moving with me and cheating?
Yes.
God damn this hose, man.
I'm leaving her behind for you, Marcus. Oh God. Whoa. No, we don't need anything in there. Nope. Nope.
There we go.
Marcus, what are you doing down there?
I'm grabbing
Okay,
boxes.
Oh.
What do you think I'm doing?
Marcus, sir.
Wait, hold on. Look at me. What happens when I press right trigger or right click and I have a box in my hand?
Nothing at all.
Nothing? Okay.
Nope.
I was wondering if I salute with a box in my hand.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
What's the ambient noise in the background?
It's ambient horror music or
this franchise has always had a lot of crazy sound.
oh, we both have to grab this one.
Have to go?
We both have a box that we have to grab together. Oh, or we can do this too.
No, I got Marcus. I got this. Okay, fine. You can help.
No, you got pivot. Pivot.
Pivot.
Get to the. Nope. You're.
Pivot.
Ah! What are you doing? You dropped it. God damn. Come on.
We got Marcus. Focus, Marcus. All right, come on.
I like that you hold it with your head all the way down.
I do. This is very important. This is proper lifting. We have to fit this in the trunk. All
Yep.
this junk.
Yep.
Oh God.
Would you
Wait, I'm
stop
so
dropping
sorry.
it?
I'm so sorry. Okay. What are we gonna do with all this junk? All this junk up in our trunk. Okay, let me get in first. Let me get it.
We're gonna move this junk.
Oh, that sounds like a great plan to do that.
You're in
Oh,
Pivot.
is it gonna fit? Wait, I
There
gotta
we
move this
go.
toaster. Hold on, I gotta move this toaster. Is
There
it
we
in?
go.
Is it all
It's
the way
in. It's all the way.
Nice.
Let's keep going. We got one in the basement.
I couldn't feel it. Okay. In the basement, let's go.
Yeah.
We gotta move something up the stairs?
Yep.
Oh no. Wait, do you have a read messages thing?
I don't.
Hey Dad, random question. Would it be a huge deal if we left tomorrow morning instead of tonight? Dad says, yeah, actually. The painting crew's coming first thing tomorrow since you said to be out by tonight. I already told Marcus everything needs to be cleared. All right, we'll get moving
He
then.
said the painting crew is
There we
coming
go.
first thing tomorrow morning. We need to clear everything out.
I figured he would shoot it down.
Hey, listen.
All right then.
Be
Let's
very
start
careful.
with
This
the
don't
couch
drop
and
it.
bigger
Okay.
boxes, then work our way to the back.
My audio stuff. Do not drop it. Do
Oh,
not.
my audio gear's boxed up in the basement.
I didn't
Can't
drop it.
forget
You
that.
did.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Now you're just making things up.
Notice how I left you the heavy part. You have to
I
push
know,
it
I
uphill.
know. I'm lifting with my knees.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wonder if this is actually fragile. It does say do not drop.
Stop dropping it.
I didn't drop it. It wasn't me. It was you.
Okay.
Why are you rocking it, bro?
Sorry. I'm re-gripping.
This is the most uncomfortable moving simulator I've ever played. This like weird dissonant tone in the background. Like
I know, it's
trying
like,
to deal with
are the
this weird
aliens coming?
Yeah. What is even happening? Oh God, Marcus!
Well, sorry.
Marcus!
Sorry, hold on. Let me get up into the truck here. Come on, push it. We got to put it on top of the couch.
I am pushing it real good. Are we? Okay. Lovely. Beautiful.
There. Okay, good.
Delightful.
All right, one down. Let's keep it moving.
Keep it moving. Mm-mm.
Right?
Oh, this is happening, dude. Yes.
Listen, if you're going to talk to me, you can't be walking away because I can't hear you if you walk away from me. Don't walk away from me when you're talking to me.
Look, and sometimes I'm gonna.
The hose is dead. Oh, is that? Oh, no, there's more in here. Okay. Oh my God. I'm so glad I didn't play this a month ago.
God, Dick. Whoa, what's up, man? Our coffee maker.
Good job. Is that it? Oh, there's one more thing. Suitcase.
I got my suitcase.
Hold on, let me
You got your
converse.
suitcase?
Let me converse with you.
All
I'd like to
right,
converse with
that's
you.
everything. We're good to go.
Oh, that's it.
What?
I guess that's everything.
that it?
You're gonna
Okay,
go
now-
and you just go.
What's going on with you?
Nothing. I'm fine.
You've been off. Don't tell me it's nothing.
Can we just go?
Is this about yesterday? Tess,
I said I'm fine, Marcus.
look, I already told you. What I said at Jake's came out wrong. That's not how I meant it. I need you to talk to me.
There's nothing to talk about right now.
Is it the move? Because if it is, listen, you don't have to come. It's my job, it's my thing. If you're not ready,
Stop.
I'm serious. It's not too late to.
I said stop.
Then what is it?
Can it just not be right now?
Okay.
Wow. Wait. Shouldn't that sounded terrible. Oh God. Okay, let's go.
Are you having second thoughts about moving with me, Co?
I think so.
We were
yeah,
gonna make a streamer house together, and you were all for it, and now it seems like you're not.
I've already made 3 distinct different TikTok accounts for it too.
God, I just
Yes,
get the
sir.
feeling you've been so cold to me lately.
I'm sitting.
Me too.
Okay.
Closing the
should we get
door.
the luggage? Wait, do we have to actually hook up the luggage thing?
I think we have to. Yeah, we have to like back into
Oh,
this.
okay. I'm gonna get out.
All right, guide me in. Guide me
Okay.
in.
Keep going back. Keep going back. Wait. Stop.
Oh.
Stop.
Okay. Am I there? Do I need to pull forward?
The car was parked a little too far to hook.
Okay.
I need to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Back it up. Back it up. Yeah, we good.
Oh my God, we did it.
All hitched up.
That was pretty fast, all things considered.
Hell yeah, man.
All right, before we go, I have to talk
Wonderful.
to you. Look at me.
Please,
Please
okay,
look
one
at me.
sec. I was drinking coffee. Yes.
We made good time on the loading. Better than I thought.
Instantly was like, this is the best voice you've ever done, Zeke.
Is that it? Okay, I guess we
Is
go
that
now.
Okay, I can. Oh.
Yeah. Headbang. All right, off we go.
Oh my God, no.
Off we go to Texas.
This is so dumb. I love it.
Maybe you have to. Do you have to drive? I can't. I'm giving it gas. I don't know. Like,
Our shit car can't carry this trailer.
I wouldn't think so. Hold on. Let me get out and take a look. Did you hitch it right? Yeah. I mean, it looks like you did. Here. You drive.
Oh my God.
You drive.
Dude, I can't. I'm crying.
Too bad. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
No,
You get out of the car right now.
You drive. We had an agreement.
Nope.
I am passenger princess. Okay, fine.
Nope.
Damn it.
How long you been doing Uber for?
Okay. What do we have to do? We have a no, we don't.
Oh yeah, we don't have a. Oh, are we just gonna leave this open? Maybe we have to close the garage. God damn you! You rotten bitch! You get your ass back here right now! God damn it! She fucking took my shit and left me. I hope she's just going around the block. God damn! Never marry a streamer. Never marry a streamer.
Hey, did you need a ride?
God damn you. I thought you left for good and you were never coming back. How did you get the car to go? That is so weird. I could not do it.
I took my foot and I put it on the accelerator.
Apparently it worked for you. It didn't work
Yeah.
for me. Maybe you have to drive. I don't know.
Should probably look where I'm going.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job.
Okay.
All right. I hate this song. Yeah, but it's better than nothing.
I wasn't the best at driving. I know I should let Marcus drive. Uh-oh.
There we go.
I'm already horrified.
And anyways, Randall was. Wait, why am I in the back
Whoa.
seat? Oh, did I fall
What?
asleep? I must have fell asleep. Oh, hold
Hi.
on. I'm gonna converse with you.
Should be about 4 hours from here if traffic stays clear. You hungry? We can stop somewhere after we hit the state line.
I think I'm okay.
Oh, I was looking at you. I'm sorry. I was, where, I'm taking this exit.
Damn it.
I don't know if I'm going the right way.
Oh,
But we're gonna go to Billy's Donuts.
you're not.
Oh,
Nope, you gotta turn
What?
around. You gotta reroute. We've been rerouted. Why am I in the back
Really?
seat? I hate this.
why are you in the back? Why aren't you driving?
I don't know. I'm gonna get out. Are you kidding me? Did we just
We
fail?
fail stated. That was
Oh,
amazing.
interstate. There we go. Okay, we can reload it. They gave us a checkpoint, so that's nice. Okay.
All right. I love it.
God damn. No, I just got out of the car as it was driving.
I swear. I keep making What happened there? Well, I took the wrong exit, and Marcus had had enough of my shit.
Apparently. Okay, so I can actually guide you. Okay.
Okay. Oh, awesome. All
Stay
right.
on 205 west for 2 miles.
Okay.
Should be about 4 hours from here if traffic stays clear. You hungry? We can stop somewhere after we hit the state line.
I think I'm okay.
You see that sign?
No.
It said, "Warning: Prepare to meet God."
Jesus. Okay, yep. Stay straight on this road for about 1.6 miles.
Cool. What?
All right, stay on this for another mile. Oh. Do I get muffled when I put my phone up?
No, it gets real like choppy.
Okay, you get muffled when I put my phone up though.
Okay.
By the way, the new place has a decent kitchen.
Take the exit.
The guy said it was recently.
In half a
That's
mile.
good.
Yeah, figured you'd like having more counter space.
Yeah, it looked nice.
I thought we could use the second bedroom to make an office. You know, like a real one. We'll set up your desk under the window so you can catch the morning light. I know it helps you when you're writing.
Yep.
This Tesla girl does not seem very invested in this.
Oh, stay on this for 40 miles, so we're good for 40 miles.
Cool.
All right. I'm trying to read my texts.
Oh, I just got a text too, but I'm driving. I shouldn't answer it.
Oh, Tessa, that's your name.
Yes.
You made me a pie. Apparently.
I did?
According to my
You're-
text
well, you're-
messages.
You're freaking welcome. Yo, I can't. For legal reasons, I did not indulge in texting and driving.
I sent you a message.
Oh, thanks. Was it a little heart?
No, it just says I love your pie.
Oh, thanks, baby.
Oh, heavy traffic ahead. Interstate congested. Delays on the 5.
Okay.
We're rerouting. Okay, take exit Cascade Highway in 0.7 miles.
Okay. Marcus, where are you taking me?
I hate being in the back seat. This sucks.
Marcus, where are you taking me?
I'm rerouting because the 5 is fucking congested. I gotta alert.
Not gonna lie to you, this is a little sussy.
Yeah, why are you? Jesus Christ.
Dude, why is this truck in my way? Hey, you see this truck drift into our lane, dude? Hey! Hey! Hey, you! Sir!
What are you?
Sir!
Fuck this, dude. I'm getting in the passenger seat.
No, you're driving.
Oh, I'm driving? Okay.
You're driving now. I'm done with this.
Okay.
I'm done with this.
Okay.
You stop your goddamn honking! Hey!
Get in.
Hey!
Honey, don't start a fight with the weird driver, okay? Don't start a fight with him. He might have a gun. All right, are you in?
Okay.
No.
Pull it out.
Get in the car.
Yeah, well, don't. Okay, I'm in.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, now our trailer isn't though. We left our trailer. Hold on.
Why did you unhook the trailer, you fucking dipshit? God damn it.
Several hours put into the thoughts make my mind race. I'm trying to get the words right, but I can never explain. Well, oh well, life's such a movie. Let me share a show and tell. And since I was in high school, my heart was on the shelf, and she pulled it out and put it up over herself. And every day, my heart raced when I see her. If we ever split up,
Let me jump right here. Oh, that's so good. So good. Not good enough. Not good enough.
What? Do I need to go back further or what? I mean, you got to guide me. I can't see it.
I've been going backwards, your eyes in advance. I can skip the plans every
Good lord.
Oh my God, is it too far to hook on?
It is?
Can I jump on it? Hold on.
It's right on top of it.
It's amazing. Wait, if I lay up, try rolling over me and use me as a ramp.
Okay.
Oh, it reverse work.
No.
Wait. There's a thing. Hey, look, for luggage.
I
We
know.
might have to restart
Close the thing.
We're finding all
This,
the way.
how the fuck? What did you do, sir? Okay, move this. Yeah, you gotta move the trailer a little bit because it's.
Wait. Can you push your trailer? Hold on.
There's no way I can back any further up. The elevation is the problem, not the distance.
Let's see if this game has any physics between vehicles.
Every single door is open in the truck. Jesus. Oh, you're trying to move it. Oh, that's a great idea. Try and bump it.
I don't think you can. Oh my god. All right. We got it. Yeah, son of a god. Okay.
There. This is make it complete. Let's have everything open.
That sounds good. All right, we should.
Okay. And it crashed. Okay. That was the game.
Oh
had
my god,
enough.
I'm dying.
It had enough.
I'm
of
dying.
us.
I'm dying. Okay, wait. This time. We're gonna let's go. We're gonna stop and I'm gonna let him.
Yeah, stop and let me get into the. Yeah. He's got it.
Nope. It does not work.
Okay,
It's
you're
not
gonna
working.
stop, and I'm gonna get the passenger
I'm gonna stop
seat.
and you're gonna get in the seat.
Okay.
No. You drive. You drive this time. I've already driven. I'll get in the passenger seat.
Okay.
All right, man.
Oh,
Let's go.
I think you might have to drive because you have. Or can you pull up your phone with the nav?
Nav go.
There you go. Yeah, good. Okay,
Stay on
cool.
west 2.3 miles.
Cool. All right. But now, hold on. Let me turn this off so you can hear me converse with you.
Should be about 4 hours from here if traffic stays clear.
God dang, that was some quality conversing.
We
Oh,
can
even
stop
more.
somewhere after we hit the state line.
I think I'm okay.
Oh God.
I saw the prepare to meet God sign this time.
Yeah. That's the only reason I wanted to do all this again.
Oh, did you
Wanna
read
make
your
sure
read your text?
Oh, I am now.
Okay.
Beef jerky. Wrapping this up and zoom into you, my lady.
Yep.
He said beef jerky.
Poor English, but great Oriental food. Jesus. Asian buffet.
Wait, what?
Yeah, look at the sign to the left.
Really?
Yeah, look at the sign to the left.
What the hell?
That is
That's a choice.
hilarious. Okay. We're good now.
I'm
All right, I'm gonna converse
I got
with you
this,
again. You ready?
No,
By the
I'm
way,
kind of busy.
The new place has a decent kitchen apparently. The guy said it was recently redone.
That's good.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, baby. I'm doing
like
something.
having more counter space.
Yeah, it looked nice.
I thought we could use the second bedroom to make an office.
Oh my God.
Like a real one. We'll set up your desk under the window
Marcus,
so you can catch the morning
I'm trying
light.
to play games.
I know it helps you when you're writing.
Are you playing the goddamn cow game?
Yeah, what? Marcus, just focus on driving.
Do I exit here?
Oh. Yeah, no, stay on exit 5 north, 0 miles.
You want exit?
Take exit
yeah.
5 north.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that
Okay,
one.
Okay.
I'm navigating properly. I'm doing
All
a good
right.
job.
Thanks.
If anyone asks. Yep. Stay on north for 40 miles.
There we go. Okay, now we just have to stay in the car and not crash it or soft lock the game, and we'll probably hit another checkpoint.
Yes.
I would hope.
I would hope so. Dad sent a new text message. He says, "Traffic bad." I said, "Could be worse." Oh, I can't back talk my dad. All right, we're still staying. I'm sorry, I'm busy.
That's right. Oh, for legal reasons, I do not indulge in texting and driving. Oh, that's funny.
You know. Important traffic alert. Interstate congested with heavy traffic ahead. Delays on 5 north. Reroute.
Yep.
Looking for new routes. Take exit to Cascade Highway and 0.8 miles to the right.
Got it.
And back to Macau's.
Fucking cows.
Freaking
Are we gonna-
cows, man.
Are we gonna talk about this? Are we gonna talk about our relationship?
Nope. No. I'm sorry. I'm cowing.
I feel like my career is taking over our entire lives here, and all right, I'm taking the exit. This is the exit, right? Okay, I'm just taking it.
Stay on Cascade Highway Road for 22 miles. Sorry, were you saying something about your new bakery or something?
Never mind.
We can get breakfast there tomorrow, sweetie.
No, it's okay. My feelings don't matter. It's all good. And then it fades to black as if on cue. So, anyways, as I was saying,
Yeah,
I think
yeah, no, it's a great point.
what are your thoughts on a breakfast nook?
Yep.
Navigator?
Oh, sorry. Stay on Old Cascade Highway for 2.43 miles.
Yeah. Oh, you got some text from Dad.
It's
Conversing.
getting really windy out there.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, it is windy.
Windy biscuits.
Interstate was backed up for miles.
Yeah, that's why we cut through.
Everyone was stuck on the interstate, and there's not a single car on this road.
One kinda just passed by.
Not to completely
Yeah.
contradict you, but
I mean,
one just passed
yeah, okay,
by.
whatever, Marcus. Okay, cool. That was a great point. Do you feel better about yourself now, Marcus? Is that you big man over here?
Let's not do this.
Driving your big
we still-
car?
we still have a long way to go.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Shit, tree.
Hey, why'd you knock the tree down,
Okay.
Marcus?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right.
What do we do? What do we do?
We move it.
Both of us?
Yeah, both of us
It's not that big.
together.
Between the two of us, we can shift it enough to get through.
Okay.
All right, you got this spot.
No. You got two perfectly good legs and good arms. Let's go get this tree together.
Yeah, but these cows need tendon.
Are we just gonna do the cows? Are we just gonna? Is that what we're doing right now?
The rest of the stream, dude, just cows.
Good
Let's
lord.
see how far we can get it.
Hold on. Let me see what
Wait, we're
Dad
actually
said.
gonna try to move this big ass tree.
Sorry, Pops. Interstate had to block it, so we're taking a detour. I'll let you know once we get back to the main road. Okay. Good lord. Okay. Now, I gotta find the spot for me to grab. There we go. Oops. Okay. Am I coming your way or are you coming my way?
Let's go my way.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Your way is flatter. Your way is flatter. Let's go your way.
Okay, come my way then. All right, is that good?
Yeah, we good.
Okay.
Wait,
What?
bro, something just ran away from our car.
What?
It just ran away from our car
Like something was in our car and then got out of our car?
and then ran over to this house.
Oh. Well, we don't want to go over there, do we?
I don't think so. Let's
No.
go.
Okay.
We got things to do. Yep.
Okay. Oh, couldn't have driven. Oh, with the trailer door wide open. Oh, fuck. Someone stole. Wait, come back here with me. I don't want to do this by myself.
Do we not have a flashlight?
No. I'm just going to close the door. Okay.
Really dark.
There we go. Okay. We good now? All right. Is there anyone in the back seat?
Marcus?
No? Okay.
Did somebody just jack our stuff? Marcus?
I don't know.
Marcus, I'm really scared.
I'm just gonna keep driving as if this is going really well.
Marcus?
Someone might be in the back of our trailer though.
Oh. Probably not good, Marcus.
Okay. Just play with your cows, honey.
Okay, Marcus.
Gas station.
Okay.
How we doing on gas? Man, we got a quarter of a tank left. We should get some gas, but it doesn't look like. No, that
looks not alive.
That looks closed.
Hey, Marcus, since when's the moon been purple?
I hate it when you talk in that baby talk voice.
Hey, Marcus. Marcus,
God.
what you thinking about?
Jesus Christ. I'm not doing this entire road trip with annoying Elmo.
Marcus! Marcus! Do not use that tone with me, Marcus!
My chat is literally begging you to stop.
Chat, you stop! You stop this right now! Don't be ignorant.
All right, which way do we go, navigator?
1 second. God. Turn right on Roseburg Road. Oh wait, it says Rose.
Do I go to
Yes,
Roseburg or do I go to go to Glenwood?
It says go straight, turn right on Roseburg Road in 0 miles.
Okay, so I'll turn right here. Yes. It's just funny that Roseburg is to the left.
Yes, and now it says stay on Roseburg Road. It does, I agree.
Okay.
Now it says stay on Roseburg Road for 2.4 miles.
Okay.
So we are going the right way.
Uh-oh, what?
What is that?
A light on the dash cam.
Oh, check engine light. Oh, no. I can feel the car struggle on the hill.
I can't see the dash. It's check engine?
No, there's no actual light that I can see, but
Oh. Whoa.
What the?
just go around.
Bro, just go around me.
Oh, I got this, Marcus.
What is this guy
Marcus, I got this.
Uh-oh.
Are you gonna go beat his ass?
Oh, I am. Oh, wait, I can't get out. It says getting out did not appear to be the safest option.
Oh, okay, probably not. Probably a good idea.
You win this time.
They are not going around me at all. Oh, motel. Okay, we'll be safe in a motel.
Here we go. Yeah, that's right. Nothing bad ever happens in motels,
Nope.
especially ones down roads that nobody drives on.
Right. Are you hearing this fucking intense music playing?
I am. Whoa!
There he went.
Jesus.
Okay.
What was the deal with that guy?
For real. Like, relax, bitch. Damn.
He said it all.
Okay,
Or I did.
the light. What do we do?
It could just be the hill. The
My
engine
God,
gets
those
hot.
trees.
So it'll
I know.
go away?
Maybe once we're over the top and it levels out.
They're bending like we're in Fantasia. It didn't go away. I drove a little more before we accepted the car wasn't going to fix itself. She found the only shop in the area on her GPS.
GPS. Hey, hey.
I said you found a shop, so guide me there.
I did. No route selected. I can do my cow game. Should I do that?
Yeah, why don't you do that? You're about as useless
Okay,
as
good.
tits on a bull.
No, I can't seem to do anything with my GPS.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna get out. Do you need anything? Want some beef jerky, chicken pot pie, anything?
All of it.
Okay. At this point, you might be thinking, car troubles, classic horror. Except nothing can prepare us for what came next.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I just had words on my screen.
Oh.
Yeah, it said nothing could.
Well, in that case, I'm coming with you. Damn, that sounded terrible.
Oh, you didn't get any words on your screen?
Maybe I was cowing.
Okay. It said nothing could prepare us for what came next. Ominous.
Oh, I just found out I can scroll down the cow page. 1 second.
Fuck's sake, dude.
Oh
No, this is what it's like doing drop frames with you every day. It's like, Co, are you playing a game or are you paying attention? Co, stop playing the goddamn cow game.
So, but I mean, this game's pretty hot. It's kind of fire. Hold on. I got 3 precedent clickers now, dude. This is nuts. We're kicking ass here. Okay. I have like 8. We're winning so hard right now.
Do you just press on the cow?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I just got the text that you did.
Okay.
Yeah, but you got to buy your upgrades, man. I'm at like 68 cows per second, bruh. Like, where you at?
Jesus Christ, I'm going in.
Come on, man. Come on, dude. I just got a cow pump.
Come on, get in, Jesus. You know what? We really need to rethink this move, don't you think? If you're just gonna play cows all the time.
Okay. I know the addiction has resurfaced. I'm just stressed because we're moving. I'm sorry.
There's no one here.
I'll lay out the cows. The hell?
Here, let me converse with you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
There's no one here.
Anybody here? Boo, the sign says open. Someone's gotta be around here.
This door is locked from the inside. The door out back goes out back.
Hey, come here.
Surprisingly. What? Oh. What, Marcus?
Infinite
Marcus!
wine.
Oh. Marcus. I'll be out there.
Oh, hold on, I got a text from Dad. Service station making any weird noises? No, it wasn't. It's not making any weird noises.
You might want to come see this.
Okay.
Marcus.
Okay. Oh, that sounds awful.
Oh, this place smells weird.
I got a text message from Ellie. Rah, she says. And I said, Elle, this has been a disaster. Okay. Marcus, did you send me a new message? I'm
Yep.
scared.
I did. I was just seeing if it worked.
Yep. Oh, Jesus Christ! Holy shit, bro!
Yep. That is the signature move of these games, is that guys just
Howdy do.
pop out. Okay.
I'm afraid the pumps are all dry tonight.
Bro, what the
Expecting to
hell?
tinker in the morning, though.
What? That was so unnecessary.
Look, we were driving, and a red light came on the car dash about 20 minutes back. We were hoping someone here could take a look.
Temperature light?
Maybe. I honestly couldn't tell you.
You folks ain't from around here, huh?
Nah, we're just headed up north, man. New job. Why'd you ask?
No reason. Just don't see a lot of well, nothing. Scratch Creek's a long way from anywhere you could have been headed.
I'm getting some weird vibes from this guy.
Alrighty.
You
I'll
think?
come take a look at that car for you.
Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna come take a look at the car.
We pulled in the front. I'll show you.
Thank you so much. Car's in the front. This way.
Okay. He's following you.
Yeah, I'm just looking back here and see if there's anything suspect.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it. No bodies.
Oh, he has a oh God.
Saw.
It's a saw, but I can't remember what the name of it is. But
it's not a circular saw, is it?
No. It's like for cutting off rebar and shit.
Where's my manners? My name's Harold.
Cutting up rebar
Harold
saw.
Sweeney. Y'all can just call me Harry, though.
Grinder.
Only
Angle
Mama
grinder.
calls me Harold.
Only Mama.
Marcus,
Oh my God.
this is my girlfriend, Tessa.
I'm not a thing, Marcus. I
We're
can introduce myself.
together.
Yeah?
God. We talked about this.
Interesting match.
Oh
Gravy,
my
really.
God.
Don't see many girls willing to step outside their circle.
So this is a racist
What?
thing.
This
then.
is a racist thing. Yeah. Okay.
By the way, just so you know, didn't mean to scare you back there. I was just doing some scraping work.
Are you getting messages?
I am.
Okay. Angle grinder, thank you. That's what it is.
Ow.
Let's see what's going on here.
Morning, Zeke.
So, tell me,
Yeah.
how'd two people different as you get together?
What the hell was that? Did you hear that? Did I just get darted?
High school.
Wait.
I used to do videos for the school's media club, and he did open mics.
Yeah, and she filmed one of my songs, and it kind of started from there.
That's not what I meant.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Dude.
What's going on, man?
Forget about it.
Where the fuck are we?
They're out of gas here, apparently, if you look at the sign.
Yeah.
Think I found the problem. But just a second. Yeah. That's what I figured. I think I can help you out.
Thank you so much. So, what is it?
Yeah. Looks like a coolant leak. You can see it puddling up under the car. I could see it dripping from the radiator hose. The clamp may have gone bad, but could be the hose itself. Either of you notice anything before it died on you?
Yeah, it started struggling on the hill. The temperature needle shot up out of
Oh
nowhere.
shit, there's
Yep,
another
that
person.
lines up. Alrighty. I'll get you back on the road. Just gotta grab a few...
Harry, get on up here.
Yes, boss. Y'all stay right here.
Dude.
Does that man not have a shirt on?
No, I think he has a shirt. It's
It's
just
just a white shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude.
How you doing?
What the hell?
We told our daddy that our car broke down, but we're okay. Mechanic's looking at it now.
Yep. How long do we stay right here until we go in?
1 second.
Okay.
Oh, they're coming back out.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I took another look. We can't fix the car.
Hold on, you said you could take care of it.
Yeah, the engine's in worse shape than I thought. It looks like the head gasket is about to go out. The whole thing's kind of messed up.
But you said you had the parts.
We don't. Not for this. Not tonight.
God, what do we even do now? We're all the way out here.
It'll be all right, folks. Buck is gonna call his old pal Bill. He used to be a mechanic here, but retired a few years back. Fella still does some work at his house.
Oh my God, man. Can't you try and fix it here?
Listen here. Man's told you, we can't help. Harry'll do a little patch job on the engine. That'll get you as far as Bill's house. But if you try to get back on the highway, you're looking at a catastrophic engine failure.
Come here.
Harry.
I mean, Tess, come here. Come here and look at his
Gotcha,
mustache.
boss.
It's real distinctive.
Dude, what are they doing with a Charlie Chaplin reference here?
I know, I don't get it. They must be silent movie fans.
Crazy. Squirtle the missing turtle.
Not hiring. I like that. We are not hiring. So wait a minute, what is he gonna do?
He's got to do a patch job to get us to the other guy's house. I
Oh,
think.
okay. Okay.
Looks like Harry's done.
Okay.
Take a left out the lot, head down the road to your first right. Can't miss Bill's house. Now, y'all best get in the car and go. We're all done here, looks like.
All right.
Y'all need something?
Yeah, I do. Oh, I can't even get in the store to buy a wine. Hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna grab a I'm gonna go to the
Just gotta
restroom.
hit the bathroom before we leave.
Bathrooms for customers. You ain't customers.
I guess we're not
Take
customers.
a left out the lot.
Okay.
Head down the road to your first right.
Okay.
Can't miss Bill's house. Now, y'all best get in the car and go. We're all done here, looks like.
Okay.
Hey, sweetie, get in the damn car.
Yeah. That's probably a good idea. All right.
Yeah.
Nope. There we go. All right, let me close the door. All right, it said take a left out of the lot and then take your first right. So left here,
That checks out.
and then, oh my God. We're going to Bill's house. This sounds fun.
Oh, it's gonna be great. Did we miss our first right?
I don't know. Are you getting out?
Let me go look.
Okay.
Oh wait, bro, I think we were. Wait, no. Did we make a left or right going out?
He said take a left out of the lot and take your first right.
We did say that. Yeah.
Oh, that's an invisible wall. Fucking fuck. I can't. Tess! Tess! There you are. I can't bring the car without you.
Yo, what's up, man? You can't drive without me in the car?
Nope, it says Tess is not in the car.
Oh,
You can't
dude,
go anywhere.
I'm sorry. So you made a left out of the gas station, but the gas station's on a corner. So if we went out the other side, then the left would have taken us down a different road.
Okay. Here, you drive. You know where it is.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to play cow game.
Cool, me too. Oh, I can't. I can't do it while I'm driving. You're lucky. Now wait, was that the first? Okay, so this is left out of there, but maybe that intersection was the first right? Back there, do you think?
Sorry, what?
Maybe we're supposed to go down here. Oh, were you cowing? I'm sorry.
Oh, I got a message from Dad. Keep me in the loop, huh? Man, long story. They couldn't fix car, but said some guy named Bill can take a look. Yeah. Sorry, I'm texting my dad. Is this Bill's? Okay. This looks not sketchy at all.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
No, it does not.
Well, Marcus, it's been a pleasure. An honor serving with you, sir. Salute. And they're already playing sad death music.
I'm saluting you.
In spirit.
Wait, what does that sign say? Bill's Butchery and Racism Factory? I don't understand how that works.
No. Wait, really?
No.
Oh, okay. Set up with a pass. Maybe so. Who knows?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
okay.
dude, if you would have told me that Chinese food thing was real, I wouldn't have believed you. So,
That's
I mean,
fair. That is fair.
The morning star sees the light.
Oh, I thought that was Bill.
His wrath will
I was like,
find
can we interrupt you, Bill?
And I will be the instrument of his wrath myself if you don't get off my porch.
Ma'am, I think you got the wrong idea.
You're not from the new temple.
New temple?
The guy from the gas station sent us here to talk to one of his friends.
Well then.
Get off his damn porch, Marcus.
We're looking for Bill?
Look, we were just passing through. Our car's got a problem. We were looking for a guy named Bill.
Billy boy! Someone's needing you at the door.
That is... Excuse me. That is an unfortunate looking woman.
The first time, Charlotte. I'm coming.
Oh, must be the ones Buck warned me about. Yeah, he called. Said some folks were stranded and heading my way. I'm guessing that'd be you.
Oh, look, a Confederate flag.
Sorry to bother you this late.
The man at the
Awesome.
station
Wow.
told us it was probably a coolant leak,
Perfect.
then backed out and wouldn't fix it. Could you please take a look, sir?
I can do that too.
Damn
Salute the
thing
flag?
ain't made to haul a trailer. Engine's hot as hell.
Oh, see, Marcus,
if
I
you're
told
lucky,
you,
you've got
you
a coolant.
dumbass.
Shut up.
If you ain't, it's a blown head gasket and your oil's turning into soup. Either way, nothing we can fix tonight.
Would you mind at least giving it a look?
I've been fixing engines longer than y'all been alive. I know what I'm looking at. I can take a look in the morning.
Sir, we don't have anywhere to go. What do we do tonight?
I ain't running a motel here. Now you're welcome to sleep in your car out here if you want.
That sounds like a good idea.
Oh, hush, Bill. They ain't sleeping in no car.
Thanks, ma'am.
Charlotte, you are a gem.
Sent you here if we weren't meant to take care of you. You're right where you ought to be. Right when you ought to be.
Oh my
Miss
God.
Julia's got rooms open at her bed and breakfast. She'll take you in.
Miss Julia. Okay.
Is it like walking distance?
Actually, I'm not sure if this car should even move anymore. Your friend Buck told us it'd be a catastrophic engine failure.
You won't be needing your car to get there.
Take this little trail behind the house. It winds up the hill and leads straight to her parsonage. We'll let her know of your arrival.
Fuck is a
She'll be
parsonage?
waiting with a warm
It's in a pear tree.
Keep to the
Oh,
trail.
that's what they're saying.
No exceptions.
Yep.
You hear me? Don't step off it. Not even once. You won't like what happens if you do.
Thanks, Will.
Oh, Bill, stop scaring them. You'll be fine if you just follow the path. Miss Julia's had folks walk it plenty of times.
It's a straight shot. You'll know it when you reach there.
Why don't you lend Miss Julia's guests a flashlight for the night?
Oh, finally.
No sense sending them up in the dark.
Thank you.
Fine. Hold on.
Thanks. Doesn't she look like... She looks like she's wearing one of those, like, night or the stocking masks that you rob, like,
Yeah, she does.
stores with. She looks like she's got one on permanently.
Here. Battery's good. Don't drop it.
You hear that?
All right,
Damn
that's
it!
enough for tonight. Trail's back there, goes right up the hill. Don't waste time.
Are you, grabbing...
Come
are
on
you,
now, Charlotte.
Are you pressing
Missing
E
our
to grab
program.
stuff to
You
do
folks
dialogue
better
and
get
stuff?
moving.
Or are you,
Every
are
so
you,
often, like,
are you
happens,
clicking?
I definitely grabbed the flashlight, yeah.
No, I know, but
We're not
when there's
going up
dialogue options, do you press E or do you
What
click
else
it?
are we?
Marcus, look at this
I did
place.
enter on my keyboard.
Look at all
Oh,
of
enter,
this
okay.
It's just a trail that leads to a bed and breakfast.
that we've never heard of in a town we've never heard of.
And what's the alternative, huh? Sleep in the car?
Oh, hey,
Maybe.
come back. Hey, come back,
Yeah.
come back, come back, come back.
Maybe that's better.
Listen, that lady said,
I don't know that lady. I don't know Bill. I don't know that Harry. I don't know any of these people, and neither do you. These people are fucking weird. Don't you see it, Marcus?
Just making sure we didn't have
it's a
any...
small town, Boo. People are
passengers.
different out here.
Call.
You're seriously fine with this? Two strangers we just met pointing us down a dark trail, and you're fine with that.
I'm not fine with it. I just don't see another option right now.
Yeah, I'm
There's
kind of in that
always
boat too.
another
Like,
option. You
You go
just
first.
never want to look
You have
for
the
one.
flashlight.
And what is that
Go.
supposed to mean?
It
Hold on, wait.
means you just decide and expect everyone to follow. That's what you do.
Everyone? Hold on. Is this about last night again? You've been carrying this all day.
You told Jake and everyone at the table about the new place. The job. The apartment. Your studio. All of it. It was always, I got this job. I found this place. I'm moving to Washington.
Tessa.
You talked about it like I wasn't even there. Like this was something you were doing and I just happened to be coming along.
Stop playing the
just-
fucking cow game.
I don't know. I don't want to feel like I'm along for the ride. That's all I'm asking.
I didn't even realize that.
Come
it
on,
was
let's
such a
go.
big deal.
Move.
I thought
I'm
everyone was
having a
laughing,
serious
so
talk
were
right
you.
now.
Listen, you're not along for the ride.
Then stop making decisions like I am.
I hear you, okay? I hear you. But right now, we need to make a decision together. So I'm asking you, not telling you, what do you want to do?
Go ahead. You got the flashlight.
Get the suitcase.
Oh, fuck. Well, I'm glad we didn't go too far.
Can you imagine? Like if we had
Jesus.
just been sprinting down the whole path.
Your stupid ADHD fucking brain saved us a walk. Congratulations.
You are so welcome. Can you wait there for just a sec? Let's go.
Fuck you.
That cow game was such a good call to put in this.
I swear to God, I'm taking it away from you. I'm
Also,
taking your fucking phone
guys.
away. No more screen time.
Look at you, what is wrong with how you're holding this thing? You've like put your elbow inside your torso.
All right, hold on. You pick it up. I want to see what it looks like.
F.
Whoops.
You have to pick it up, then hit F.
Yep. Oh, yeah. All right, let's go.
All right, lead on. You know, honestly, all things considered, it's a pretty nice path.
Pretty nice what?
Nice path. I'm enjoying our walk.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Me too. I just can't stop
Nice
thinking
and
about that
quiet.
Confederate flag on the fucking porch there.
Oh, he's probably one of those, oh, I'm just a historian. He's one of those types of people. Don't worry about it.
Ugh. Just celebrating my heritage.
You know it doesn't mean racism, right? Right. Yeah, I grew up in North Carolina. I know all about that.
Yeah. On paper, things look pretty bleak for us. But the only help in town was to stay up the hill.
Is that was a dog, right? Yeah. I think.
Sounds like maybe a donkey? Or
Oh,
a
skinwalker?
fox.
Definitely
Yeah,
a skinwalker.
fox. It's a fox. Foxes are weird sounding, man.
Mm.
Oh, here we are. Scratch Creek.
Oh, title drop! Look at that.
All right, I'm going to converse with you.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry about last night. I didn't think about how that sounded.
Oh. I guess that was it.
Is that it? Okay. Marcus, I thought it was my decision. I didn't say I wanted to cross this bridge, Marcus.
Okay, babe. Do you want to cross this bridge?
You know what, Marcus? I think I do. I think I do want to cross this bridge.
Would
I
you
think I'm
like
gonna-
would
yeah.
you like to go first? Okay, you can
No,
go.
I made this decision, Marcus. It's my
Yes.
decision.
Yes, honey. Honey, are you on the cow game again?
Shut up, Marcus. Shut up. Just shut up.
Can we
Okay, fine.
Okay. I like how
All right, this is
your butt when you walk,
Yeah.
it like goes like it like sucks in. It's very strange looking.
You looking at my butt, Marcus?
Maybe.
Is that all I am to you, Marcus? Marcus.
Oh, babe, honey, you know that's part of the reason why I picked you up in that bar.
I thought we met at the school paper.
Are you
something.
hearing this like sonar sound that
the sonar bird is tracking us.
someone's pinging us?
Nope. We met at Applebee's. That's right.
Okay, and more walking.
And we're walking. Every time we zone, your mic like goes to max again and then slowly returns to normal volume.
Oh, that
It's very
sucks.
weird. And now you're normal volume again. Yep.
Okay. The old house sat on the other side of the road. Okay.
Marcus!
Oh! Don't worry, he'll stop.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Go on.
By the way, Marcus,
Go on.
I would just like to say how much I appreciated you making me carry the luggage to the house. Thank
Oh
you.
my God! Here, take the
Marcus.
flashlight. Take it.
Damn.
I knew you were gonna
right.
bitch. You're gonna complain about everything.
Just get out of here, Marcus. More cow game? I know. I should have brought the cow.
No. No.
No, we're on a mission. We got things to do.
After the long hike, I really had to pee.
Is that what it said?
Yep.
I did not get that message.
Expecting you to. Charlotte called ahead. Such a sweet woman, isn't she? Car giving you trouble on a night like this? Come in, come in. You must be exhausted. Mercy me. I've just been getting your room ready upstairs. Fred, now,
Marcus.
are you too hungry? You look like you haven't eaten.
No, we're okay.
We look like we haven't eaten?
Thank you.
What does that look like?
I'm Miss Julia, by the way. I don't think Charlotte mentioned.
Marcus, this is Tessa.
I could say my name,
Tessa,
Marcus.
What a lovely name. You're going to feel right at home here, my dear.
This house is beautiful. You must be a busy landlady.
Oh, bless your heart. She is marvelous, isn't she? Old homes like this care for you if you care for them. And please, I'm an innkeeper, dear. Landlady is just so crude.
See, don't offend her. We need her to stay
This
here tonight.
used to be a parsonage
Marcus.
for the pastor and his family, who preached at the old scratch temple behind the house. After they moved out, the congregation decided to turn it into a bed and breakfast to help the church coffers. Chose me to run it. Keep the roof over my head and helps the old temple at the same time. You'll hear most of the locals talk about the temple, but mind you, there are two here in our little town. Some of
Marcus?
the younger folks
I'm trying
split
to
away and
listen.
started new scratch temple up the hill. But we don't worship the same as the youngins. They call it
What does
progress,
that
but
mean?
I call it forgetting the better ways.
So what's the difference between Old Scratch Temple and the new church?
Well, it's hard to say. The youngins are awfully impressionable, and I think gossip and cruel tongues got into their minds. They let non-believers twist their minds away from the true path. The elders and younger folks started trading harsh words. They didn't like being associated with some of our more traditional beliefs. Thought they could start a better church.
How much do we owe for the room?
Depends on how long you'll be staying.
Only one night. Your friend Bill said he can fix
Marcus,
the car
what
in the morning.
Marcus
For
got?
the night, it's 95.
Oh.
Breakfast included, of course. But don't you worry about that now, sweetheart. We'll square away payment in the morning.
Think we'll be alive by then? Oh, you can't believe it. Oh,
Sorry, Could we get to our room, please? We're both really tired.
Oh, of course you are. Must have been a long night. I forget myself sometimes, but I do love to chat. Okay, now, have a seat, sweetheart. Make yourself comfortable. I'll go check on your room and be right back.
Okay.
Excuse me. Is there a restroom I could use?
Yeah, it's in the back, by the kitchen.
I appreciate it.
Okay. I'm gonna leave my little suitcase out here for you. I'm gonna go
thanks.
to the back by the kitchen. I really had to pee. Oh my god, look at this creepy fucking wood sculpture. Oof. Oh, that's nice. Oh, oops. Oh, oopsies. I spilled a little.
Yeah, heard they're toasties.
Let me just wash my hands.
The boys black. Oh, damn. Another one?
All right.
Henry, that's the morning star blessing us.
Hi. It was like someone had taken their batteries out. I thought that was Cohh fucking with me.
Yo. Who's this guy?
They were talking outside
Marcus?
the bathroom.
What'd they say?
I don't know. I thought it was you fucking with me, so I didn't listen.
Dude. When you were in the bathroom,
Yeah.
a guy ran down the stairs, a black dude, and he started talking about how he wants no part of this and how we should be ashamed of ourselves, and then he just ran out the door.
You made that up.
No, I'm not kidding. I swear to all that is holy, that just happened.
Wow.
And that might be him driving. I have no idea. He just straight dipset. Hi.
Sorry to keep you waiting, my dears. Your room's all ready now. And I think you're going to love it.
Okay.
I went ahead and put you in our majestic suite. But
Party Bar
before
says, why did I
take
say
you
a black
up,
dude?
I'd love to show
there's
you the
hints of racism
parsonage.
so far in the
The
game.
grand tour, if you will. It will give you a deeper respect for this majestic house.
Oh, actually... Okay.
Just close the door on you.
Wow, yeah, that was pretty rude. All right, let's go upstairs.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was thinking. My chat was like, seems like a get out situation.
Yeah. Yeah, but of course, for the funsies, we're not gonna do that.
No.
We're gonna get some good streets.
Yep.
Man, now I wonder what those people were saying outside your bedroom. Shoot.
No, they were talking about the
stuff.
Morning Star, which is another name for Lucifer.
Lucifer, yeah.
She said we have the majestic suite, and I'm guessing it's not upstairs.
Oh wait, the bathroom.
Do you have to pee?
This is our Parsons study.
Oh,
Everything here belonged to someone who lived, worked, or prayed under our roof. These books were collected over generations. Most of them are out of print. We got history older than anything, my dears.
Except
Feel free to
all of
browse the
Europe.
shelves if you'd like a good read.
And Africa and Asia. Cohh, where'd you go? Cohh?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Okay. I was wondering where you went.
I'm reading through the guest book here.
Oh, okay. Wow, there's a lot. Holy shit, there's a lot.
Yeah, dude. Also, like, I don't know if you're noticing this.
Sure, that feels
but, like,
much better in the harsh
October
Texas heat.
19th, then the next entry is May 2nd. At the very beginning, it says, every tenant must sign the book. So that means that these guys have like one person staying here like every few months.
Yeah.
You've done well. Continue your good work. Arrived late, left early, heard what I needed to hear.
The funny thing is, it's all the same handwriting.
Right? December 2nd, heard the bell at 3:17 or 3:47 a.m. No one else did. That's how I know it's still listening.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Yep.
Can we go upstairs now? Nope. We gotta go back and talk to the lady, I guess.
Yeah. Heard voices late into the evening. Voices were very low, and I didn't recognize the hymns. Beautiful but unsettling. Oh, hey, Missoula, Montana. The night prayers reverberated through the walls. Haven't heard them spoken correctly in years. Slept better after I heard them. The light of your star feels so very close. You've done well. Continue your good work. Arrived late, left early. Heard what I needed to hear. A fine stay, if not old-fashioned. The old building feels emptier than I remember. Left before sunset. Need to get back to where things are done better. Miss Julia struggles, but so do many. A fine stay, if not old-fashioned. The old building feels emptier than I remember. Left before sunset. Need to get back to where things are done better. Miss Julia struggles, but so... Oh, the same one. Charming and historic. Our children asked why the church has no cross on the front. We told them it must have fallen off, but the minister really should fix this. It was off-putting. Miss Julia did a wonderful job, though. Glad the house still stands. Gladder still that the other ones do, too. Distance doesn't weaken my resolve. Thank you for keeping the doors unlocked. It's comforting to know some houses still remember who they were built for. Heard the bell at 3:17 a.m. No one else did. That's how I know it's still listening. Yeah. Did you get a message?
I did from Dad. He's just checking in.
Okay. All right. Shall we?
Okay. I mean, we could, or I could just.
No. Stop.
I could just keep clicking my cows.
Oh my God. Well, I don't know about you, but I want to continue the story of the game, if you don't mind. I'm going over here. You're gonna miss it. You're gonna miss the story.
Give me more cows.
You're gonna miss the story. Come on.
I'm coming. I'm a cow addict. I am.
Goddamn cow heads.
This place is old, and that includes the pipes. Best not to drink from the taps. The water cooler's safe.
Don't drink from the tap.
Well then, pardon me. It's time to get you two settled. This way.
Marcus, stop assaulting the old lady.
Look, she's kicking our bag.
Oh, and this one stays closed. It's staff only down there.
I think our bag disappeared.
Marcus.
This is our majestic
Jesus.
suite. I hope it's to your liking. The
Where did he
heat's
come from?
already set to a comfortable temperature, so you shouldn't feel a chill tonight. The staff put in extra effort this evening to prepare for your arrival, so I hope everything meets your expectations. Oh, and if you need anything at all, press 0 on the telephone. Though we ask boarders to reserve late-night calls for emergencies only.
Of course.
Okay.
Well then, my dears, I'll leave you two to it. Make yourselves at home.
Moo. Ew.
Oh, and let's behave ourselves tonight, all right? I didn't notice any rings, so we've made sure there are separate beds for each of you. Folks at Old Scratch Temple like to make sure people keep themselves pure. I'm sure you understand.
Understood. We'll respect your house rules, ma'am.
Well, good then.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if we get the room key?
Oh, sweetie. I'm afraid a house this old doesn't have keys for each room. Just so you know, the door locks itself. But if you both get locked out, we'd need to come by with the skeleton key. We do charge $20 for the trip. Happens more than you'd think, so figured I'd mention the charge.
Can we get the skeleton key then?
My word, I can't give you the skeleton key. It unlocks every door in the house. Not that you two would go snooping, but you can never be too careful.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah, we're just crashing for a few hours.
That reminds me, before you two turn in, would one of you be so kind to step downstairs and sign the guest book? Everyone has to. It's a tradition, you know. You kids don't seem like the kind who would break a fine old tradition.
The coughing though. All right, you want to go? You want to go sign it? I've got to check something on my phone.
Yeah. Okay. Fucking cows. Oh, I can't leave. I can't leave.
What? Oh, I said I told myself a warm bath might calm me down.
Oh, okay. You should go take a bath. Here, it's right through here.
Oh God. Oh, something's gonna happen in here. Oh jeez.
Something is gonna happen in here, baby.
We have to converse. Here we go. I'm gonna converse with you. You ready, baby? You ready to converse?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
I think I need a bath. I feel disgusting after that hike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll go after you.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess get out then.
Don't go in the bath with that flashlight, though. Probably dangerous.
Oh, that water. Ew. Okay.
Hey, out.
Oh,
out.
Okay.
You heard the rules. Out.
I'm pretty sure this breaks like half of her rules already.
Easy, Julia. My girl's sin-free. Can't say the same about me, though.
No. Let me look at them boobies. Oh, boobies. All right, so I have to leave, I'm guessing. Okay.
You do.
Enjoy your cows. Don't forget, drop the flashlight before you get in the bath.
Wait, drop the flashlight in the bath?
Yeah, there you go. Dummy.
You know the 2.5 mil chat? There it is.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna leave the door open so you can watch TV with me, or at least listen to it.
Bro, there's no way.
What?
There's a 100 trillion goal for the cows.
Oh, yeah.
No way. Bro, that is insane.
Okay, come here.
I'm 100%. We're
Don't take a bath yet. We're gonna watch some TV.
Elijah is here because 10 days ago his son, Elijah Jr., requested a DNA test, claiming that there was no way Elijah could be his real dad. Elijah, how did this make you feel?
Honestly, Rory, it hurt my ding-dong feelings is what it did. I've spent years raising Elijah Jr., and this seems like it came clear out of left field.
Dad or dork?
We'll get an answer soon enough. But let's see what Elijah Jr. had to say about the situation. What up? My name is EJ. They used to call me Elijah Jr., but I don't claim that name just because I don't like that man. Elijah is a loser. What kind of grown man walks around with light-up shoes? This man bought superhero bed sheets for himself. Ain't no way I'm related to somebody like that, and today I'm gonna prove it. And once I do, I don't ever want to see Elijah's whack ass in my mama's house ever again.
Ding. I don't get why he's acting this way. Superheroes are in right now, you know?
The long neck lady.
What the hell, man?
Anyway, let's not wait any longer.
This is like a weird Adult Swim cartoon.
DJ. Yeah, whatever. Shut up. SMD. Whatever. DJ, thanks for being here.
You know that, right?
S, suck my dick. Yeah, I'm sure.
Suck my dick.
For not wanting Elijah to be your dad. Rory, it's a million reasons. Look at that nerd. He's embarrassing. You know who my friend's dad is? Rodney Iconic. Damn.
I'm sorry.
Jesus
Who?
Christ.
Rodney Iconic. He's a popular rapper, actor, athlete, streamer.
Stupid idiot.
I'm sorry, Brewmaster Beach is gone.
See? This is exactly what I mean. He doesn't know anything about the world except how to be a disappointment. There's no way we're related. I mean, Rory, what kind of 34-year-old man still gets bullied for his lunch money?
Elijah, is this true? Yes, Rory. But what he's not
What
sharing
is this show, man?
He's my bully.
No, it's funny like how long
Speaking of
this
which,
is.
Pay up, bitch. Okay, that's it. I've heard enough.
All right,
We're
are
gonna
you
get
good to
the
move
bottom
on?
of this here and now. When it
Wait,
comes to
are
the
you
offspring
invested?
of
Oh, right.
I need to know
34-year-old
this.
swagger
Right.
I need to know.
spirit Elijah. Sorry, Elijah.
Yeah, we gotta find out if he's a dad or not.
EJ, you
The
are
Rory
his
no bit.
son.
Oh no.
I told you
Jesus
he was my
Christ.
son.
Wait a minute. They're not results. That's just a photo of me.
Actually, son, that's a picture of me when I was your age. Back then, I was all that and a bag of chips, as we said.
Wait, so you used to look like that, and now you look like this? Does that mean?
Yep. It'll happen to you too, son.
To be fair, this is the exact. I mean, they might as well have made this about me and my kids.
When we return, we're gonna meet Brittany, who wants to confront her brother constantly misusing the word ethereal. We'll be back after these short messages. Elijah, stop dancing. Stop it.
God, that was weird.
Yeah. Oh, it just.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Man, these sandwiches ain't hitting. Yuck, you're right, man. Wait! Do you know what would be killer with this sandwich? What? A pickle leprechaun! A pickle leprechaun! Yeah, we heard you, pal. But what in the world's a pickle leprechaun? Boy, oh golly, oh boy, I thought you'd never ask. Introducing Leppy's Pickly Pickle! With the all
I honestly wonder how much of this, like how much time is in these, in this TV.
Makes your pickles twice as crunchy, all the more tasty, and just as desirable. Only at your local Pigliest Pickle store within the pickle aisle. The best part is, they're cheap! Less than the cost of a bite.
What's shaking, baby?
Oh boy, I couldn't help myself. The aura, the smell, I could taste it through the glass.
It's like interdimensional cable.
Yeah, right. I ain't buying that. Don't believe it? Here, have a snack. Looks like I have no other choice then. Holy leprechaun, it's real! It's crispy, crunchy, sour, knuckle-feeling, leper-approved pickles! See? Here, have a second bite! Gimme! Oh, man! Oh, were these so crunchy? I can't hold it back! I must eat more! Out of my Oh my god, dude!
What's shaking, baby? What's shaking?
Oh god, it turned him into a pickle.
Get yours now! Leprechauns are included. Please read the warnings on the jar. We are not responsible for you, loved ones, family members, dogs, cats, or any other living.
Good lord.
For the first time in the history of the show, an ordinary farmer has fallen in love with an alien, and he has 24 hours to convince her and her family and obtain an intergalactic K-1 visa. Welcome to the show, 90 Acre Fiance.
It's not much, but it's honest work. My name is Earl. I have a corn farm and an open heart. I signed up for the program because I fell in love across the galaxy. We met when she tried to kidnap my cow, but she asked politely, And I appreciated her manners. I knew she was the one when she left proof of her love behind in the cornfield. She flew away. Besides,
oh no,
she has access to a market of 12 billion consumers who only eat corn. No problem. I have Saturday off.
Alienated at first sight. What's your favorite sauce?
It's simple. Triple smoke backyard mega barbecue.
Excellent. What's your favorite sauce? Well, okay. Let's get back to Earl.
Good
Earl,
Lord.
Would you like to have children in the future?
At least 2. At most as many as I could fit in my pickup truck without breaking her up.
Oh no, not chicken.
Yeah, we had too many chickens anyway. Besides, it was super cute.
Yeah. It's time to meet the bride's parents. Mom on the left and dad on the right? I don't know. Why are they looking at me so strangely? Oh, we'll cut that out. Come closer with the camera. I want a close-up of their faces. Will the father give his permission? Will the mother give her permission? Did you record that? Will you send it to me later? That was incredible.
Earthlink hybrid.
That was pretty lame. You know we don't have a show now and no one's going to pay you? No, please don't shoot. We'll edit it so that it looks like he shot first. No, no!
On this episode of Kitchen Frights, we fly over to Cincinnati, Ohio, where an old couple has begun to notice that customers are starting to complain about the quality of food.
Okay, this kitchen has broken every health
Oh
code in the
my
book.
god, dude.
I don't say anything wrong with it.
There's a rat in this sandwich.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. It's right here, clear as day.
You do not know what you are talking about.
You're feeding people rats. This is crazy, man. You're insane.
Sometimes I just think people don't know a good thing when they see it, you know? They just like to complain and complain and complain. Ain't that right, honey?
Yes.
Okay, there is sewage coming from these sinks. Have you checked your plumbing yet?
Yes, I did. I fixed it myself.
This looks like shit. You can't be washing dishes here.
Washing dishes? Why would we do that?
Because you would be serving people food on plates that are filthy. Man, are you nuts?
Hey, you can't go wrong with a little Clorox wipe to clean them plates with.
What the hell is wrong with you?
There is nothing wrong with it. People do not need to know.
Everyone will know. You're on a television.
Whoa, wait. Like TV television? I thought these people came here to help my restaurant out, not make fun of it.
They told me to brush my teeth.
Such a shame. Leslie, where's the order for table 3?
What?
Leslie, wake up!
Is she a zombie or on
Dear
drugs?
Lord, this kitchen is absolute shit.
One of those, yeah.
What the hell?
Leslie, take your hand off the flame. It's on fire.
Why?
Is that a bottle of tequila?
Son, I thought you were done with the drink.
4 cheeseburgers.
You really shouldn't have alcohol that close to the grill.
That concludes our episode of Kitchen Frights. Tune in
She's
next
just
time
on fire.
when Sheldon Ramses visits a local fish factory in Houston, Texas, where the fish have taken over the factory.
It just keeps going.
I know. Apparently there's like 15 minutes worth of this.
Is this the car that we came in? Is this our
I think
car?
maybe. I don't know.
Now
and queso. All right, there we go.
Okay. That was really fun.
All right, go take a bath.
They really. I'm gonna go take a bath.
All right, I'm gonna go sign the book. I
I'm
think.
only gonna be in here taking a bath, doing nothing else. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
What? I'm taking a bath. Give me my privacy.
Yeah, you are.
Give me my privacy. Give
Let's
me my
move this
privacy.
story forward. Stop cowing, you cow.
Move something. Get out of here.
God damn, dude.
Okay. Do we have to keep playing? I can't. Hi.
Please get in the bath.
Okay, fine. Privacy, please, sir. Sir!
I was trying to close the door. Are you in the bath?
I have a bathing meter.
Oh, you do?
I realized the bathroom did not have any towels.
Okay, now I can't get in. Okay, good. Now can I leave and go sign the book?
I'm texting you.
Okay. Yes, I will call Miss Julia.
Hi, sorry to bother you, ma'am. My girlfriend's in the bathroom and there doesn't seem to be any towels in there, so...
I see. Bobby must have forgotten again. That boy.
I was wondering if someone could bring some up?
Oh. The staff's called it a night, I'm afraid. They've had a long night already, my dear. I'd hate to wake them for anything short of an emergency.
Right, I understand, but...
And a missing towel wouldn't qualify, I'm afraid.
There's a towel right there.
So, what should we do?
If it's something you need right now, you'll have to help yourself. All the laundry for the parsonage and church is kept in the basement of the temple, just out back.
The church?
Yes, if you head out through the back door to the church and go down to the basement, you'll find clean towels folded on the rack. That's where all the laundry is done. Well then, if you'll excuse me, it's getting late. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, could you hear all that?
I can hear a lot of it.
Can you hear me?
Oh, here. I'm talking to you.
I gotta go downstairs to grab towels. I'll be right back.
Right now?
She said everyone's asleep. It's the only option.
Just... don't worry about it. I'll air dry.
It's fine, I got it. Just give me 2 minutes.
Please, be safe.
I love you.
Love you too, darling. Be quick.
Okay. Text me if you need anything.
Don't let the racers get you.
All right, I'm gonna close the door. Oh, God, finally. Fuck's sake. Thought I'd never get away from her. All she does is talk and play cow game all day. Good Lord. I can do better. I should do better. You know what? With this new job, new opportunities, I'm gonna... Ah, God damn it. Hold on, I gotta see if I can get the flashlight. Oh.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
I can't get out.
I need the flashlight.
I can't get out of the tub.
God damn it. All right. Well, I'll be back then. I guess I'll go in the dark.
Good luck.
Thanks. can't leave. I can't leave. I was just gonna leave. Son of a bitch. Okay, go to the creepy old church, to the church basement, and grab some towels. Got it. Yeah, this would have been a lot better with a fucking flashlight. I always had a fear of basements since I was a kid, but I wasn't about to go back empty-handed after coming all this way. Oh, there is one. Oh my God. Nice. You probably can't hear, but I can hear a knocking. I'm wondering if that I can hear it from all the way over in the house. On it. There we go. Oh, seem more paranormal rather than something scary on a tangible level. Oh, and now I can't. Yeah, now they're not getting anything. I didn't know what to do. I figured the test for help first, which I have already done. Nope. Take a little trip Take a little trip. Take a little trip with me.
Kadget has towels if you have coin him hakko.
I kinda got chills writing this story. Okay. Damn it! I couldn't believe what the actual fuck I was seeing.
Hello? Anybody there?
Ah, more coffins. More dirt. Great. At least I have a towel. Yep, more dirt. More bags of dirt, I'm guessing. Oh, there's a coffin above me. That's fun. I'm under the fucking graveyard.
What the? Anybody there? Holy! Of course.
The hell were you doing down there?
What was I doing down there? Maybe fix your doors before blaming me. I was stuck getting the towels. Had to make my way out, okay?
Good God. Oh, did I jump scare the green screen off? Should have wanted us to get out of here immediately. Okay. How do I write? I want to write in the book. Hey, what are you doing knocking on my door? That's my lady in there. She's taking a bath, you fucking hillbilly bitch.
Bro.
Honey. What happened?
Bro.
What happened?
Oh my god, are you okay?
Yeah. Why?
You texted me.
Oh yeah, the signal down there is terrible. I thought the door was jammed for a second. It opened with a little bit of effort. I mean, you do see these biceps.
Why am I joking?
So, did you
I know, right?
find the towels?
Yeah, let me put them in the bathroom.
Okay.
Go, do it, Marcus.
Sorry, I'm doing it.
You could have just handed it to me, but whatever. That's cool, I guess.
Where do I put
Right
them?
here.
Oh, there we go. Okay. There you go. I hung the towels up on the rack. So that
Wait,
guy
was I
was
naked?
knocking the entire time you were in the bath?
Wait. What did I look like when you came in here?
You're fully clothed.
Okay.
What, are you nude?
I got out of the bath looking for a towel when you came in. I thought
Oh.
so, but
Nope, you're fully clothed.
I guess not. Okay.
Nope, I went to the church. Oh, sorry.
A guy came up here while you were gone.
Oh, here we go.
Who came up?
I don't know, one of the workers or something. And he just kept knocking.
Why is she
Did you
coughing?
open the door?
I don't know.
What? Of course not.
Good.
It was fucking weird, boo. Miss Julia said that everyone was asleep.
Oh man,
What?
I forgot to sign the guest book she asked for.
She
You're
said
right. I tried
by
to.
the entrance.
God
Yeah, on her
damn
desk.
it, Marcus.
Okay. I'll go sign it real quick. I gotta grab some water too. I think my throat's acting up.
You catching a cold again? I can go get it.
No, it's okay. I just need some water.
I'll go. You just got out of the bath.
Marcus, just go freshen up.
Okay.
You sure?
I got it.
Okay, my baby.
My baby. All right.
Some of this dialogue.
Before
man,
you
oh my
go,
God.
I went to the
Yeah.
church and I went to the basement
Okay.
of the church to go grab I
Why?
found a flashlight of my own, which is nice.
Yeah, see,
But
yes.
I went to the basement of the church, grabbed the towels, and then they locked the basement. And then there was a secret door by the water heater or whatever. And I opened it and I went through it. There was like a tunnel in the dirt, like an old like bootlegger tunnel. And there were
Damn, bro.
offshoot hallways with like digging equipment and dirt, like shovels and pickaxes and coffins. So I was underneath. There's a tunnel from the church underneath the graveyard to this house. You know that door that said "Do not enter" in the kitchen?
Weird. Yeah.
That's what I
that
came out through.
Is a secret connection to the church from this house.
Yeah, and then I got jump scared out of my foreskin because there was a guy at the top of the stairs and he just come rushing out and went, "Bah!"
Oh, I love it, dude.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
terrible. All right, I'm gonna go take a bath.
I'm gonna go. What am I doing? Guest book. Guest book.
Yeah, you're gonna go sign the guest book.
Oh, play cow game. You said? Is that what you said?
What's that? I can't hear you.
Game?
No, not Cal game. Sign the guest book and get back here quick.
I'm pretty sure you said cow game.
Jesus Christ, this is like fucking babysitting my nephew. No, Captain Flackjack, I just shaved my head because it's hot in fucking Texas. I figured I sent a test to sign the guest book before I took a bath. Oh my god, you need to sign the fucking guest book before I can take a bath.
All right, fine.
God, all this running water is making me have to pee, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. No hobby. Thank you, though. Calm yo tits. All right.
Just realized, Zeke looks like a hairy big toe now.
I look like a hairy big toe. Is that what you said? I can't do it as long as he can. The fuck?
Hey, you there?
Oh. Yeah.
There's me.
Yeah, okay. All right. Come on in.
Hey. Yeah, so the woman proprietor scared the hell out of me.
Oh, good.
After I got my water.
Nice.
Yeah, and said that we have to get a lot of rest because we have a big day tomorrow.
Okay, well, let's
She
converse.
also didn't like that you stayed in the basement. Oh, real quick though, before we do this, this is a little unrelated to what we're playing right now.
Okay.
But dude, Jason Schreier just announced that Obsidian Entertainment is making a big pivot as of the Xbox restructuring.
Mm-hmm.
It laid off a quarter of its staff, canceled the Avowed sequel, and is now working on a new Fallout game.
What?
Yes.
Well,
As
bad news,
reported
good
by
news.
Jason Schreier. Yeah. Like, holy, talk about a silver goddamn lining. Oh my God.
Wow, dude.
I think, you know what I think happened? I think Microsoft was finally put its foot down. It's like, will you please make some money on Fallout? Like, you're sitting on this IP. Like, go make some money. We need money.
Obsidian is New Vegas, right?
Make something we can sell, please.
Yeah. Obsidian is
actually happened.
Is New Vegas, right?
Yeah, Obsidian is New Vegas.
Yeah,
so this realistically, I mean, honestly, let's be real. I mean, Elder Scrolls 6 is multiple years away.
Yeah.
There is a real possibility that Microsoft just told Obsidian to make Fallout 5.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Oof.
Like, we may not get New Vegas 2. We may just straight up get Fallout 5.
From Obsidian, that'd be cool.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All
right, let's
You were saying
converse.
It's probably not 5. Y'all, you guys got to keep in mind, Microsoft just X'd thousands of game dev jobs. They're ripping companies apart. They're going to do whatever they can to make money. If a Fallout 5 in their mind will make them money, they will probably do that over trying to keep Bethesda around for multiple years to make Elder Scrolls 6 and then another 5+ years for Fallout 5. Like, come on, man. Like, if anything, I think Microsoft. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just.
No, it's so weird
Anyway,
to
let's
think
go.
that Tess is saying all of this.
I know, right?
All right, I'm going to converse with you. Here we go.
You were gone a while.
New Vegas 2 would make more
Miss
sense
Julia
because of the show.
stopped me
That's true.
downstairs.
That's a good point. That's a good point. The show thing
She
would be.
knew you went into the basement, Marcus. Someone saw you coming up.
Okay.
We'll talk about it more on Sunday.
Okay? That's all you have to say.
Oh, now
do you
you're
want me to say?
exhaling at me, Marcus?
Just why? Because I stood there and covered for you, and I don't even know what I'm covering for.
I don't like Tessa.
There was a tunnel, okay? This one was connected to the church basement. I got locked in there and ended up coming back through the wrong side.
A tunnel? Between the church and this house. But why?
I don't know. I didn't build it. It's an old building. These places have...
How did you even get locked in there in the first place?
I don't know. The basement door just locked behind me on the way up. I didn't even hear it.
That's fucking weird. And what's also weird is you didn't think to tell me any of this.
I did though.
Okay.
You. Oh my God,
Didn't
Tessa.
want to freak you out for no reason, all right?
Wow.
You keep doing that.
What?
Stop making decisions for the two of us.
Are you serious right now? What did you want me to do, Tess? Come back up here and tell you about a secret tunnel so you could lose it? With no car? You've already been on the edge for no reason this whole time. Maybe stop reading into things and just let me handle it tonight.
Marcus, that wasn't the best thing to say, bro. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
She literally
You
just
handle it.
unloaded on you about
Hey,
wanting to
come
feel
on now.
validated, and you're like,
I'm
just let
going
me
to bed.
handle it tonight, okay? Stop acting like you know. And then a big sigh. Yeah, nice. Okay.
So are we going to push
You
these
know what?
beds together?
I'm going to not after that. No, I'm going to bed.
Hold
You-
on.
you
I want to
sleep
see
over
what
there.
happens when I do this, okay? Can you hear me under here?
You're under the bed.
I'm hiding under the bed.
Wow.
Go ahead and try and hide under the bed. There you go.
Hey. Hi. What's up?
The muffled voice
Watch-
is
watch
fucking
you under the bed,
great.
watch you under the bed.
It looks like you took a mushroom from Mario and just grew like borp 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 borp.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. Do this.
Okay. Oh, did you notice there's a microphone under the bed? So you like if we're hiding, the game will hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's first when you said that, I was like, man, they're really making sure we don't do anything, aren't they?
Yeah. Look.
There's a microphone under the bed. Jeez.
Hold on. Your head is like buried in the pillow. It's like clipping into the pillow.
Oh my God.
Whoops. Sorry.
Okay.
Here, hold on. Come and look at my head. Here, get up. And see if my head clips into the pillow.
No, it looks pretty normal to me.
Oh, does it? Okay, hold on. Maybe it's this
Looks
one.
like you're just chilling.
Let me try this one. Might be different.
A little bit. Yep,
Yeah,
a little
okay,
bit.
okay.
You are You have become part of the pillow. Okay, I'm sleeping.
Okay, let's go to sleep.
Night, sweetheart.
Okay.
Good night. I love you.
All right.
You too.
I love you, boo. Good night.
Do I remember where I got this cat head?
Say it back. Say it back.
You okay?
Good night. Love you.
She didn't say it back, dude. She didn't say it back in game. Oh, question mark AM. Oh, I can hear you. Oh, I can walk. I can't move my head though. Keep talking. I'll come to you. Oh. Oh shit. I think there was something in the bathwater. Oh, these are the voices they heard at night. Come as you are. As I want you to be. Tess? Tess?
Hello? You there? Marcus?
Open the door. Boo, I need to tell you something.
We need to go. Right now.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
I'm right behind you. Oh, shit!
Yep.
Oh, shit! Go, 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 go!
Ah, shit!
Christ almighty!
Shit!
I think we were supposed to go in the basement path. Oh my. Hold on 1 second.
We need to go. Right now.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
There we go. No, it just opens the door and it pushes me back. Like, behind the door, so I can't leave. So I gotta open it and reclose it again. All right, let's go. To the basement.
Oh, okay, you lead, you lead. I don't know where to go.
Shit. God damn it. I think I need to grab a flashlight.
Yeah, I have no idea what we did there.
Yeah.
Right now.
I'm looking for a flashlight.
Go, go, go.
Okay,
But I couldn't find one. I don't know where one is.
I guess we're doing this. Alright, so we gotta run into the basement.
Yep.
And then knock down that hallway. Can we do something in that room to the right?
Maybe. God damn it. Fucking bullshit, dude. Every time I open a door, it pushes me back. Why don't these doors open in?
We need to go.
I'm out
Right
of here,
now.
baby. Let's go.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
I thought there was. I looked between the beds. I thought there was a flashlight there, but there's not.
They came this way.
Poking around down here.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I have no idea where I'm going, Z.
I don't either. Just keep running.
Oh God, not that way.
Shit.
Yeah, they sure are.
Supposed to have
Anyway,
flashlights?
let's
Am I
not
just
wait
a
any
complete
longer.
idiot right now?
Let's bring out
Oh my God,
EJ.
really?
What's that?
We need to go. Right
Dude.
now.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
I mean, do we go back up to the church?
I think we have to go back down the path we went down, but I don't remember at all where it is.
Yeah, I don't either.
Is there a flashlight in here, maybe?
Honey.
I said,
See? This is exactly what I mean.
I just died
He
because
doesn't
I
know anything
We
about the
need to
world
Yep.
except-
Right now.
Yeah,
What?
sorry.
Get
It's
out.
on me.
Go, go, go.
They came this way. Down here.
Okay. Do you want to try leading this time? Because I didn't do so well last time.
Okay.
I'm following you. I went out and to the right. That's the wrong way. So any way you want to try is fine. Let's go. Maybe out to the left.
Fuck me. I didn't see the door. Fuck.
They definitely should have put another checkpoint after the coffin.
Yeah. I agree.
Yuck, you're right, man.
We need to go. Right now.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
Yeah, let me lead. Good God. Oh my God. I love that the TV's still on too.
The best part is, they're cheap.
We need to.
They came this way. Down here.
Follow close, okay?
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Here we go. Behind me, bud?
Yep, I'm right behind you.
Awesome. Oh, God. Bro. Oh, thank...
Yep. We hit the loading screen.
It's like you good?
Yep. I think we're good.
Oh, we're back. We're back near a car. Okay. Oh, shit.
Wow.
Okay, so this whole section is a stealth section.
Yep.
Did Cohh see the Obsidian news? Well, I do have an all caps tweet up saying a new Fallout from Obsidian. What? What? So, yes, I did. Wait, stay in the bushes.
Oh, heard the news?
What's the commotion?
She said they bolted into the woods.
Of course they did.
Can you hear me right now?
Watch it.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, dude.
Okay, well, I guess we should send messages. Maybe?
Yes. Yes. No talkie, just texty.
Okay, let's wait for the other guy to get here, and then we're gonna steal his car.
Sounds good.
Heard the news?
What's the commotion?
She said they bolted into the woods.
Of course they did.
Asked me to keep watch here in the middle of the damn night. All because those two boys of yours couldn't keep it straight.
Let them run. They won't get far.
Hope you are right. This could turn into a problem if we don't find them. Coming! Heard we already lost one earlier. Wandered in himself. One report might slide. Two?
It's Julia again.
I said I'm coming!
Ain't the first time. Likely won't be the last. I'll handle it.
We decided to hide in the trailer.
I think we have to see around the other side of the house.
Do we have to go around?
Maybe.
Like the
I
long
think
side?
He snuck out of the bush.
Well, at least we can skip the dialogue.
Yeah. Oh no,
Nope.
no, there's a wall here.
Invisible wall.
Yeah, we
Yep.
have to go the other way. Maybe we have to wait till he turns away or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said I'm coming!
First time, last one won't be the last. I'll handle it.
Ugh.
Oh my God. God damn it.
Yeah.
Wow. That was so frustrating. I have no idea what we're supposed to do here. I can't
Well,
even-
there's a sound cue. If you hear the sound cue, it's like the music goes and it like cuts out. I think after that you can move a little bit. But if you wait too long,
Yoshimitsu, best to you, buddy. Best to you.
First time, last one won't be the last. I'll handle it.
God.
Dude, that was it though. That was it.
That was
You
it.
saw me at the last freaking moment.
Yeah.
Do you have to click to go in, or did you just walk in?
I'd open the door.
Yeah, but did you, after you opened the door, did it automatically put you in, or did you just walk in?
Oh, I just walked in.
Okay, okay. I clicked, so I wonder if that caused it. Okay, let's try it again. I think we got it though.
Okay.
Also, I don't know if it matters, but crouching, you weren't. I don't think you were crouching.
I said I'm coming!
First time, last one won't be the last. I'll handle it.
Okay. No, he got me for some reason. I don't know what I.
So here's the thing. He walks to the side of the truck. You see the truck right in front of us?
Yeah.
He walks to the corner of that truck and then he walks down the side of it. Let's wait until he starts moving down the side of it, and then we'll run over to the other thing.
Well, not run, right?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Okay.
I said I'm coming.
Means the first time, likely won't be the last. I'll handle it.
Yeah, he turns around too fast.
Okay, yeah, I got no clue there, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe does he walk further down, or does he turn around right there?
Yeah, he turns around right at the truck. So like, as soon as that's
Okay, so we gotta wait till he goes to the other side. Okay.
no, as soon as that sound is made, I think that's when that's the cue to move for most of the other games.
Okay, let's try it. Let's wait by the tree.
I said I'm coming.
Means the first time, likely won't be the last. I'll handle it.
Hey. I know this isn't the right time.
But will you marry me?
But I love you. God, I love you so much. I should have said it 1,000,000 times. I really should have. I dragged you into this.
Not right now. I love you too. So much.
Fuck! Fuck! Get in here a second.
What's the problem?
She's asking for you. Get in here.
Huh?
He's leaving.
Can we take his car? Can't take his car. Can we take our car?
Ah. Trailer's too heavy.
Oh shit! I gotta unhook the trailer first. We gotta leave our shit behind. Yep. Okay.
I accidentally honked the horn a few times. I swear to God.
I heard that, dude.
Oh my God! Oh, I hate this game. This game does not respect your time at all.
Mm-mm.
I said I'm coming!
Ain't the first time. Likely won't be the last. I'll handle it.
Hey. I know this isn't the right time. But I love you. God, I love you so much. I should have said it 1,000,000 times. I really should have. I dragged you into this.
Not right now. I love you too. So much.
Fuck! Fuck! Get in here a second.
What's the problem?
She's asking for you. Get in here.
Huh?
He's leaving.
Eat my asshole!
Be quiet.
Go, 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 go! Let's go! We're gonna win!
Stop right there. Stop right there. You want some sloppy joes? He sounds like a ghoul from Fallout.
Oh my God, did we do it? We barely made it back to the main road before the car gave out again. We were scared that those people were going to follow us. We called the cops and we were rescued to the station. 2 officers went back to the area immediately. We didn't find anything incriminating, was all we heard back in the morning. At first it drove me insane, but Tess insisted it was not worth pressing on. No, as nobody called us crazy. The sheriff actually seemed to kind of believe us, which managed to creep her out even more. As far as I know, those monsters are still out there in the world. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't just money. As I wrote the story, I'm well aware of the stupid choices I made along the way. I'm just so thankful we are both here to tell it.
8.
Oh
man.
I take this road trip with you anytime.
That was a lot of fun, dude. Thanks for it. That was great.
Yeah, no problem.
That was awesome.
Oh, you're gone. All right, buddy. He just see you later. All right, sounds good. That's the big Irish goodbye.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, I'm heading out. Are you streaming more this afternoon?
Yes, I am. I'm going back to 007.
Awesome. Well, in that case, all of you guys go watch him. I'm
Okay.
getting out of here. See y'all later. I'm gonna put his link in chat. Go watch Zeke, and I will see you guys maybe tonight. All right. Bye, Zeke. Later, guys. Bye-bye.
See ya, buddy.
Thank you for your
Okay.
money, though. I do appreciate your money.
You two should play Outbook. Jigasmug.
We should play Outbreak. Oh my God, that would be awesome. All right, I'm just switching over the category here real quick. Let's see, 007 First Light, first play through. Okay, done and done, and people are coming in, so just finished 5 minutes ago. It was a good game. Hope you enjoyed. I do too. But I mean, as the Raiders come in, if they are coming in, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I have to pee so bad. I've been holding a pee for the like last half an hour. So give me like 1 minute and I will be back. I will be back to play this game. All right, I went pee as fast as I could. Okay, let's go. First light, back to it. Thank you very much for the raid there, Mr. Co. I appreciate it. We are in I don't know if you know this game at all or you saw Co play it, but we're in the kingdom of Lenny Kravitz's kingdom. You made me Max Payne, BRB? Okay. What is happening here? Running install script? Why is it doing that now? Okay. We're waiting for it to install for whatever reason. Okay. Oh, it's because my stream, my stream cut off. Because I thought it was a power outage, but it was just a breaker. I had a breaker blow last night. So I had to go reset it. Okay. Let me go add. Okay. There we go. All right, I added your new BRB there, buddy. Okay. Yo, gifted subs. Thank you very much, Vincent, for gifting out 5 subs to Dopey Sabs, Inside by Warmer, Villabite, Puddle Link, and Fobs. And then Pisser Friendly. Kiss Glue with 100 bits. Paler with bits. Vincent with gifted subs to No You Hang Up First and Milk That Cow. Yukinom 42. Yukinom with 42. Cut and Run with 40. Hilden House with the 5,500 bits. Polish Power with 5 months. Drasco with 6. Rygin with 83. Killsab with 77. Oh, no. I want to play this with the controller. I'm playing this with a controller. Yeah, no, 2 PCs, an AC, and a refrigerator, like a mini fridge, all on one breaker. I'm surprised it didn't blow earlier. I'm surprised that was the first time it blew. Yeah, no, I didn't even think about it. They weren't plugged in all at the same time. Like, I had my PCs plugged in, and then I brought my mini fridge over, and then I brought my AC in, so they were like piecemeal, and I didn't even think about the power usage. Xanderbane!
Getting close to 13 years.
Yeah, getting
Much
close to
love,
13
brother.
years, baby.
Zeke's gets Zeke love.
Or at least posed with one for a calendar. You want to come and try your luck?
No, the AC, no. Just a floor AC that we have in here. Okay, so we are in Lenny Kravitz's kingdom, which is like a containers, like shipping container, like village in, where are we? I don't remember where we are. Mauritania, Aleph in Syria. Okay, Aleph in Syria, there you go. Okay. And we have 50,000 of the 100,000 that we need to get into the auction. And the auction is for a MacGuffin. So this will give us 30,000. This is where we lost power last night. I was about to play this game. Or I was in the middle of playing this game.
My friend. Just you, that gun, and a big pile of cash. All you have to do is hit all the targets.
Okay, I will play.
We have ourselves a contender.
Okay.
But you can't do that again.
Against him.
Let's see you do that twice. Beginner's luck.
Englishman's on fire.
Couldn't hit a bando with a banjo, as my American friends like to say.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
The controller aim is not that much better, to be honest with you. It's so slow. Like the mouse is super slow.
Pretty good at that. Nobody here owes him money. Nice shot.
Lucky shot. Do that again.
Even the gun looks impressed.
Okay.
I won.
Weird, yeah. I know. That's why I haven't been using mouse.
Basim, pay him. Rules are rules. I was about to. Here. Take it.
Okay, so I have 74,000 now.
That really is one big, beautiful prize. Gentlemen. Not bad, James. Not bad at all.
250? Have you lost your mind?
Getting there with the auction fee. Almost.
Where was that? There was a jewel, like, a cuppy game.
No, not that. I'm talking about guns.
You'll only find the best electronic smoke.
I gotta find that cuppy game. There we go. The Jewel of Jabroni.
Hey, tourist. Come over here.
Hey, you. Want
There
to
we
make
go.
some
All right.
easy money?
All right. I'll bite. What's the catch?
No catch. Just guess correctly and win this. Jahari. What many people consider to be one of the
I've
most
done this
prized jewels
fucking
here
spiel
in Africa.
before. Come on.
Trust me, you walk
I've
away
never
with
played
this,
3-card Monty, no.
Your life changes forever, my friend.
Is that so?
It's the truth. And all you have to do is guess correctly.
Okay. I'll
You know
play.
what?
I'm feeling lucky.
The tourist is feeling lucky, everyone. All right, then. Here we go.
Okay.
Remember, eyes on the jewel.
Is this really just RNG?
Middle cut?
Ah, unlucky. Maybe next time.
No, it's either RNG or like, okay, there's three options. It could be actually under the cup that he spins it under.
Step right
It could be RNG or it could be like just a
Easy
scam.
win.
And
All
I'm
you
guessing
have
it's
to
just a
do is
scam.
watch the jewel and trust your eyes.
Let's give it another go.
All right. You know the rules. Guess the cup correctly and walk away with the jewel of Jahari.
Let's do this.
Oh, it just shows you. Okay. He tosses it to another cup.
Middle cut?
What? I don't understand. How did you do that?
No catch, eh? Jewel, Arden. Hand it over.
No! No way! You cheated! You set me up!
Give me the jewel.
Is there a problem here, Adan?
No problem, gentlemen. In fact, my new friend here was just about to let me collect my winnings. Isn't that right, Arden?
Is it the only way that you can do it is using the watch?
Feel my life changing already. Greenway?
It is? Okay.
Just pick something up. A jewel. Might be worth something.
I'm not going to ask how you came by it, but get rid of it, Bond. The pawn stall by the entrance to the market. Can't miss it.
Hey, you, got a smoke here. Deals going on, right?
You bring it and I will price it.
Back again, Peacock.
A peacock?
It's the shirt. So,
it's Paisley.
What can I do for you this time?
The red jewel.
Anything to you?
The jewel of Jahari certainly is. You beat Adan at his game. How did he take it?
He didn't.
Oh, I bet. Here, best I can do right now. My offer's final too.
I'll take it. Pleasure doing business.
Oh,
Thanks.
god damn it. If I wouldn't have lost that gun game twice, I would have had enough money.
Make fast money. Come.
Nope. No, I did the crypto wallet. Oh, I gotta go to Scorpius burner phone.
Normala and let's make
Okay.
a deal. If you want to buy, I've got
Need extra horsepower.
Yeah, there's a.
You've come to the right place. Come, take a look at the collection of
Is there more in the market? There's another one? Okay. Another what?
Oh, really? There is no way these are friends.
Because I think that's the main mission, right?
Rifles, semi-automatics, silenced.
You cannot win the rigged shell game in 007 without using Q vision. Okay. Okay.
Let me go ahead and guess. You want to sell me something, right?
Wrong. The arena is inside. Good money to be made from the fights.
There we go.
If you know who to back.
And you do?
Yeah. Sal. They call him the Hammer.
The Hammer. Okay.
Trust me on that one.
Thanks for the tip.
Okay.
One round couldn't hurt.
How was I supposed to know? He was going up against
Oh,
the
he's taking a
Hammer.
piss.
We are in big trouble here. Maybe Ali will understand.
A place now left with the money can be made. Okay.
Maybe we can talk to him.
Do I?
I know. We need a fighter.
There we
has
go.
to
Let
be
me
someone we can
eavesdrop.
put in there. Are you sure he can't fight?
He's a mess. He spent the night knocking back Demer's homemade brew. And we all know that stuff's only good for decreasing engines.
What do we do?
I need a drink. I think better on whiskey.
Yes, opportunity. Talk to the ringmaster. There we go. Yep, that's the one I want. Okay. Oh, Shroud is in the market somewhere. Well, I saw the still image of that, so I don't need to see it, but it's cool to know that they put fucking streamers in here. I know Jacksepticeye was in the bar and yeah.
What
Doing
do you
Shroud
want?
stuff.
Fight.
You look like you couldn't fight your way out of a wet paper bag.
Just point me in the direction of the bag.
Funny. Ha ha ha.
ha.
If you want to fight, you need to talk to the boss. If Yasin says I can put you in, then I will put you in. He's at the bar.
Top man. I'll go and have a word.
He didn't have to
Watch
kill
out.
my friend. Tariq wasn't a threat to him or anyone here in Aleppo. I told you, we are done.
Please, put me in. I need the money.
What do you want?
I hear you're shy a fighter. think I can help you out.
Just came to let you know that Twitch was letting me know you're
Pick any fighter here.
surging with viewership.
beaten,
Wowee!
you put me in the ring.
He was going to say that, and now we'll leave. Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you, Max.
It's
No,
your
Cohh and I
dinner.
were playing a co-op
Ah,
game, and
over
he
here. Now,
he
try this one
had
on
pity
for
sex
size.
with me with his
And no
viewers.
holding back, you hear me?
Let's go. Let me teach you. Is this how you fight, English? I'll pour sand on your corpse. I will feed your bones to my dogs.
There, barely got it, but I did it.
Thanks for the warm-up, Omar.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Omar, when you are done bleeding, take the rest of the day off. You.
Yeah.
Follow me. And let's see if you can do that in the ring.
Okay.
I'll be honest.
You bet, Max. My pleasure.
I thought Omar was going to split you into two.
So did he.
You took him apart. Where did you learn to fight like that?
Boy Scouts. You know how it is.
Malik, put the kid in.
Really? Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure. Trust me.
Taught that paper bag a lesson, didn't I?
All right, this is how it plays out in the pit. You knock your opponents down hard enough so they don't get back up. And walk out of here with your winnings. That's it. You ready to fight?
Always,
Now-
friend.
We're not friends. Get in the ring.
Is there a way to bet on the fights
That
rather
knows
than
me think
fight
we
in the
had
fights?
something.
Or is fighting in the fights a way to make money here? Do you have options for both? Oh, no, okay. Oh, knockout.
Put your hands together for the show!
Two of them? Motherfuck. Oh, come on, dude. When you finish fight, check the NPC to your left. He's a famous. Oh, it's a famous streamer. Okay, so Shroud is when I finish the fights. Okay.
You again. You're either brave
So
or
I do
stupid.
have to fight. Oh my
money is on
fucking
stupid.
god! So I gotta.
Let's do it.
I've got to fight through all of them, huh? Okay. Oh no, I don't. Okay. Damn it. There we go. There we go. Two dudes at the same time? What are you getting ready for Burning Man? Damn it. This guy's relentless. Oh, they killed him in the pit. He's slumped. Okay. Man, these loading times though, huh, guys?
You again. What's the matter? You miss the taste of blood in your mouth?
Come on.
Let's do it.
Damn it. Oh, come on! Fuck's sake, man. El Santa Lee, thank you for the 59 months.
Sick look, sick love, sick skiff, sick look.
Almost 5 years for that. For you there, El Santa Lee. Thank you. I got fucking donkey punched.
You again.
Can we skip this,
you must
please?
really enjoy taking a beating.
Can we skip this? And yeah, skip the tutorial. I fucking dodged that. Oh, I got him. Okay. Okay, he said, look to the left. Not in here, though. After I get out.
Come back tomorrow if you
Oh,
want.
there
to
he
make
is.
more.
I see him in the background there.
Could use a good pair of fists like yours around here.
Stranger things have
There
happened.
he is.
Greenway?
Wow, 60,000 for that?
Make your way to the
Jesus.
auction entrance so we can pay up and...
Bro, that was insane. You wrecked those guys. Like, total surgical violence back there. Like, I mean it. You really kicked some serious ass.
Glad someone was entertained.
Make your way to the auction entrance so we can pay up and
Thanks,
get
Shroud.
inside.
As far as cameos go, not bad. Not bad. I don't normally like him, but I didn't mind that one. That was okay.
He didn't have to kill my friend. Tarek wasn't a threat to him or anyone here in Allen.
What's it like there?
Well, you've been to Camden Market?
Of course.
Well, it's absolutely nothing like that.
You smart ass.
Fucking how the fuck do I get over there? Do I have to? Oh, that guy's dead. No, not this way. Obviously. And I can't walk any faster, which sucks.
Yeah, as I was saying, you told me this thing that jammed on the first shot. I'm heading over there to get my money back. Cool it, man.
Excuse me. Punch him! Punch him! Ah, oh, damn it.
You cost me a lot of money.
Hand over the cash. Can we speed this along? I'm late for a meeting.
I can take it. He's all yours.
My God, dude! Make it a different button! The grabbing the bottle should not be the same as button as grabbing the fucking enemy, because every time I want to grab a bottle, I end up grabbing an enemy. Like every time. I'm like, buy a bottle, it says right trigger to throw, and then I'm like, nah, I'm gonna grab him.
Make
Fucking
your way
ridiculous.
to the auction entrance so we can pay up and get inside.
You cost me a lot of money. Hand over the cash.
Can we speed this along? I'm late for a meeting.
What the hell is this done for? One more hit and he's down.
What's it like there?
You've been to Camden Market? Of course. It's absolutely nothing like that.
I'm just having a casual conversation. No, I was trying to do lasers and stuff and it didn't seem to work, but whatever. Okay, thanks, Scott. Yeah, I forgot to make the spreadsheet again. I'll do it at the end of the stream today. I'll take it. It'll take me like 10 minutes.
Make your way to the auction entrance so we can pay up and get inside.
No, I fucking forgot, Helitable. I have other shit on my mind. I'm sorry. I have IRL shit going on.
What is happening? Moron.
What's it like there?
You've been to Camden Market?
Of course.
Well, it's absolutely nothing like that.
You smart ass.
Let me try. Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
There. I just mashed my way through it.
Don't get up, boys. I'll see myself out.
Ben's giving a sub to unacceptable. I don't give a fuck what you think is unacceptable. You know what? The heat. It's the heat. The heat is making me irritable. I need to turn on the air conditioner. And thankfully I plugged it into the hallway, so it shouldn't be on the same breaker.
Kill Queen. Some of my incredible deals today. Hey, tourists! I've got pistol, rifle,
Let's get in.
Well, if stream goes down, I know what to do.
You took your time.
Got a little tied up mingling with the locals.
Pay the man.
No, the deal wasn't dead
We
for
are?
Tui. It was just kind of...
Cash and crypto.
Bavma thanks you for your contribution.
The deal still might go through.
Go on through.
Fix it. Or I'll start pulling pieces off.
I'm a DJ, not a magician. Stop.
So they took all of my money. Not just the 100,000. They took the 57,000 extra that I had too, huh? Okay, cool.
I'm trying. Just give me a sec. I need more time.
If it plays, you live. If it's...
Follow me, please.
I'm good. I'm glad you like my shaved head. Thank you, Alexandra.
Quite the operation your boss has here.
Whatever your needs, my friend, we have it. If you want, we can help you overthrow a small country. At the right price, of course.
Tempting.
Do they ever explain why Lenny Kravitz doesn't have an accent?
Oh, would you look at that? My kind of trouble.
She certainly is. Jaguar Type 00.
Nah.
Part of my special collection. A new model in a room full of relics. Ring any bells, Greenway?
Keep talking like that. You might wind up buried out here.
Worth it.
Through here.
God damn. That is a fucking ugly car.
You'd think a place like this would have been shut down by now.
Control the chaos, control the flow, Bond. Keep Bulmer in play, you always have eyes on the game.
Oh, look at that, a drone. Heldon giving a sub to Spreadsheet Simp. Thank you.
Bond, over here.
If I could overthrow a country, which would it be? My own! I think that's an obvious, I mean, it seems obvious. I would overthrow my own country.
Plant yourself here.
I don't want to sit. I'm gonna walk around a little first. Okay. Okay, so they're auctioning off a drone. Yeah, just seeing who the players are. All right, we got InSync over here. They're going for it.
I beg your pardon.
We got like a finance guy of some sort. We got the Triad, Yakuza, something. All right. I watch out for InSync though. They look dangerous.
Take a look at those markings.
Serbian. You weren't kidding when you said Bavma's connections ran deep.
That's why MI6 continue.
They're here at the market. They're here at the auction to buy, buy, buy.
Just to let him operate. Here we go.
Welcome,
There's
ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat and get comfortable so we can begin the auction. While some of you have been here before, I see some fresh faces amongst our buyers. So, humor me while I go over our simple yet strict rules. 1. All bids must pass through the polygraph. 2. Should you fail the polygraph, you will be removed from the auction and forbidden to enter Aleph again.
Well, at least we know what the polygraph is for.
I gotta talk slower so you can write it down in your journal, huh? Oh, shit, I didn't put it on the list. Hold on. Let me check my journal. Sorry.
Lastly, bids are bound by blood. There are no retractions. Now, a quick technical trial. Place your hand on the polygraph machine in front of you. A truth, if you please, Miss Bakhan.
मुझे उस आदमी से घृणा है। बस उसे कह दो मुझे ड्रोन चाहिए।
Your turn, Mr. Konyevich.
I am Nikola Konyevich.
Good. Mr. Leung, if you please.
Zhang Leung. I represent the Three Storms clan.
And now to one of our newer faces. Go ahead, please, Mr.
Easy now.
Call me James. Gentleman next to me is my new boss. He really doesn't like me.
Dial it down.
Excellent. Now that we've gotten the formalities out of the way, we begin with an opening bid from our new guests. Gentlemen, the bid is yours.
$1 million US.
A cash bid. I'm afraid this isn't that kind of auction, my friend.
Oh.
You have forfeited your opening position, and the bid is now free.
Oh, shit.
Safe passage to, from, and through all of our harbors. No inspections, no questions.
Okay, favors.
Complete and utter diplomatic cover. Plus, private jet with armed escort for Bavma.
For the rest of his life.
Now that is a real bid.
I like this kind of bidding.
Anyone care to counter Miss Bakhan's offer?
Safe passage is useful, but only temporary. I offer permanence. My organization will help fund and implement the next stage of infrastructure in Aleph.
Yeah, boons are traded in Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah, yeah.
Anyone care to raise the stakes? 2 offers on the table.
You're going to have to tilt the table.
Anyone care to beat them?
Sabotage the next offer.
You read my mind.
I offer the next election in Mauritania. The ruling seat will be delivered and gift-wrapped. I also offer 4 European Union ambassadors, all of which have been compromised, of course.
Well, that hasn't happened in quite some time.
What is this? Something's wrong with this thing.
And Mr. Leung, I'm very surprised. You may leave now.
Time to go, Mr. Leung.
Watch the suit.
Mr. Leung, you are making a scene. We are done.
You have no idea what you're doing. We will not accept this. There will be consequences.
Can't do that again.
Apologies for Mr. Leung's transgression. Sometimes emotions do tend to run high when the stakes are raised. Would anyone else care to make a bid? Going once.
How's your chance?
Going twice. Anyone?
Bond.
Scorpius and all affiliated organizations expunged from Aleph.
Now that is what I call a wonderful offer. The floor remains open, though the bar has certainly been raised. Surely someone has something to offer.
आज से
From
मेरे
this day
सैनिकों का
forward,
हर हथियार,
every weapon used
rifle,
by my soldiers,
drone,
be it a
artillery,
rifle, drone,
सिर्फ बावमा
or
के हाथों से
artillery,
आएगा.
will come only from
Exclusive
the
contract,
hands of Bavma.
unlimited
An
volume.
exclusive contract with unlimited volume.
I like it. Going once? Going twice?
We're out of time.
3 decades of MI6 intel.
What? Always do the unexpected, right?
Interesting. How do you
Damn!
propose delivering this intelligence?
By giving you him.
It would appear the honeymoon is over. One TX-1000 Marauder drone sold to the boldest and newest buyer in the room.
Bond, I swear to...
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your stay here.
You can have my boss. I love it. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Please, join me
That's a
over here
Bond move
if you
for
wish.
sure.
Congratulations on your purchase, gentlemen. One of my men will be with you shortly to settle the bill.
The Englishman. Where is he?
You'll need to be a little more specific than that.
The ex-spy Bavma's hiding. Where is he?
Look around. You have no power here.
That man murdered 3 of our agents in cold blood. Bavma broke the rules. He's finished. Your king's reign is over.
Nice try.
Pay attention, Picard. You only have one choice to make here. You can stay with Bavma, but you'll go down with him and you'll watch as we turn this whole place to dust. Or...
you become king.
Take the throne.
That's right.
And our superiors will continue to turn a blind eye to all that goes on here. Or don't you want to be king?
Oh, drive the nail in, baby. I just cannot wait to be king.
Throw in box seats at the menu and we have a deal.
What?
Stretford End? Best we can do.
We both know that's not true.
Fine. Done.
Well, it appears you have some sway after all.
Coming Vincent giving a sub to Mufasa.
See that crane?
What about it?
Underneath you'll find a boat. A gift from Bavma when he first arrived. A small slice of English civility here in the middle of the desert. That's where you'll find your friend.
How do we get to it?
By boat. Follow me this way, gentlemen.
Love to.
A fox always has more than one exit. Bond, you head out on foot so he can't slip out the back. And you, take me to that boat.
Okay.
And the offer? How do I know you'll keep your word?
If there are no nasty surprises, Aleph will be yours by the weekend. Move out.
Okay. Do I... Ah, there we go.
Bond,
I'm here.
talk to me. Where are we?
Ali gave us 009's location. Headed there on foot through what looks like a makeshift port.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Let me, there. What is my favorite Disney movie when I was young? Robin Hood. What is going on here? What is this blind shit?
And Greenway?
Taking the scenic route.
All right, I'll update M. Good luck. Bond, I just pulled satellite imagery of the area. There's a lot of heavy activity on and off the water, so watch your step in there.
Copy that. Thanks.
I'm on the water, heading to the boat.
Understood. I had a handle on it back there until you cut it.
Oh, are you trying to prove yourself to me?
Not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Could have flipped Ali on my own.
We're in a hurry. I needed to speed things up.
Look at these boys. A right jolly pirate club.
How's it looking?
Storm's closing in fast on our position. Looking at this, I would say we've got about 6 or 7 hours before that swell hits us head on. And we need to get everything off the water and processed before that.
And tonight?
Did you not hear me? Tonight is not happening. That storm is going to hit hard. It's too risky. Remember the last one? We lost half the crew and all the hostages on that raid. I'm not doing that again.
Fair enough. But I
No.
need to make some
Just
extra
drop
sure.
off the fucking ladder.
Hopefully that thing passes through here quickly so we can get back out on the water.
Looks like a win. We should be good to go the day after tomorrow.
On the move.
What?
What's this?
Let's see now.
Somebody get an order to the port. These boats should have been gone hours ago.
What the? Best check that. What are you looking for?
Oh, someone saw him? Saw me? Ah, there we go. Situation contained.
In the container. Boxes stacked like a fortress. Bet Bavma was pleased. Very. Man, I saw RPGs, drum mags, belt feds. Stuff you just don't see much of these days. Hey, you want to tag along with me?
Let's have a look there.
Mystery.
Guess it's all good again.
Okay, that worked. Hello.
Looks like a wounded man. Lying there. You go take him there.
Liar. I would never steal from Bavma.
I don't believe you, Aziz. I doubt Bavma would have too. Don't ever point a gun at me unless you intend to use it.
Greenway, how can we be sure Ali hasn't gone straight to Bavma? And he's walking us right into an ambush.
Ali wants Aleph. He's been waiting for a chance like this.
Let's hope you're right.
Thought Aziz was going to spill his guts and give us up.
I didn't.
Oh, out they go. That's a great one.
Let's see.
What was all that about? Yusuf shot Aziz. Why? He stole from Bavma. So does that mean we can get
in there now? Check the fridges, will you? Make sure the cargo's okay in the seat.
Greenway, Ali, are we really gonna give him control of the left?
The agency needs assets like Ali. Let's say a terrorist group is planning an attack on British soil. Then let's say said group travels here to tool up for it. With Ali sitting on the throne, we get a heads up. It's not all black and white in this world, boys. There's a lot of grey.
Fine now, then. This is bullshit. Idiot gets caught, and now we have to clean up his mess. I'm glad you're dead, Aziz. Because if you weren't, I would shoot you myself. If you choked on your own blood.
Oh shit, I don't have enough.
Stealing from Bavma. What were you thinking? Everybody in Aleph knows that if you're going to steal from Bavma, you'd better do it with a passport, plane ticket, and a new face.
Okay.
Nothing out of place here. I've got to figure this out.
Ah, fuck me. I don't know where to go. I know I have to go up there, obviously.
Huh? Hey!
Oh!
What the? Get out of my way! I'll crush her! What? You will pay! Let me at the CohhCarnage! Lie down and die, dog!
Okay. That didn't work out very well. Send in the Batman. Yeah.
What was all that about?
You said shot Aziz.
Why?
Stole from Bavma.
So does that mean we can get in there now?
Looks that way.
Check the fridges, will you? Make sure the cargo's okay in the seat.
Hold on. Let's have a look at that.
We were just getting started now.
No idea what happened there. Wait. What's up?
Okay.
Not worry about it. Just a bit of trouble. See that bastard? What could that be? No idea what that is. Do you think he's still here? Everything okay? Everything's under. I think he's gone. What? I'm gonna tell you what I told the others. If you steal from Bavma, you will be put down. He treats you well. He gives you money, clothes, food, weapons, and he puts a roof over your head when the rest of the world.
This is all useless. Whoever locked this thing, check what was inside. I'm wasting my time here. All of this. Phil, if Yusuf wants all of this money time,
Move it!
Okay.
Is that somebody just there?
way. You saw what happened to Aziz?
He got caught. We won't. It's just like tricks. Can move them fast.
I don't want any part of it. I mean, I've seen other people when I'm not around.
How do I know I can trust you?
Because you're going to be. We just load his boat up for him when he wants something and he takes it. Maybe we should. Are you crazy?
Maybe? Checkpoint, perhaps, at least?
Bond, I'm approaching the boat. What is your position?
I see you. Making my way there now.
I'm making my way downtown. Walking fast. Something homebound. Climb! Oh my god, climb! Fuck's sake.
Dare I ask how it's going with Greenway?
I don't think he likes me.
You'll grow on him. He's been through a lot. Nobody could have predicted what would happen back in Slovakia.
Greenway did. He told us 009 couldn't be trusted and we didn't listen.
Then you work with Greenway to bring 009 in.
Roger that.
I'm on board.
Almost there.
Easy does it. We don't know what could be waiting for us. Watch your step. He has the place booby-trapped.
Of course he has.
Oh, shit. Grenades. He-Mance with 121. Thank you very much, He-Mance.
Another booby trap here.
Well, I don't want to blow it up. Ah, go through here. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Go, go. Go through. Through. Thank you. 100% of the streamers, 100% of the people in the stream are bald. Big if true. Thank you? Good Lord. But does Carpet Master drapes? You bet it does.
Cabin straight ahead. Laser trip mines too.
I'm more worried about the ones we can't see. Break a beam and trigger those mines, Beckett will be scraping you off the deck.
Any idea how to disarm?
Negative. But lasers react to particles in the air. That should help you circumvent them and not get blown up.
Noted. Meet you at the cabin door.
Can I please disarm this thing? No? What? What the shit? Dude. Fucking balls. All right.
Chessboard here. He was in the middle of a game.
Come. Jesus, that fucking scared the shit out of me.
Straight ahead. Laser trip mines too.
I'm more worried about the ones we can't see. Break a beam and trigger those mines, Beckett will be scraping you off the deck.
Any idea how to disarm?
Negative.
There's the other one.
But lasers react to particles in the air. That should help you circumvent them and not get blown up.
Noted. Meet you at the cabin door.
Okay. Alright, you don't have to re-get stuff. That's good.
Chessboard here. He was in the middle of a game.
I don't know if I'm supposed to disarm all of these or not, but... I knew there was going to be one there, but I don't know, like... I didn't see a thing to do it.
Straight ahead. Laser trip mines too.
I'm more worried about the ones we can't see. Break a beam and trigger those mines, Beckett will be scraping you off the deck.
Any idea how to disarm?
Negative. But lasers react to particles in the air. That should help you circumvent them and not get blown up.
Noted. Meet you
I
at
don't
the
have
cabin door.
smoke. I mean, there's this. I don't know what to do with that. Yeah, if I had my vape, I'd be in business. Yep, I see it right there. That thing right there. If I could turn on the sprinkler from here. Oh, there we go. And I can't jump over, as far as I know. I mean, that doesn't do me any good. It just shows me where they are, but if I can't jump over them, I don't know what the fuck to do. Oh, I probably have to go up the other stairs. Oh, and they won't let me run either. Which is fucking stupid. Saw it too late. Yep, I have to go down those stairs, undo that booby trap, and then come back up. Okay, fine. Fine. Fine.
Straight ahead. Laser trip mines too.
I'm more worried about the ones we can't see. Break a beam and trigger those mines, Beckett will be scraping you off the deck.
Any idea how to disarm?
Negative. But lasers react to particles in the air. That should help you circumvent them and not get blown up.
Noted. Meet you at the cabin door.
Oh, I can't. I don't know how to, I gotta jump over. Nope. No, it's seriously like, it seems silly that I can't just step over them. It seems like an easy prospect to just, you know, step over it. Or go prone. Also, why can't I just like... fuck me. Okay, there's a laser right there. One here. One there. I can't disarm the lasers. All right, hold on. I got to get this one for He-Man's before it goes away. Let me get your soundbite in there. What are we getting rid of? Oh, Riker, no!
I said shut up.
Shut up.
As in close your mouth and stop talking.
Okay, Riker's gone. In this place, we're gonna put this. That's a good one.
Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke.
Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke. I like it. All right. Dick stuck. All right, dick stuck. Now A4. A4 on the big board. All right, let's save that profile. There we go. Okay, A4 is now my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke. All right. Well, okay. Okay.
Bond?
Still here.
Take it nice and slow.
See, that's what I was trying to do the whole time. Why can't I do it here and not other places?
Welcome to the jungle.
Indeed.
Oh, there we go.
It's just like his allotment back in Richmond.
No! Oh, I almost went.
Think he's in there?
Let's find out. Get the door.
All right. Hello? Bad guys?
If it comes to it, do not hesitate to put him down. On you.
Okay. Let's switch guns. Oh, I had a shotgun. Is it gone now? Okay. I guess it's gone. Whatever. I don't miss it. Oh, because I have a gun in the scene. That's probably why.
All clear. Gone. An hour ago, maybe less.
Dragon Sauce for 6 months. Thank you very much, Dragon
Slowly
Sauce.
while they worked him over.
Why not just shoot him and be done? Why the mess?
Well, clearly they were trying to make a point.
There's something in his mouth.
It's my dick! Alright.
Diamonds.
Fakes. Oh, you must have really rubbed someone up the wrong way. Take a look around. See if we can figure out what transpired between 009 and his uninvited house guests.
They really worked him over.
Beaten and battered corpse of rogue MI6 agent Reese Beckett, aka 009. Okay. So no big boss fight with 009,
What did you get yourself
huh?
into, Beckett?
Try and peel his face off real quick, just to see if it's a mask. Oh, different franchise.
How did you know the diamonds were fake?
Sorry.
The circular dot reflected inside the stone. It's a dead giveaway. Knowing how to spot fakes can get you out of a tight spot. You'll master it with time and experience.
That is an inconvenient bed placement. Vin's giving a sub to Smolpeen. I know you're not talking about me, because I have a very average peen.
State-of-the-art triggering mechanism. Could have gotten the materials here.
Blueprints of the Grand Carpathian. He knew where to
009
place
uses
the bombs.
And
strategically placed
inflict
explosives.
maximum damage.
Yesterday's UK newspapers.
He was keeping up with things.
With newspapers?
In here. Take a look
Really?
at this.
Same bomb materials I saw in Slovakia.
More evidence to support his lunatic agenda.
What were you looking at?
Linmark.
Looks hooked.
You got him. Nice work. Shinagi shipping. Oh, these are all derelict anyways. All right, is there something besides the fisherman that I'm supposed to see? Yes? Okay. Not yet, okay.
Someone certainly had it in for the agency.
Damn. Obsess much? I know with the names 00 recruits, Monroe, Bright, Bronze, National, Kingsley, and Bond. Okay. All of us.
Something under the frame here.
Oh.
Greenway, this picture. You're in it. There's a note. It says, remember this.
That was Operation Spyglass.
Operation Spyglass. The telescope in the other room. That can't be a coincidence.
Ah.
You 009.
I thought I did.
What about the symbol? Recognize it?
No.
Wait, what? Oh, you weren't done talking.
He wants us to see something.
Sorry.
The telescope. I need to go and take a look.
No, I'd love to live on a houseboat if I could get decent internet out on it.
HQ. Should we be worried about this?
Maybe. Keep looking. Taken on the day she was promoted to head of MI6.
I think it's safe to say he had a bit of a thing for you.
Clearly.
Eyes gouged out and crudely scrawled over.
It looks as though things were moved around. Maybe he was in the middle of redecorating.
Or maybe it was his killer. Or killers.
Maybe.
Telescope.
The other recruits.
International waters,
Monroe,
good
Bright,
thinking.
Nash, Singh, Kingsley. Looks like he was following the rebooted 00 program.
Of course he was.
He had eyes on the apartment.
He had eyes everywhere from the look of it. The telescope.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Give me a fucking second. I'm not done yet.
Now, what do you call this?
I call it a picture of you.
Okay, now I'll take a look at the telescope, you fucking impatient prick.
And that symbol on the back of the picture has to be out there. Bingo.
There it is.
The marking on the back of this picture of you and him matches the logo on that ship out there. That's where he wants us to go.
He's dead, Bond. His own men killed him because he got greedy. Case closed, job done. I'm really not interested in going sightseeing in the arsehole of nowhere.
Only you would have made the connection.
That sounds fun, actually.
Dead as he is, he's telling us something. We'll never know if we don't take a look.
So I heard you're going on vacation. Where are you going? Oh, we got to book the cruise to the asshole of nowhere.
To finish off what he started in Slovakia.
Only one way to find out.
Hi.
Housekeeping, I presume.
Nice.
Well, this is a first.
Oh, shit.
I am sometimes asked, Bafma, how is it that you hear every whisper in every corner of Aleph? And I answer, I built Aleph with my will, my blood, my whole self. This city is an extension of my being, my body. Today, it became infected. And as we all know, if an infection is left untreated, the body can become rotten, sicken, and die. That infection? Greed.
Oh, shit. They
In
found
Bakar
out.
Ali, once so loyal, greed grew unchecked, becoming a cancer. A cancer that threatened to weaken Aleph, endangering all of us, everything we have built. However, cancer, if caught early, can be cured.
So make sure to donate to the American Cancer Association. Thank you to all the donors and all the people behind the scenes. I just want to say you guys are doing a great job.
Or in our case, cut out and served on a platter. Easy, girls. Plenty of meat for everyone.
Now, this has always bothered me because I've heard stories about the mafia trying to feed, or mafia, organized crime, whatever, trying to feed people to alligators, and alligators won't eat human flesh because it doesn't taste good or something, so they have to tie, like, pork chops to them to get them to eat them. So I think, yeah, pigs are the way to go. Pigs will eat anything. Now, that's true.
The girls. Of course.
Our old friend was just the appetizer.
If you starve an animal long enough to eat anything, that's true. That's true. He doesn't strike me as the type to starve animals,
come
though.
here and poison Aleph's well of trust? I think not. Now, you die. Lower them.
Cordell, Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
I'm afraid this is all a big misunderstanding. Beckett was dead when we found him on the boat.
Lies.
He got greedy. They always do. It was his own men who cut him down.
I find that very hard to believe.
Greenway, back me up here. Great. Just great.
Lower them.
Of course he's out cold. Oh, for Christ's sake, Greenway, wake up!
Wait. This conversation bores me. Drop them. And let us watch the sands run red.
Oh, come on!
Come on!
Wake up, Greenway!
What the hell have you gotten us into?
Little help, please.
Thinking.
Think faster.
Harmony.
You know what happens when he says the magic word. Scream real loud. Ah! Ah! That's right, Conky. Oh, sorry.
Know that if this is an attempt at deceiving me, I will erase your entire bloodline. Now, one more time.
Harmony. We know where she is.
Oh, his daughter.
We have a location.
Get them out of there.
They mentioned this earlier that he spent as a child, he spent 6 years looking, or whatever years looking for his daughter. Sister, excuse me, sister, my bad, sister.
My men brought your Land Rover around for you.
Thanks.
I'll be honest, this turn of events is most unexpected. I assumed you'd be Chow by now, so I gifted that Land Rover of yours to my bodyguard, Nini. Today is a special day. It's her birthday.
Well, let me guess. Nini isn't too happy with us.
She is, most displeased. Oh, and before you leave, I would suggest checking in and around your seats for any surprises.
What kind?
The scorpion kind. She has a thing for them.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned for Land Rover.
Indeed. I must be going.
You want my current favorite? All
Luck
right,
out
here you
there.
go.
Oh, I hope you two find.
Shit, the bear on my head.
Oh!
Get in. You're driving.
I love it. No, that's when he said harmony, it was like harmony grits with butter, syrup.
Mind it.
Hold on. Let me just see how. Nope. Okay. Turn me back. All right. Wait, I thought I was driving. Oh shit, we're not in England anymore. Right. Okay, hold on. There is something over here though. What's this? Hey, a crocodile too. Look at that. Bone thugs in harmony? Drive assist. There's a drive assist. Damn it.
Interesting turn of events.
Yeah, they won't let me run over people.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Harmony, the lost sister, right?
Right. Our get out of jail card. There's your ship. If there's something you want to get off your chest, now's the time.
Why didn't we go directly to Badmer with the information we had on the sister? Why wait until the very last second to play your hand back there?
We do not give up valuable information if we can get what we want for free. It's all there, in the handbook, front and center.
He's got a point.
What happened between you and 009?
Operation Nightfall. When Thea was first instated, it discovered a mole ring at the top of British intelligence. 3 highly decorated 00 agents, including 009. I was tasked with tracking them down and neutralizing them.
Hell of a burden.
That's the job, Bond. You're given orders, and you're expected to follow them.
So you two were friends? Before Operation Nightfall, before all of this. That's what it looked like in the picture of the two of you.
We went through the program together.
And they expected you to hunt him down.
Orders are orders, Bond. Besides, we stopped being friends the moment the man betrayed the Crown.
Are you done talking so I can continue? I don't want to interrupt your dialogue here.
What happened to the other two agents?
Terminated. Didn't make a difference either. Because when 009 got away, they just buried the case. Shuttered the 00 branch and had me jockey at desk for the last 10 years. As a reminder of my failure.
But then M came along and revived the 00 program, right?
Her and the PM. Much to the chagrin of Bright. And now, here we are.
That was a
in the middle of
challenge?
the desert, chasing clues on the side of a shipwreck from a dead traitor. While we wait for the other shoe to drop.
I gotta say, I do like the driving in this
Both
game
blonde
because
twins.
most of the cars are
You
really
ever come across them
responsive.
before?
No.
And they don't overturn.
Nico and Terro Murdo. Supo, the Finnish security service, calls them the Great Whites.
The hair?
That, and because they're silent killers. Frankly, I'm amazed you survived the fight.
Next time I'll finish it.
Finish it! Haha, finish the Finnish ones? He's gonna finish the Finnish twins. Oh my god, he's so Bond. Oh my god, he's got a million of them.
See if you can find a way to get us across.
That was my plan. One down, one to go.
That should do it.
Oh. I could have saved myself some electricity if I would have just, you know, done it this way. I wonder if there's something up here. Nope. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Let's push on.
You think once I got into the vehicle, I could just sap a little bit of energy from the car's battery and fill up my watch? Oh, no USB-C. Yeah.
There's an entrance over there.
Right with you.
Listen, if Beckett rigged his boat, he'll have done the same thing here.
Okay.
You clever sod.
What is that?
Cold War shorthand for marking safe rooms in the field.
What's it doing here?
He wants us to see something.
Oh, just push. Cleverly hidden secret
Any
door.
idea what he wants us to see?
Maybe nothing. This could still be a trap.
He wouldn't have gone to all this trouble.
He went to the trouble of blowing up the Carpathian.
Oh, I love what he's done with the place. very rustic.
Take a look around for more markings. And watch your step.
Another marking. Another booby trap here.
Oh.
Bond, are you there?
I'm here.
Where the hell have you been?
Oh, you know, just hanging around. About to be fed to a pit of crocodiles by Fathom after we found Beckett beaten and tortured in his boathouse.
He's dead.
Yeah, very much so.
Oh, invisible wall. All right. Careful. Shit. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Man, that grip strength, though. Jeez.
Let's see what these do.
Whee! That was fun.
What are you doing up there?
Same as you, looking for those markings.
Not going that way.
No, I'm not. We're gonna do it at the same time. Wow. Or not.
I'll get that open on my own. Need your help with this.
Can't do much from here.
Kick it.
Think there's something on the other side of that hatch.
Yeah, probably another one of his traps.
Well, if it is, at least we get to go out together with a bang.
Well, shit. Let me climb that. There you go. There you go, buddy. There. And up to Daisy. How come when I push my belly button, I have to pee? When I push someone else's belly button, I have to poop? Oh, come on. I don't think that was a shitbox worthy offense, but I don't make the rules. I just follow them.
Thanks.
Look, I really don't believe this is a ploy to lead us into a trap.
You don't?
But look at all the trouble he's gone to. The picture on the boat, the Transworld logo, the glyphs only the Q lens can see. I think Beckett died to protect whatever's in there, knowing that you would find it.
Still doesn't change the fact that he blew up a hotel, killing our people, your friends. Turned his back on king and country.
Help me with this. Talk about being paranoid.
Didn't do him any good. Take a look through those crates.
Man puts doomsday preppers to shame. Certainly no shortage of party favors. ARs, machine pistols, shoulder-mounted heat-seeker.
Damn!
Nice. He wasn't leaving anything to chance.
Got beans, peas, and carrots. Oh, something back here.
State-of-the-art tactical body armor.
Yeah, are you really paranoid when people are actually trying to kill you?
Reloading press.
Mm-hmm.
He was making his own ammunition. You don't stockpile like this unless you know something's coming.
Trauma kits, trying to get chest seals, wound dressings. No.
Suppose they'd even the odds when the lights go down.
Ah, night vision goggles. Nice.
Don't. This right here is a good old-fashioned self-destruct case from Q Branch. You listen to me very carefully. This might save your life one day. Disarm the triggering mechanism, take a hold of these catches on either side. Now turn them until they're horizontal at the same time. And open it. Hey, presto. We're not dead.
Yay! Here's your evidence, Greenway. Oh man, it's just full of glitter. Shit.
009. Looks like he wasn't the culprit. He was the target.
What was that?
It's the other shoe. We were followed.
God damn it, every time.
Bond, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
We got company coming. A lot of it.
I'll go and have a word then.
Throw me down something. There's an armory up there. Throw me down a bunch of guns. Or a grenade. Or something.
Yeah, they're here for the case. And we led them straight to it. Keep them busy. I'll go get the Land Rover. No, he's reloading. He's got his last legs. Get down. Get him out of position. Watch it, damn thing. Target below. Go, go.
Well, that's not good.
We want him now. I've got eyes on him. There. I can't see anything. He's reloading. It's close. Got him. Hit him out of that position. I've lost visual. He's good. Stay still. He's not moving. Moving out.
No, behind it. Thank you. Get out of there, you puss!
Do or die. I can do it.
Come on, poke your head up, you dip. Do it, do it. Seriously?
He's right there, below.
There we go. Nope. Wait. There we go. That one has bullets.
reloading! He's reloading! Attack! It's in my sight! Oh! Force him out into the open! Flash bomb going out!
No, damn it. Damn it, nothing has any bullets. Oh,
in the corridor!
Oh my God!
Cover my position! Christ! Man down! Told me it was a pro.
I was lucky. I keep pressing right stick to run, man.
Okay, bad news. They took out the
more?
Land Rover.
This is where you tell me you have a backup plan.
I have a backup plan.
Go on. Greenway, what's the plan?
Yeah, same kid from Slovakia. He's the reason 009 slipped through our fingers at the airfield. He's got some memos, that boy, I'll tell you that. I have to respect that. Anyway, this time we'll get what we came for. Wait!
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Stay him! He's up there! Weapon! He's reloading! Move fast! Coming around! Everybody got a visual! Over there! Up there!
Damn it, that was stupid. That was a bad shot. Ah, fucker.
Spotting up one over there! Keep him busy! Surround him!
There's an army of them. Keep pushing forward while I work on our backup plan.
Yep.
A work in progress.
Ow, 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 ow.
I'm hit!
Really?
Lost the visual! Push forward! There he is! Right here! Get him out of there!
A fucking what? Come on, dude. There we go.
Unless we make him! No! Proper injured!
Oh my God.
We need to flush him out!
There you go. Wow, over the back. There we go. Got him.
Staying in position, keep your eyes peeled.
That must be it.
Up above! Sounds like our man. He's reloading! No! Above! He's dug in good. Target is quiet. We lost him! Pressure on him! Hey! He's out there! Flash! Push! Anyone have eyes on him? Get down! He's reloaded! Move in!
I got one more.
Frag grenade out!
There we go. Okay.
Got you! Watch out! I've got him zeroed in. He's fast! Take cover! I got him! Over here! I've been hit! Grenade away!
Wow, got him on the run.
It's in my sights! I'm injured!
Yep. Pretty injured. There you go.
Your son's got a line! No mercy, lads! He's out of sight! I've lost him!
Where's the last guy? Come on. There you are.
It's just me! It's...
Thank you for telling me. I love it when they tell you. They're like, hey, it's just me. I'm the last one. That is not information he can use, though. Don't worry. I'm gonna hide right here behind these boxes. No, not those ones, the metal ones. I'm not behind the wooden ones. I'm behind the red metal ones. Yeah, the one with the stripe. I'm gonna get naked and take a shower.
Grenade out! There he is! I'm hit by it!
Oh, fuck, I'm out of all of the ammo, all of it? Really?
Engage him! Don't let up!
There you go. No, get down behind there! What are you doing? Yes, get cover, for fuck's sake!
There he is! Up there! Threat is up there! He's gone! He's gone. Start a search. He's shooting at us! Right there!
There we go.
Where the hell did he go? Hit him down! Now! Move it! Take him! He's reloading! Find cover! Watch for explosives! Keep pushing!
Oh, god damn it.
Position! Got you. He's on his way out.
There we go.
I can't see a thing. Where is he? It's a code. Careful.
Okay.
No way out. Intruder spotted. Up there. Man down.
Okay. Did we do it? Are we good? I hope. Brave Wolf, thank you for the gift, or for the Prime resub. 8 months. Thank you for checking your Prime and using it on me. Oh, now I get all the fucking ammo in the world for my favorite gun, huh? Thanks. After the fucking fact. Oh, maybe not.
There he is.
Oh, get him, buddy! Thank you, Tie-Dye.
Oh, that was close.
Second.
What? Gear.
Oh, he can't shift. He doesn't have his arm. Right.
Four.
Oh, who's this bad guy?
Brace yourself.
Oh, bad guy with a gold mask. I like it. Very Bond. Very Bond, much wow. Oh, yeah. If you're going to shoot, shoot.
The evidence. Explosive stuff.
All right, I'm fine. Got a lot of company.
Let's give him a warm welcome.
Moving in on target.
Nope, that didn't work.
Empty! Tell me you've another gun. Here, take it.
Damn it, that was 2. Shit. Shit! Not do anything?
Hold up. Need another. Here. Take it. We're all out. Of course we are. I'm sure they're out. Moving. Take them out.
Oh, okay. Well,
what do we use now? Harsh language?
Give it a shot.
Any last words?
No.
Nothing. Not even a good job, Bond. You would have made a great 00.
Nothing springs to mind.
Of course not.
Love you.
We're done here. Fall back. Fall back!
I fucking missed what happened.
Well, that's that.
God damn it. What'd I miss? Oh, Lenny came in? Bavma ex machina. Oh, okay. Bavma arrived. Okay. Because we got his information on his sister, so he came and helped out. Okay.
Well, what happened? Well, what do you think happened? 009 did it. His muscle killed him. End of story.
You can't be serious after what we found.
We have no evidence, Bond. M needs an open and shut case.
So what's our next move?
Our next move is to go home, Bond.
He came in saying, I gotta get away. I gotta fly away.
Go home. How are you okay with this?
Then his dick flopped out of his pants.
Orders. You don't have to like them. You can drop me off at my local, the Crosshairs. It's...
Yeah, I know where it is. You realize the mercenaries I fought at the airfield were not 009's men. They were there to intercept him, and they would have if I hadn't gotten in the way. Somehow, these people beat us to him twice, and we are the only ones who believe they even exist.
Take a breath. This is a job. You let it get inside, it will eat you alive.
It's unbelievable.
I'm serious. Get out of town for a few days. Blow off some steam.
In other words, just do nothing.
More has been asked of lesser men. This is me. Try to get some sleep. Things will look better in the morning.
Okay. And that's the part where we pause for a moment because it is Wednesday, and here on the Zeke show, I don't fucking know. On Wednesday we look at the last week highlight video that Scott makes every week. And this one is going to be a good one because it's Mecha Chameleon. We're going to check out the new last week in Zeke highlight video. Bro.
Bro, there's about to be like 10.
Oh, okay. JP starts it. All right. And let me get in my last week position. Previously on the Ezekiel the Third show.
10 people in the Discord.
Oh, I don't know how to.
Fucking ready.
Oh, I'm not ready. I have no idea how to play this game.
I don't either.
Good. Excellent. Then we're all in the same boat then. So are we gonna? Or do we hide from people by becoming things?
Well, you draw.
Okay.
You like pose up somewhere in the lobby, and then you like try to blend in, and then the two other people try to find everyone.
Oh, this is gonna be a mess, dude.
Yeah.
Great.
That's the point.
I know. I'm excited.
All right, I'm gonna hit start, and we'll see what happens.
How do I thumbs up, you guys?
Wait, is Zeke not in the game?
I am. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Where is he? He can't see
Oh,
me.
He was hiding. He's so good already. How did you miss him? Oh, I have a shotgun.
I think that means.
That means you're the hunter.
Me and Gmo.
All right,
What's
so
up,
we
dude?
spend 2 minutes just painting ourselves.
There's no music in this game.
Whoa. There we go. All right, looking good.
Oh, so it doesn't copy the pattern.
No.
Okay.
So I shoot people when I find them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Awesome.
I've not seen the ripoff spawning yet, but I'm
Okay.
sure there's
This
going
is
to be
super
plenty of them.
Yeah, this game's really, really fun.
So wait, you guys have to stay the same person size, right? You can't... Oh, nice.
You
Did I just-
cheating piece!
Did I just walk right by him?
Was that your hiding spot, man?
Look, it's my first time, G-Mark.
JP, have you ever played a video game before? I mean, gee.
I was still learning the controls.
Okay.
Oh, we can
I'm in
turn
the
off
laundry room.
Okay, I'm checking the main lobby.
I don't
like,
see any of these fools.
this
man.
map has a lot of like really tight spots that are like impossible to find people.
The thing is, Joe was like super tiny. Can they adjust their size?
No,
You can change shape. We're always smaller.
It's
can,
posed,
like,
right?
they
Oh,
can,
you
like,
guys are
curl up in a
smaller.
ball or do like a Y or lay like flat on the ground, like that kind of stuff.
Oh, dude, I want to do this again now. Now that I know what to
Yeah,
look
now
for.
you get a kind of hang of it.
Yeah, man.
And at the end,
where
on
are
the
you
check, you
guys?
can walk around and see where the people you couldn't find.
Yeah, it reveals the. Oh wait, I
And
just
that's
saw a
when you
green
get a
thing.
thumbs
Was
up.
someone in
Yeah,
here?
they'll be,
Was someone in the
going through
kitchen?
I was in the laundry room if you want to see where I was.
Laundry.
You were in the laundry room?
I am in the laundry room still.
Dude, no.
Yeah, I'm on top of the vent here.
I think
It's inside the
Zeke,
thing.
dude, that's such a good spot. Oh man, I stood right
Yay!
at you, Zeke.
All right.
Validation is so nice.
Oh.
No.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh,
Can we like the
no.
simple colors?
Can
Yeah,
you
look at
use
this.
the space thing to go up in the wall here too?
Yes.
Yeah, you can climb anything.
Oh, okay.
You can float basically. You can go over.
Control is down, space is up.
So you have a shadow.
Oh yeah, you're underneath your feet. You have a shadow.
You can turn it off to cast no shadow.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Why are you saying, oh no, we got this?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
No way.
Do not doubt.
Zeke, that's really good.
Zeke,
You like it?
dude, that's
Yeah.
great, man.
I haven't seen Zeke yet.
I'm hearing people, but I don't know where you guys are.
Ah, damn it! Come on, dude. That was so good.
That was awesome.
Oh, it just made me mess up so bad because it rotated my camera.
Let's
No, my
do
lord.
it.
All right, we got this.
There was no way that would have ever worked.
Dude, this is gonna be fucking impossible. Look at this place.
Yeah, it's a tough map for you guys. Really tough.
Oh, wow, there's so much verticality. Fucking Jesus over here in the sky. I love it.
Aw, he's always watching.
What? How did you see me? Okay, okay, whistle's coming, whistle's coming. That barely helps. Yeah. The whistle it needs to be
I was gonna say, Ko got really into the.
a little bit more defined.
Go look at Gmod, you two.
Oh, there is one up here.
Where's
Oh.
Oh, that's funny.
That's pretty good.
Oh my God. Okay.
When he whistled, Faye, and you looked around.
Dude, Idiotberg! Oh my God! That's the best ever. That was so good. Idiotberg.
Okay.
Fuck.
Dude, this map is gonna be ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll come back once I have fresh eyes.
Let's see where
Once I have a
everybody
fresh
else is
kill.
hiding.
Fuck's sake, dude. 2,700 for the ground sandwich. I looked right at it so many times. The ground
My eyes
bread.
are like killing me.
It's right there.
Staring
Look at it. It's right there. I can fucking see it.
Wait, is that him? He was fucking. He was bread. He was bread, dude. He was goddamn bread.
What?
I saw that.
Dude, I gotta see this bread here.
Gmod's gotta get your
Dude!
Look how good that is.
Yeah.
Look how
Fucking dude! That was the breadiest bread I've ever seen. That was so good.
All right, this is the one everyone wants to play, so we'll do it.
Wait, can we get 5 minutes?
Yeah,
what?
you need a
Oh,
lot of
I already
time
hit
for this
A lot
one.
of time.
That's okay. It's okay.
Okay,
We'll do this one.
there are rules. You have to be in the painting, and also
Yes,
you only
you
have
have to be
60 seconds to get into a painting, otherwise it locks you out.
Is it less than that? I think it might be 30.
I'm low-key disappointed no one's tried to hide in a Rothko yet.
Wait, there's people in here.
I can't even see them now that right here. Even though I know they're there, it's tough to find them. There's one right there. Yeah, there's also one. Nice work. Right here.
Oh, come here, Zeke, come here.
There were 2 people in that.
There's one.
That was really good.
I think there's
Fuck.
one.
Am I like right in the room with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Good luck.
That's not it.
They're in this room?
Oh my God! Bro, that's crazy.
Oh, there you are. Okay. That was good. That was good. That was really good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have seen you, dude.
Yeah, I think the whistles are gonna fucking doom us.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's so good. That's brilliant. That's brilliant, Faye. That face is so good.
Whimsy. Pass the test, Joe. I don't know.
Oh my fucking God, are you a fucking... He's a Kraken! It's so good.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no mercy around here. I'm coming.
You're my favorite, G-Mart. You're my favorite. The little dude on the chair. It's so good. All right, guys. Thank you for the games. I'm out of here.
Bye, Z.
Oh, that was so much fun. That was so much fun, dude. Appreciate you guys.
Hanging out.
Yeah. Really good time. Really good time. All right, there you go. That's the newest Last Week in Zeke. I'm actually going to make sure to leave this window open. There. So I tweet it out later. All right. Back to the Bond. Yeah, good friend slop. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that again at some
I figured
point.
you'd be drowning your sorrows right about now.
Who says I'm not?
I know what a pub sounds like, James.
Oh.
In fact, I'm on my way to one right now. Got a date?
We're going out. We just put 3 agents in the ground.
That doesn't give you permission to stop living.
Em's making a mistake. She needs to issue a full-scale mole hunt, top to bottom. If there's a breach...
We'll find it. Why do you think she sent everyone home? MI6 aren't idiots,
this
James.
sucks.
We managed just fine before you came
God damn traffic jam.
You sound like Greenway.
Just go home. Go for a run. Shake it off. Tomorrow's a new day.
Well, good luck on your... date.
I honestly thought they were going to just make me sit there. God, look at the size of this fucking door. Jesus Christ, these doors are huge. Oh. Monroe's Trainer Collection. There's a pair here for almost every occasion. Package for Cresta, silk cushions, luxury soap, face cream. Another of Cresta's mother's emergency relief packages.
James.
Runavaya! Hold on.
Let's stay focused. Halo. How do we use it against the Covenant? Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center. Enough. The Flood is spreading. If we activate
Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out. I need a weapon. John 117, call me Master Chief. There you go. Thank you for the 117 months, Rune.
In the apartment any longer than I had to. Someone will come by and pick up the rest of my things in a couple of days. There are just too many reminders of him, of everything, to be honest. I'm getting out of London for a little while. I'm going to stay with Mother at the summer house in Amalfi while I figure out what's next for me. I want you to know that none of what happened in Slovakia, not one single iota, was your fault. If Monroe were here, he would tell you the same. You saved my life, and for that, I am forever grateful. Take care of yourself, and please don't be a stranger. I mean that, James. Cressida.
Oh, there's tear stains on it, it looks like. Okay, so she's out of the 00 program, ostensibly. Secret Indian menu. Sure, tears, right, yeah. You're a knockout, Cressa's favorite mug, bought for her by Monroe. Oh, and it's fucking got, yep. Oh my God, they even put the fucking mold in it. That's great. Nice touch. All-night martial arts movie marathon at the Caper. Cressida and Monroe's final date. Incomplete game of hangman. Oh, hangman. Of
course.
They didn't even let me fucking try and solve it, fuckers. Unfinished card game played before leaving for Slovakia. I'll have a drink.
Cheers, mate.
There you go. Are you trapped in there, Bubs? No, you're fine. Okay. Sorry, I got a dog under my desk. Yeah, he didn't even make a martini. Just drank that shit straight. Oh, the mnemonic game, right. Greenway says no. Case of being followed, dump all traceable devices. Rules of engagement number 39. Write lightly, the blank page beneath can be read. The greatest vice is that of carelessness. The next greatest vice is that of vanity. Remember our core tenets. If anything, overestimate the opposition. The alternate may prove fatal. No one is above suspicion. We live by deceiving others. Others live by deceiving us. Everyone likes praise. When praise is when praise is difficult, flattery will do. Be likable but not memorable. Monroe's manual toothbrush and straight razor. Nope. Okay. Ornithology and instruction, tome and ornithology on the fields of interest. He's a birder. Nautical knots. No nonsense guide on how to tie 50 plus most practical rope knots. Silver brooch belonged to Bond's late mother. Aim here, Bond. A Valentine's gift from Monroe and Cressida. Bond family photo. A photo of young James Bond and his parents, Andrew and Monique, playing cards on the right before on the night before their deaths. Jesus. That's dark. All right.
To whom it may concern, they're gone because of my mistakes. I could have stopped it, but I failed. It should have been me. James Bond.
Well, someone's gonna shoot me right now. Yeah, you're right in front of a window, dipshit. Okay. Or that.
James Bond, I presume.
The mark has entered the building.
You brought a friend.
Honestly, you know what I was doing, Juke? And you can try it if it, I don't know if it works. Like for one opponent, it works fine, but I am mashing A, X, and right bumper all together at the same time, and it seems to work out. Oh, come on. Let me teabag him at least. Oh. Oh, that was how I kill myself. Okay. I see. Hold on. I don't know what
Let's
to do.
go meet the friend.
I don't know what to do next. Let me check my journal. Hold on. Let me check my journal.
Took you long enough. Did the little runt give you a run for your money?
Who do you work for?
How do you know about Mauritania? Die. The remote at MI.
Throw a grab in there every once in a while.
I'll ask again. Who do you work for? Take the shot.
I need to get onto the balcony.
Let's go and have a word.
Need to get to the shooter.
Serpentine, Babu! Serpentine!
I'm gonna be climbing that thing, aren't I?
Oh, my... Wow, he stole the words right out of my mouth. Climb up, thank you.
Faster, James. Faster.
Oh, there you go.
Try and hit me now. Come on. Bloody thing. Don't go anywhere.
Qualifies as an emergency.
Oh, yeah, do it. Why are you running backwards, James? Okay. There you go. I was just thinking, why not kick him in the face? But to be fair, you're always thinking that? Yeah, that's true.
James, this had better be...
It is. Someone just tried to kill me.
Say again?
At the apartment. I took his phone. I need you to trace a text.
What? I can't. Well, I'm on a date. And you're suspended. You'll need to report this to HQ. Go through the proper channels.
No, it's the twins. We don't have time for protocol.
The Murtos. Operating in central London.
If I lose the trail, we'll never know who they're working for. Please, Moneypenny.
What kind of phone?
Are you sure this is the place?
Positive. The signal's coming from inside the Works and Arts Museum.
There's an event. The Web Industries Anniversary Gala.
The Web Gala's tonight. Shit. How did I miss that? James, if Webb is a target, we can't sit on this. I need to issue an alert.
Don't. He'll only slip away again. I need time.
Time to put on the suit.
I've updated your
or
watch
the
tracker.
tuxedo,
See if
I
you
guess.
can't get a closer fix on the signal. And James.
I'll be careful.
Oh,
No,
or
you're
not.
Just don't screw up.
Okay. I gotta wear a tux at some point in the game, right? I just gotta.
Traffic, a room full of half-drunk bores. This reveal better be worth the trouble.
From what I hear, you won't be disappointed.
Rather a lot of security for an office party, isn't there?
Sir? Well, this is strictly an invitation-only event.
I know.
Oh, well, then the gala is down the hall. Please enjoy.
I'm strictly invitated.
Of course I brought it.
Now, who has my invitation?
Yes, ma'am. In the main hall, directly behind me. Just have your invitation ready for my colleague at the entrance. Cloakroom to the
It's
left of the
called
entrance.
selective
Thank you.
hearing,
My pleasure.
my dear.
You'll find the champagne inside too. Enjoy the gala, ma'am.
Would you believe they found Leviathan on the Indian Prime Minister's phone? This sort of proprietary zero-day spyware seems to pop up everywhere these days. Ah! Something.
Sorry.
Oh, would you believe they found Leviathan on the Indian Prime Minister's phone?
Are you just ditching?
Something bit me.
Spyware seems to pop up everywhere these days.
Yo, Dr. Claw giving a sub to Tux Fucks and Vincent giving a sub to Suit Up.
Credit where credit is due. Howard did propel the company to new heights back in the 80s, but at the same time, he could have just as easily sunk it 10 years later with the man's stubborn refusal to reform. That is why he lost so much ground to the US tech and software companies.
Maybe it was fate he died when he died. If he hadn't, I wonder if
Give me that song, yeah. Love it. Did I play a lot of Hitman? No, I played barely any Hitman.
Get you something, sir?
I played one of the games, and I think it was a reboot like 7-8 years ago, something like that. I enjoyed it, but I always look for the fastest way to do anything, and I never set up any traps or anything. I just went straight for the target to see if I could kill it right away. And sometimes I got away with it. Oh, say it.
Champagne.
Say it.
Perhaps something a little stronger.
Say it.
My friend. Tall, blonde, dead-eyed.
Say it.
Would he be the one who gave you that
Damn it.
makeover?
Something like that.
Damn it.
Mind your step.
Mind your fucking attitude. Sorry. I forgot I'm at a gala with rich folks, I'd assume. Oh, there you go. I did play a little bit of it. Yep. Scott's got it for you.
Saw her in Bratislava once. Mozart's 40th in G minor.
For an upcoming solo concert with a world-renowned Czechoslovakian cellist. Oh, I need a key card for that. Okay.
Got you now.
I do? Oh my fucking god. Look at the radar. Oh, use the tools they give you, dipshit.
Apologies. Unintentional.
What on earth?
Completely drowned me, the blonde buffoon.
I am incredibly sorry, sir.
Do you know how much this suit costs?
More than I make in a month.
Are you being smart with me?
Just a good guess is all, sir.
Right. Well, if he comes back this way, I'll point him out and you throw him out on the street. Are we clear?
Crystal, sir.
Hello, lovely. Hold on. I gotta drain my 007 incher. I made that joke already, but it's still good. Still a good joke. Oh, shit.
He binned the phone. Of course he did.
God damn it.
Tell me you caught him.
No, but it looks like CCTV did. If I access the camera feed, can you locate him?
You'd have to patch me directly into the CCTV network terminal. Go to the security room. It's first floor, East Wing. Staff offices.
Got it.
First floor, East Wing.
Let's get a spot up close
Okay,
for
so
the
that
big
way.
speech.
So we can bask in the warm glow of Sir Nicholas.
What's your step?
Thanks. I'll be back at the bar.
Where's the food? The invitation said there'd be food.
Let me get out of your way, sir.
Sorry, pardon me.
Know this one?
Favorite of my father's.
A man of good taste.
He had a huge record collection. Drove my mother crazy.
And a vinyl lover, too.
The only way to appreciate the music, apparently.
Sounds like a wise man.
That he was. Enjoy the show.
Now let's make her shit her pants. I mean, no. Can't do it. Damn it.
I didn't see you on the Marlin Tech Jolly.
Couldn't make it. I heard about Tony, though. Sounds like
Excuse
you
me.
lost it. Lost it? Man, he was on board.
Don't recognize him, do you? Never seen him before. One of the tech interns, maybe?
Hello, lady. I'm going to talk to you.
Perhaps we're just getting older. You don't look like you belong here.
You don't look like you want to be here.
Astute, aren't we? My husband's stuck at the office, as usual. Insisted I make an appearance. Perhaps you know him. Roger Finch. He's the CLO over at Webb.
Can't say I've had the pleasure.
I don't even know what a CLO is.
I'm leaving. There's a little Irish pub around the corner. Care to join?
What would Roger think?
What exactly do you think the Irish get up to in pubs?
Maybe another time.
You're lost, darling.
I wonder why I talked to her. Just picked her out of
People say Webb's planning some big tech
out
demonstration.
of a crowd. Oh, chief legal officer. Okay. Wait a minute.
Hey, you're back home. Just waiting on a journalist who's running late and holding me up.
Rob Minkley, Crux Magazine. No, he's not here. That's why I'm calling you. Actually, Mike Chaxfield from the Bulletin is here, I'm told. If Minkley doesn't appear in the next 10, let's find him, give him the exclusive. Yes, that Rob Minkley. I'd really rather the exclusive went to Crux, but if he can't be asked turning up, we have no choice but to offer it to Mike and the Bulletin.
She might be able to help me here.
As far as I know, Cicely won while we were doing training. Like while we were doing the training montage. Only one.
And you are?
Mike Jacksfield.
Oh. I thought you'd be older.
Sorry to disappoint.
No, you haven't. Anyway, good timing. I'm giving the Bulletin the best seat in the house for the show and an exclusive interview with Sir Nicholas right after.
Sounds great.
Go see Linda in the press room for your pass, then take yourself and your camera upstairs to the balcony. Security will let you through once you flash your pass.
Will do.
Okay.
Careful.
Oh, does those dots at the top mean there's 3 opportunities to get?
Excuse me, sir.
I'm just trying to get through.
Oh, 3 steps to this. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotta get his camera. That's why. Or not. Maybe not. Oh, here we go.
It's the second time this week he's done this to me. Supposed to be at the entrance covering my own post.
Have you tried giving him a bell?
Yeah, multiple times. He's not picking up for me. He's gone on the lash again and left me in the lurch. I'm gonna bloody kill him. He's a right pain in the ass.
You need to stop covering for him.
I know. He's my mate, but he's really testing me right now.
Oh, this tardy lad could come in useful.
Huh? What are you talking about? The real restaurant critic of the
Staff only, sir. Stephen Bright's security detail. Are we down a man? I asked for every available body tonight to ensure the safety of the Foreign Secretary and his guests.
I know. I should be at the entrance, but I'm covering for a no-show. You could always call one of the lads from the day shift back in to help you out. There's a security roster behind the counter in the cafe. There should be contact details for everyone on it.
You know, I should hope so.
Okay.
Any idea why we're here tonight?
Oh, here's the press.
But given the setup and the wording of the invite,
There's Linda. Hold on. Yeah, let me get
Linda.
Yes.
Linda.
Well, I have it on good
Can I help you?
Certainly can.
Yep.
I'm here to pick up my press pass.
Thank you.
But he's also
Mike Jacksfield with the Bulletin.
I think there must be a mistake. Mike's already checked in.
Ah. Well, worth a shot just to talk to you.
I'm very flattered. And very engaged. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work.
Is that a hint of jealousy I detect?
We worked together once when he was just
There is a
starting out.
watcher nearby.
That man would step over his own mother if he knew there was a byline in it for him. In fact, I suspect he already has.
There's no denying that the impact is already profound. Just look at the business sector.
Oh, so I fucked that up?
Customer service and the automobile industry. And let's not forget what it's done for medical research breakthroughs and climate research.
Oh, heavens, what was that?
There's no denying that the impact is already profound. Just look at the business sectors like healthcare, customer service, and...
I feel awful. Oh, God.
There's no denying that the impact is already profound. Just look at the business sectors like healthcare, customer service, and the automobile industry. And let's not forget what it's done for medical
does she
research
not-
breakthroughs and climate research. Whether we like it or not,
Is that-
AI is here to stay.
I don't trust anybody to drive my
I wonder what it was.
There we go. Okay.
I fear our
That's all I
eventual
needed.
over-reliance on it will result in the end of Blue
Do a good bedtime for Sarah, and I'll check on you as soon as I'm home.
Oh, and a camera. How do I get her camera?
The man is an idealist and has somehow become a self-appointed tech utopian obsessed with the idea of removing human error through machine.
Photography can be such a negative experience.
He overheard you saying that. You may well find yourself struck off the famed web Christmas card list.
Boo-hoo. I've got more important things to worry about.
So it tracks everything. Every single thing. It continuously...
Oh, okay, she drops it. Okay, there we go. There we go.
He keeps under wraps even from me, his own GP.
Seems a little
Sorry, sir.
excessive, don't you think?
This area is reserved for press photographers only.
Not a problem.
I have a press pass now, though.
I don't think it's excessive at all. In fact, I'd highly recommend it. To anyone who could afford it, that is.
Yeah, I have a press pass.
You know
I
what
guess
they
I...
say? A
Okay.
dose of artificial intelligence a day keeps the doctor away.
Never very far away, thanks to that.
All right, fine.
Technology.
Oh, I can't make him shit himself? Oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough shit sauce.
Was that bleeding?
There we go.
Can I call you back? Just got another call coming through.
Just poison or whatever. I haven't done it yet. I will do it at the end of stream today because I'm a dick.
Training dead.
Bond?
Sorry, Cicely, I haven't done it yet.
I was told your entire department was suspended.
I'll be doing it here at the end of the stream
has you
today.
doing
I know, my God, I forgot again.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mr. Clark,
crazy.
actually. An invitation fell into my lap.
Right. I see my daughter's fashion sense hasn't rubbed up on
What's wrong with your tie, dude?
I'm sure my bank account wouldn't allow it.
Look at his tie.
Sir, I'm very sorry about what happened. Did everything I could.
I know. I believe you did. And I know who to blame.
Okay.
I trust Cressida's
Watch
recovery
it.
is going
Unintentional.
well.
Well, the doctors
coming
say
through.
she will walk. Hopefully. The whole tragic incident has taught my daughter a valuable
Mind out.
lesson.
What do you say we hit the bar?
Oh, Sir Nicholas's speech is coming up. Should probably watch in case he does another one.
All right, I
My
guess
mistake.
I'll find some more.
Don't mind me.
Sorry, sir. Can't let you through.
Just looking for the bathroom.
No, I'm
Other
not.
side of the bar.
Why are you lying?
Not enough firepower.
Show him the press pass
Can I
now.
help you?
There you
I'm
go.
with the press. Need to get upstairs for the main event. Snap some pics.
Head on up.
Snap
quiet
some
up there
pics.
now,
That's
safe
what
for
they
a few
say,
webs folk.
Thanks, gents.
right? That's what press people say. I'm going to snap some pics up there. Oh, Mr. Blackberry created a new emote. What is it? All right.
Let's keep it that way.
Let's see here. There we go. Channel point reward emotes. Save it there. And then okay. Okay. Should be good. There. Oh, do I already have one that says? No. Okay, good. There you go. Zeke Egg is now in. Lowercase Zeke, uppercase Egg is now added to the follower emotes. There you go. Enjoy.
Can I call you back? Just got another call coming through.
Sir, this area is off limits.
MI6. We have a potential security threat. I need access to the CCTV feed, and I need it now.
Right. Sure you are. Listen, son. My name is Simon, and Simon says, go back to the gala, have yourself a glass of bubbles, and try not to worry that pretty little head of yours.
Bald
We've got
noises?
everything under control here tonight.
You need to listen to me.
Feet or head first. You choose.
Okay. Okay. Fine. I'll just go in this way. Yep. All right.
Should get me closer to the CCTV room.
Come out to the... Whoa! Is there a fucking camera? Or is that me? Oh, that light is me. Never mind. Come out to the coast. We'll get together, have a few laughs.
Swipe.
Absolutely no smoking on the cantina balcony of the gala. Director Hamilton.
Easy on the filters, love. Eyes the size of saucers. Nope. Maybe. Oh. What have we got here?
There's nobody hiding behind here, I swear. I promise. There's nobody here named James Bond waiting to take you down.
That one might leave a mark.
Ah. Zap that guy.
Not again.
It's mine. Yep, you better look at that.
There you go. Huh?
What?
Hey, where do you think you're going, pal?
My eye!
Double laser in the
Should've read
face,
your job
bitch!
description.
How do you like that? Oh, come on! The camera went back on! Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, come on. That's a real word.
I turned it off, though. I didn't know it would come back on. Can I bluff these guys? Bluff them.
Ten hut. Nah, just kidding. Rob Minkley, Crux Magazine. Naomi asked me to wait here while she grabs Sir Nicholas.
She said you'd be about tonight. Just don't get in the way. Any luck yet?
Boom!
Nothing yet. We'll turn something up.
What's that?
Nothing.
Good.
Who are you?
Nobody.
I'll be in.
Oh,
Hey.
fuck!
What's your...
Cameras just went off.
Yeah, just in.
Excuse me.
Maybe on my phone.
What in...
Huh? Should we worry about it?
Nah, you shouldn't worry.
What happened?
Don't worry about it.
What did you do? Wait. Did you hear? Why would... No way.
You are going down.
Make a break for it. I'll kill you.
Hello? After him!
Come on, you little cunt.
You can't keep this up much longer.
I've got him surrounded.
That's it.
Got a line.
I can show you how it's really done.
Come in! We've got guys down here. We need help.
Oh, damn it. I was doing pretty good. Almost got him. I wonder where they put me back to.
I know, right? They're all earpieces and attitudes. Zero sense of humor.
I went to grab myself a sandwich earlier, and one of the...
No sign of Sir Nicholas yet. Big night like this, you think he'd be down there in the middle of all that, shaking everyone's hands and cutting deals with half a down.
You! What are you doing?
Easy now. All right, take it easy.
This ends now! We need more men! Get on the radio!
On it!
Yeah, that didn't work either. No, there's a fucking eavesdropping point. I just don't know where it is. And I gotta prevent that other dude from fucking, you know.
I know, right? They're all
calling in
earpieces and
reinforcements.
attitudes. Zero sense of humor.
I went to grab myself a sandwich earlier, and one of them got in the lift with me. Just kept staring at me like I was going to detonate it.
Who are you?
Part of Sir Nicholas's private security team. Just on the lookout for anyone he...
Hey. You.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm good.
Take it easy. I don't want any trouble.
Stop right where you are. I'll tear you apart.
Call it in! We need backup!
Who's calling it in?
Control. What situation down here? Send backup.
Damn it! Oh, he threw a fucking bomb at me. Okay. No, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this without fighting, if possible, but whatever. It's not really eavesdropping, just listening and waiting? Oh, okay. I don't know who, that's the thing, I don't know who has a fucking ticket, or who has a... who has entry into that room.
Should we worry about what that lad from MI6 told us?
If he was from MI6, I'm from the North Pole.
If something goes down here tonight, and you and I knew about it, they'll have our heads. You do know that.
Nothing ever happens at these things besides someone spilling their drink or falling on their asses because they've had one too many.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure. Besides, plausible deniability.
Okay, you're cool.
Now you're getting it. Up here for thinking, down there for dancing.
Well, that did absolutely nothing.
Move it! Probe it. Send help.
Damn it! God damn it, he got his call off, motherfucker!
Time for a cuppa.
Simon says don't get up. Simon says don't get up.
Wow.
You are in.
There we go. Situation contained. I did. Oh, watch out for the camera. Do not get into the face of the camera. All right. Who has a fucking key card? I don't think I can loot anybody. You'd think they would have one, but none of them do.
We got it. Hey, what's that?
Well, that was silent. That was nice.
What?
Hey, what's going
I'm
on?
gonna mess you up.
Give me a shot. I'll drop it.
None of them. None of those guys have key cards. Oh, what's that? There's a little pulsing. Oh, that's a... Am I gonna play Power World again? No.
Oh, come on.
What's wrong?
Give us a sec, will you? Oh, God, it has to be here somewhere. Shit, I left the card back in the office.
Ah.
I grabbed it. Oh, thanks.
Key card in break room.
Oh, God, I hope this thing wraps up soon. Gasping for a pint.
Get in line, son.
Cut the chit-chat and get your heads in the game. We're here to do a job. I'm taking a look round the place. Make sure everything's kosher.
Oh, God damn it. Yo. Wait. It's not showing me where the fucking break room is. Web security guard in the break room has a CCTV card. Is this the break room? Was I just in the break room? Oh, this room right here, the room that I was just in, or the other room with the fuck. Oh, he said I have a key card?
What the?
Someone here.
You are going down.
Are you fucking serious? Aha! Right here? Nope. Staff warning.
Could come in handy.
Apply from the balconies. Please be careful. Sippages around at Dr. Hamilton. Okay. Oh, there it is. I see it in his fucking pocket now. God damn, dude.
Six months is a long...
Where exactly? What the... Wait here.
Bingo.
There. Fuck off.
Now look what you made me do.
Got it. We're good now. Now just don't get caught by any fucking cameras. We'll be good. We did it!
Moneypenny, I'm at the terminal.
Hang on, just need someplace quiet.
Bollocks, I don't have the password.
People are lazy. They probably put it on a post-it note. Have a look around.
All right, sit tight.
Hi all.
No password here.
Web Gala, Horizon, safety measures. Please ensure your ID on all times. Blah, 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 George Hamilton, okay?
So how's your boy?
On his third pint. Wondering why my aunt keeps calling.
A drunk and a fool. He sounds like a keeper.
Oh, shut it.
Formal warning regarding repeated lateness. Okay. Honeymoon, bitches!
I dare say Trey has his hands full.
Trey booked us a gorgeous 5-star hotel in central London, Slovakia, blah, blah, blah. Carpe fucking diem, kisses summer.
Not it.
Somebody has caffeine
Any luck?
dependency. Yeah.
Got a line for me.
Hold on.
Oh, inspect the mug. Employee of the year.
People really should be more careful.
Password 12.
Found it.
What did I tell you? Now, patch me in.
Logging in now. There. I'm in.
Okay, pulling the footage. Here's your man.
So much for 2 birds, 1 stone. You have a location?
Basement archives. Not the worst place to lay low. Or plan an ambush.
Not tonight. I'm headed there now.
Around the camera. That was close. Okay.
Doors closing.
Doors closing.
Hiding in the dark, Mato.
Damn.
Looks like it unlocks remotely.
Jerry, the restoration room
Oh, it's
doors
finally
are
getting what it
still
used to
down. We need to fix the place after hours, them being open all that time. Now security risk, it needs to be done before the web gala this week. Barry. Barry!
He's down here somewhere.
Open the gate. What? Give me something to hack. I'll hack it. You guys see something? I don't. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Bube. Gotta bube it. Oh, no. Go back. We gotta refill our watch. Hold on. There we go.
Well, this all looks very expensive. Best not touch anything. Basil from accounting will have my head.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, Baz. Huh. If only it was this easy all the time. Well, this all looks rather ominous.
Great place to have a boss fight. Let's go. Oh, Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Deadly Serious. Don't worry, I'll finish you off. I bet you can't. You're hiding and you can't afford to be caught.
Has to be something I can use to get to him.
Even his brother felt that one.
Must be something I can use to get to him.
Oh, I could have. Okay, if he was in front of it.
Must be something I can use here.
There we go. Come on over here, motherfucker.
Just once.
Nope, that didn't get him.
James,
Ouch, 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 ouch. Vault! Dude, fucking vault!
No. No. Must be something I can use to get to him.
Bingo. Let's finish this, Terra.
There we go. Oh, damn it. He's out. He's empty. Yep. I counted the bullets. Oh, really? I kill him in a cutscene?
That was for Monroe.
I mean, the least you could do is give me a quick time.
Awaiting authorization from Webb. Understood. He's just an old geezer. Are you sure we brought enough men? He's tougher than he looks. proceed with caution. His arm's in a sling. I think we can manage.
Greenway.
Got him. First try, Dent. That was a good one, dude.
Moneypenny, it's Webb. The Murtaugh are working for Nicholas bloody Webb. He's behind everything.
James, that's just not...
I know what I heard. I need to get a hold of Greenway. He's next.
Already tried. He's off the grid. James, we are in over our heads. We need to inform M.
No time. I'm going after him. Make him call off the attack.
Are you out of your mind? Nicholas Webb is one of the most powerful men in Britain. Let's think this through.
What about Murtaugh's earpiece? If I patch you in, can you trace the second attack team?
It does look like it's transmitting a geolocation signal to a device inside the building.
It has to be Webb. He commands the assassins. Tell me you can hack it.
From a bathroom stall at the Knight Errant. Not a chance. But I can use your watch as a data extraction tool. You just get close to Webb and I'll handle the rest. I only need a few minutes to update the software.
Tell us, but there's
one to go.
But
Now
there's
to find Webb.
It's Sarah Murtaugh. Okay. I can't move this stuff. Who moves stuff to get anywhere? Not James Bond.
Need to confront Webb.
Doors closing.
Yeah, instead of, moving that shit and going through the door, might as well just use your laser thing, go through the vent and climb up a ladder and, that seems easier.
Bloody hell.
Hi.
Museum door inspector. This one didn't pass.
Yeah, okay. Wasn't a great line, but it'll do.
Where are you, Webb?
Oh, hey, it's you again. I remember you from previous missions. Nice dress.
Inconvenient time. I must say, you look astonishing for your age, Agent Roth. Hardly a day over 50.
Would you expect an apology?
How about an explanation?
Later. Just play along. Damien!
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
You're not. Damien, meet Mr. Beach, was it?
Bond. James Bond.
What do you do, James?
Lately?
He said it.
Oh dear.
He said it!
I do hope you're not plotting on stealing Isola here. I took such trouble in hiring her. She really is rather brilliant.
That dude has awesome hair. I hate it.
I'm not making any promises.
What do you know? I'm out. Excuse me, gentlemen.
I'd be careful with this one, James. Dare I say, out of your league.
Your attention, please.
Hold this, Danny.
Will begin shortly. Kindly make your way to the main stage.
Hello, hi. Well, welcome all. Tonight we celebrate the history of Webb Industries. But merely looking back would be complacent. Personally, I prefer to look ahead.
And welcome to the Stark Expo. Oh, fuck me. I'm gonna have to fight a bunch of robots, aren't I?
For more than a century, Webb Industries has pushed for a better, safer future.
Are they pleasure models?
It's done. I've updated your watch. The hack starts automatically when you're within 3 feet of the target.
On it.
And yet I want us
Excuse
to
me.
aim higher.
Coming through.
Sorry. I'm fucking...
I believe technology has the power to elevate us above the chaotic.
Oh, am I hammered? Did
sapient
something...
brains.
Someone drugged my ass.
What's wrong? Talk to me.
Oh my god.
What happened? I think he just collapsed. Security!
Well, there it is. I see you fallen into my
A little sign to clear the cobwebs.
web, Mr. Bond. Because my last name. Oh, it was you! Never trust a long
She wasted
hair.
mine. Someone trained her well.
How did you allow her to get this close? And what is he doing here? You know I handle MI6.
They were onto us, and I didn't think that we had time for your back-channeling.
That is precisely...
I'm just throwing webs everywhere.
You don't think.
Careful. Careful. You know how I get Father.
Enough, Damien.
Yes, well, alas. There's no time to backpedal now. The ball is rolling. I have a full strike team on Greenway. He is as good as dead.
Fine. Now, clean up your mess.
And pick up your room.
It needn't have come to this.
Leon Lemon Logic with 16 months. Thank you, Leon.
It's only cold-blooded murder. Don't beat yourself up about it.
All right, before we get into this little cutscene here, we're gonna take a short break. I gotta pee and I gotta take the dogs out because Katie went to go swimming. So I'll be right back. Enjoy the Be Right Back streams. They are plentiful and good. Okie dokie. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed those BRBs. And now we find out what Damien's up to.
Okay. Very well. You heard, man. This is going to be the end of a very short career. Never accept a drink from a stranger.
That's just good advice for everybody.
I guess they didn't teach you that in that little spy school of yours. One for the road.
Whop!
What?
Oh, you gotta get closer.
No witty remark. Not even the old. You're never gonna get away with this.
Yeah, I gotta taunt him.
Wow, you really are quite disappointing.
Tell me something, do you always bring sedatives to a party? I should count myself lucky I didn't wake up in your hotel room.
Your profile wasn't kidding. You really are spectacularly annoying.
Oh, I didn't know that was my health bar this whole time. I didn't even look.
Anything else you'd like to get off your chest?
I'm curious. What did 009 have on you? He must have posed quite a threat.
Yes, well, you've seen the t-shirt. Every crisis is an opportunity.
Okay, so one stall is one stall too many then? Okay, so no stalling. Just until he beats me to death, huh?
Okay. Very well.
Oh, can we skip this part?
You heard, man. This is going to be the end of a very short career. Never accept a drink from a stranger.
God, do we have to do this every fucking time? Let me skip the dialogue.
Spy school of yours?
This guy, man, he loves smelling his own farts.
One for the road. What? No witty remark. Not even the old. You're never gonna get away with this. Wow, you really are quite disappointing.
Tell me something, do you always bring sedatives to a party? I should count myself lucky I didn't wake up in your hotel room.
Your profile wasn't kidding. You really are spectacularly annoying. Anything else you'd like to get off your chest?
Have you told Nico about his brother's untimely end? I do hope he doesn't shoot the messenger.
I'd just be grateful that I don't have his patience or his anatomical know-how. James, are we just about done here? Because my champagne is getting flat.
I have to ask, do you often let your father scold you like
It's
a
two
petulant
provokes in a
child?
stall, isn't it?
Well, James, now you're just trying to provoke me. Well, have it your way.
Yep, two provokes in a stall. Fuck, we gotta go through this bullshit again. No, I was this close to stalling that last time. But I was like, maybe they did want me to provoke him every time.
Okay. Very well.
Is this a rerun 5 minutes ago on a loop? Shut up. Shut up.
This is going to be the end of a
Very short career.
Never accept a drink from a stranger. I guess they didn't teach you that in that little spy school of yours.
Spice girl of yours?
What? No witty remark? Not even the old, "You're never gonna get away with this." Wow, you really are quite disappointing.
Tell me something, do you always bring sedatives to a party? I should count myself lucky I didn't wake up in your hotel room.
Your profile wasn't kidding. You really are spectacularly annoying.
Lower next time, a little lower. Yeah, I'm almost there, a little lower.
Anything else you'd like to get off your chest?
Have you told Nico about his brother's untimely end? I do hope he doesn't shoot the messenger.
I'd just be grateful that I don't have his patience or his anatomical know-how. James, are we just about done here? Because my champagne is getting flat.
MI6 has the place surrounded. They've heard every word you said.
Have they? Now you're just stalling. Are you waiting for your mentor to save you? Because, believe me, he has his own problems.
All right, I don't want to do this again. Do I provoke him or stall him? Just fucking tell me. I don't want to fucking listen to this goddamn bullshit again. Provoke? That's what I thought. Okay.
Well, that's that.
I have to ask, do you often let your father scold you like a petulant child?
Oh, James.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, god damn it.
Now you're just trying to get a rise out of me. Have it your way. That was invigorating. Thank you. Make them disappear.
I just want a fucking magician to pop out from behind the hall and be like, yes, the great Amazo will make them disappear. And then the final countdown plays like Job from fucking Arrested Development. Huh? Not bad. Oh, and those. Oh, that's those.
Can you walk?
Those are pants.
Well, let's find out.
have company soon. I don't suppose you have an exit strategy?
Well, this wasn't exactly a planned visit.
Figured as much. Looked. Quick, check the others.
Okay.
3 months. That's how long I spent infiltrating web industries. And you managed to waste it in all of 30 seconds.
It's a gift. Also locked.
To be expected.
I bet these guys have a
They don't take
card.
you for a quitter.
So what do I call you? I bet Isla isn't your real name either.
Please. It's not like yours is James Bond.
Of course not.
Window it is, then.
What are you doing?
Waiting for you, James.
Little boosty.
Be a gentleman.
Ah, that's why she didn't wear a dress.
Don't get used to it. Now pull me up.
No time, someone's coming. Hide.
Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
Don't know the half of it. Management just issued a code wipe back at the perch. All hands on deck.
An all-out data wipe because of one guy.
A data wipe.
Awfully quiet, isn't it?
What are you trying to hide?
Makes it worse. Vince? Noel? You two just about done in there?
Oh, they're done all right.
James, what happened?
I got it wrong. It isn't Sir Nicholas controlling the kill team. It's his lunatic son. I barely escaped. Tell me your plan worked.
I'm processing. Piggybacking the signal, tracing their coordinates. Look, we find the kill team, we find Greenway. Where are you now?
I'm about to be swarmed by trigger-happy mercenaries. I need a way out of the museum.
Already on it. According to the schematics, there's an old backlot behind the exhibit. Chances are the hostiles don't know about it.
Moneypenny, whoever this guy is, he doesn't deserve you. Oh, it's bring your gun to work day. I must have missed the memo.
Got him dead to rights.
Nope. Okay.
Right on target. Lost visual, lost visual. Finding vantage point. Flank him. Move back. Stay on him.
I'm not getting out of here.
I don't have visual.
That was dramatic.
There we go. Got him.
The balcony on the other side's my way out.
Yep. John Wick that room of baddies. Oh, this is great. I love these. No one look up. No one look up. I'm fine. I'm a chandelier inspector. Don't worry about me.
Not to alarm you, but an armed unit's just arrived from Web Industries HQ.
I must have made an impression. Any advice?
Play nice.
Always.
Can I bluff them? Oh, this looks like the spot. They're all gonna swarm on me. Oh, there we go. There
Hopefully
we go.
this is a good time to drop in.
Drop in.
Ground and first floor exits secure. Watch your backs, keep your eye out for anyone suspicious. FYI, Saunders and White have north exit key cards, if anyone's looking.
I'll be needing that key card.
This is getting stupid.
Nah, you didn't see nothing.
Hey, what is that?
What was...
You want a matching scar, mate?
That looks sus. I'll have a look. Huh?
What was that?
Brace yourself.
Sir,
Where
are you headed?
This will hurt! Someone call in for backup! Right away!
Yes, there's a madman down here.
God damn it!
What's that? What's up with you?
I'm gonna smack you!
Go too. I can take him. Shoot to kill. Not in.
We need backup!
There we go.
Nothing suspicious here.
Nothing suspicious here, guys. There's absolutely nothing suspicious here. There we go.
Much appreciated.
Thanks, buddy. Special Agent's choice. Shake it, not stirred. All right, you got it.
Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke.
Was that good? Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke. Yo, Chief Greenleaf with 104. Thank you, Chief Greenleaf.
The Recreation Project uses an advanced neural network algorithm to recreate damaged or incomplete historical artifacts with unprecedented accuracy. The algorithm analyzes the molecular structure of the artifact and, combining this with photogrammetric modeling and thousands of detailed data points about the artist, the techniques, and practices of the historical target period, the AI constructs a replica of the broken or missing appendages in exquisite detail.
Creepy.
Which is then brought to life through 3D printing. Almost any material is applicable, allowing artists and historians to...
Listen up. Tango 1 is a white male, mid-20s, dark hair, medium build. Orders are to shoot on sight.
Damien's dogs, I presume.
Taking lead, moving.
Oh my God.
Entrance right, clear.
Squad is in position.
Anybody got a visual? Out of rounds. Cover me.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Come out! He's going down.
Oh!
Come on, get cover. Got him. Get him out of there. Go! He's reloading.
He's good. Cover me.
Jesus Christ, there's so many of these fucking guys, man. And I probably have to kill all of them, don't I?
One is a white male, mid-20s, dark hair, medium build. Orders are to shoot on sight.
Damien's dogs, I presume.
Man down. It's our guy. Crush him. Keep it tight. He's down. You are going down. Got him. He's hurt. Got a line. Got you. He's wounded. Grenade out. Good God. He's not going anywhere. I took him. Pushing in now. Go. I need time. Cover me. You are going down. Fine for the taking.
God damn, man. Okay. I'm just wondering if, like, staying up here is my best option. Like, if there's a bird's eye where I can, like, shoot all of them.
Tango 1 is a white male, mid-20s, dark hair, medium build. Orders are to shoot.
Damien's dogs, I presume.
Taking clearing right side.
Corridor.
Entrance right. Clear.
Squad is in position.
Somebody got hurt out there! Got him! Take good night! Watch out! Cover! In my sights! Got him! Up there! He's above! Stop! Get down! I'm reloading! I've got eyes on him. Finish him off
Jesus
now.
Christ!
There, up there! Need to flank him. He's reloading. Don't let up! Target! We have casualty. Push him out. Flag. Advancing. I'm reloading now on the mark.
That guy should have been dead.
I've got an angle. Move them out. They're here. Push around. At the location. I'm not moving. Driver, I've been shot.
Yeah, oh my god, I shot it in the midair. That was great.
Throwing frag grenade. He's cornered. Down there. Grenade away!
No, him!
Man down!
Something to remember me by.
I'm hurt!
Really?
Grenade, down! Out there! Move, move, move!
Pick it up! There you go. God damn, dude.
I've got him zeroed in.
Oh.
Down. Keep him pinned. Grenade down. He's over there. There.
God damn. There was a lot of guys. Fuck's sake. But we got him. We did it. There we go. Give me a bunch of bullets for this, just in case.
Okay.
Cool place to have the fight, though.
Thank
Gotta
you for your
admit.
visit. We hope to see you again.
Somehow I doubt that.
James, I have the coordinates. Transmitting now.
Moneypenny, you're a lifesaver. Where's your date?
Anywhere but here. His words.
His loss.
I've got the address. You'll need a ride.
Hold on. Almost out.
Almost out. Famous last words. And jump scare. Well.
James? James, what's happening? Is that shooting? Are you alright?
I'll let you know in a minute.
Jesus Christ!
Not quite. Keys, where are they?
In the cab!
Thanks.
It sticks in
Oh,
second.
fuck. Let's go. It sticks in second.
Don't worry. I'll take good care of her.
Let's go, garbage truck. Time to take out some trash.
Go stick in second.
I'm glad they didn't have another shooting section. Very cool to like spice or to parse those out. Oh, you can do nothing? I mean, I think I have to hold on the gas, right?
Looks a bit tight.
Yeah, I have to hold, like, I don't have to steer, but I do have to hold the gas.
Where were we?
Christ, half of Kensington would have heard that. Did you get a car?
And then some.
Then what are you talking to me for? Get a move on.
Yes, Mom.
Great stuff. I heard there's some trash over here. I'm coming to pick it up. Is that you?
I needed some fresh air.
Clearly.
And did you figure out who's been trying to kill us?
Webb.
So you understand what we need to do next?
File a report?
We need to make the first move.
Quite the stash you got here, Greenway.
I asked Q to make a dead drop earlier. Old dog, old trick. Now tool up. I reckon the laser would prove useful in this type of situation.
Laser and darts, always a good choice. Yeah, one of each. One chemical, one electric. Leave the gun. Take the cannoli. Okay, I have all the slots occupied. All right, that's good enough. I got used to this, so let's laser strap and dart phone. Yeah, the dart's really good for like incapacitating civilians.
Off we go.
Gentlemen, I've breached the Webb Industries database, and as of this moment, you're both upper middle management. I'm sure you'll blend right in. Your IDs will only take you as far as the executive floors, and that's where the real challenge begins. Your final destination is an impregnable, self-contained structure atop the main building known as the Perch. I believe this is where the company stores its data.
Code White. Webb's deleting all the evidence.
What can you tell us about the Perch?
That's just it. The place is an information black hole. No blueprints, no infrastructure, nothing. Have I mentioned that this is a terrible idea? I need to notify M.
Negative. M is need to know only. Her protection, not ours.
Chin up, Moneypenny. We're not leaving without answers.
Play it cool.
Always.
Evening.
Hello.
Perch bound, I assume.
Yes, indeed we are.
Midnight oil.
There's a spot of tea
You are
up
the
in the...
Perch.
How am I doing?
I work with all departments.
Am I doing all right?
Roger
Do you think he
Finch.
suspects me?
Chief Legal Officer. And you are?
John. Bames John. Security.
Security officers. We've been called in to help out with the Code White.
Oh. Well, my department works closely with the CSO's office, and I don't recall seeing you before.
I grew a beard.
I got rid of mine.
I see. You must work closely with Mackenzie. How's he doing? I haven't seen him all week.
Getting by.
Really? I think he was over the moon, newly married and all.
That won't last. Call me a cynic.
Will you deal with this clod, or should I?
I got this.
Say, I didn't catch your name.
It's Jones.
Jones.
Right.
Bames Jones.
And your company ID number?
Jump Domes. Thing is...
I'm between ID numbers, tech issues. IT is sorting me out.
Let me get this straight.
Ha.
Quite all right.
I don't feel so good, actually.
Oh my. Something you ate?
Joe Shabadoo. Joe Shabadoo.
Excuse me.
I think he shit himself, Bond. Oh, Nightfall. Yeah. Great name.
Seems we've run out of elevator.
Well.
Yes, we met Roger Finch's disgruntled wife at the gala, and she invited me to an Irish pub. Correct? That's her?
Bridge to the Perch is only 3 floors up. I say we get a move on before Roger recovers and you dig yourself in even deeper.
I had it under control.
Yes, to presumably bang. The art piece
would be more fitting.
The art piece celebrating the many technological breakthroughs by Webb Industries during its long and impactful history, commissioned in commemoration of the company's 125th anniversary. So this company's been around for 125 years. Wow. That's half as long as America has been a thing.
We'll need a way to reach those stairs.
I'll see what we can do.
Smart ass. I'll check the corridor. Do you care to join me?
No. I'm going another way. Shit. Security
Locked
sensors
tight.
online.
We don't have executive clearance. Guess it's lateral thinking from here on out.
Looks like we're not alone.
What
is that?
Glorified vacuum cleaner. Yes.
Hey, might hear you.
What up, DJ Roomba? Spin
I'll check
it!
the perimeter. Let me know if you find something.
Will do.
Cleaning robot
Full
info.
access.
Access to every room on every floor may redirect specific location in the control panel situated throughout the floors. Door opens automatically when the electric says no human assistance required. Okay.
All this defying orders and making the first move. What happened to the Greenway we all know and a lot of locked doors around here? Must be some way to hack them.
Oh, so you were saying?
All this defying orders and making the first move. What happened to the Greenway we all know and tolerate?
Here's what's happening now, Bond. Webb knows his son overplayed his hand. Now he's doing all in his considerable power to shut us down, which includes calling in a favor from his friend, the Foreign Secretary. Stephen Bright will force M's hand to axe us or he'll pull her funding. Between the two of us and the future of the 00 program, she will have no choice. So come morning, we will be discredited and disavowed. So unless you want to consult Bavmar about career opportunities, I suggest we find ourselves a smoking gun.
So in other words, you woke up and smelled the roses. That's all you needed to say.
Okay, I was able to hack that one, but why not this one?
Bond, this looks like a way up.
Oh, good.
Eye.
Oh, I just had to wait for him?
Let's get this over with.
Okay.
No way I can climb there. You'll need to clear a path.
Will do. Can I fix you a nice chill G&T while I'm at it?
That would be against regulations.
Right, of course. Drinking tonic in the line of duty. What was I thinking?
Oh, there's a ledge. Okay. Okay.
Good bones. Do you always land on your feet?
Only when there's an audience.
Samuel Webb. In memory of Samuel Webb, the company's founder, who was killed in a German air raid along with his eldest son, Bertrand.
Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
Did I leave the fridge open?
Stop pottering around. Open the door.
Coming.
All right. Oh, same thing.
What's the hold-up? Did you stop for a coffee?
Why, you want one?
Well, now you ask. Black, 2 sugars, please.
You know your age group shouldn't drink coffee after 3 p.m.
My age group shouldn't break into a high-security building in the middle of the night.
Can't argue with that.
Magazine of modern architecture featuring an article about the web industry's building and its daughter offices around the world. Don't care. I mean, do I need to make a mess for this fucking robot? Like, I'm looking at this. I see it. What the fuck do you want me to do about it? I can't get through there. Oh, maybe I need to go through the window? I know, right? Punch it. Oh, okay. Through the glass. The other one didn't work like that. There. Oh, he should be coming from there. Yeah, there he is. There we go.
Not bad for a glorified vacuum cleaner.
Still not getting one.
Yeah, you say that now.
Still waiting for my coffee, by the way.
Oh.
I know. Service is terrible.
Coast looks clear. This way.
You look a bit worse for wear. Arm's giving you trouble.
Pain is in the mind, Bond.
So, yes.
I'll be fine.
Locked. Fancy that.
I'm starting to think we're not welcome.
Let's poke about. I'll check the toilets.
And look for some meds while you're at it. I need you focused.
Don't push it. Oh. And beware the sleeping guard next door.
What's Webb's endgame?
I take it you have a theory.
MI6 was willing to ignore the risks because Webb got results. But with Thayer, what's to stop him from rigging the next election or worse?
It's very fanciful, Bond. But in my experience, the motive is always simple. And almost always sordid.
Money or power. Sometimes sex. Attention all staff, not so friendly reminder that you are not to discuss classified projects on the tube and attacks here, blah, 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 blah. We don't want to repeat the Edinburgh incident. If in doubt, whether speak, don't. Okay, sure. What? Oh, climb, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on, what did that say? Please tell the cleaners not to stand on our brand new equipment boxes. They clean, we get a bloody ladder. Okay. Ow! My face!
Hang on. I found a vent.
Yeah, nice one. Just don't forget about the guard.
Oh, I'll get the drop on him.
Come to think of it.
I'm up. I'm up. Hey, careful, it's hot. Gotta do better than that.
No, I didn't. Oh, come on. I fucking dodged that shit. Eat a dick, you stupid guard. All right. All right. How far back? Probably not that far, right? Probably. Fuck. Fucking hell.
What's Webb's endgame?
I take it you have a theory.
MI6 was willing to ignore the risks because Webb got results. But with Thayer, what's to stop him from rigging the next election or worse?
It's very fanciful, Bond. But in my experience, the motive is always simple. And almost always sordid.
Hang on. I found a vent.
Yeah, this will do nicely.
Just don't forget about the guard. Oh, I'll get the drop on him.
I'm up. I'm up.
Back to sleep.
Back to sleep. Down there. Nine-tailed fox with the big 131 and diabetes. Thank you for the 29. Cheese.
So what's your take then on Sir Nicholas's dark secret?
My guess? It's about his son. Can you imagine what it takes to keep Damien's criminal record clean? Hush money alone would feed a small nation. I bet 009 found out about something. Figured it will be his golden ticket back into MI6's good graces. So he had to die at all costs. See? Simple.
Very.
And what do you know? It's open.
Really?
No.
No.
Figures. But what's the plan?
Well, let's see. Okay, I have an idea. But first, come and join me for a minute.
Don't tell me the old pro needs a timeout.
Tactical pause.
It's strange, don't you think? Sir Nicholas seemed genuinely sorry about what happened tonight.
He liked you, Bond. You got in his way. That's the world you're in now. Half this job is doing something you'd rather not. The sooner you learn that, the better.
No, Mrs. Greenway, I take it.
And why the sudden interest? Am I dying?
Oh, the night is young.
Once. She was a special liaison with the Treasury.
Very special.
After nightfall, I was in a dark place, and she couldn't handle it. She took a job overseas. Long story, not nearly short enough.
On the upside, you get a monogrammed fountain pen in case you fail to die young.
True. You must take the rough with the smooth.
We'd never have known about Webb if it wasn't for 009. I think if things had gone differently, you would have forgiven him.
He was a traitor.
That doesn't answer the question.
You don't get to wipe the slate clean. Fact is, Reese was a bad apple, and I should have seen it. Moscow rules. Assume nothing, trust no one.
Sounds like no way to live.
Splendid way to stay alive, though.
So why did you come back to the program?
Because they asked. We're civil servants, Bond. We go where we're needed.
And I'm sure running out the clock behind a desk on the 8th floor, writing reports while slowly mummifying from boredom had nothing to do with it.
One doesn't exclude the other.
Well, good chat.
Back to it.
Challenge complete. Tactical pause.
According to the floor plan, that lounge next door connects to the other side. If you can find a way in, you'll be able to double back and unlock the doors.
Sounds simple enough.
Traditional Bordeaux wine is velvety. I don't care. 300 pounds a bottle. Poop inspector! How's your poop? Poop good? Are you pooping yet? Who does number 2 work for? That's right, kid. You tell that turd who's boss.
Huh. Look, a way across. It was staring us right in the face.
Great. I'm coming back. I kicked all these doors for no reason other than my own satisfaction, I guess. Okay. No.
Huh? Excuse me, sir.
Hey, buddy.
You're supposed to be here.
Okay, we're good.
Check this out.
Shit, we're not good.
You're in for a right kick in your tosser. Can't see.
This is a disaster. Tea time.
He said tea time and he threw a teacup.
He's hurting. No!
Damn it. I didn't know there was a lot of guys there. Game looks fun for some reason. You don't like the look of the graphics. I get that. It's not perfect.
Hey, what are you doing
now.
here?
Bill Clay, Perch IT. I got called in for the Code White.
Why are you idling down here then? Get your arse upstairs.
Thanks, will do.
I swear, this wasn't here last week.
Hey there! Are you
All
where
right
you're
there.
supposed to be?
Take it easy. I'm not looking for a fight.
Think carefully.
Get ready for a beat.
Let me rip him! He's busted in! You daft little muppet!
And there we go. May I mention an optional and somewhat funny detail you missed earlier? Yeah, you bet. Be my guest. Horus Mark II, model of low orbit spy satellite. Okay. Nosy Parker, miniature covert listening device. Oh, originally developed for the SIS, but it came an unexpected commercial success, propelling web industries in the ranks of top 10 defense contractors in the world. Thank you, Wind Pillows. I'm glad you think so. The earlier doors had a keycard lock. You could have found the keycard by finding Roger Finch locked in a toilet stall and taking it from his trousers without him noticing. Oh my God! So I could have followed him all the way to the toilet after my buddy made him sick. Then that's funny.
Sorry for the wait. I had company.
I see. And not a hair out of place. Impressive.
A compliment? How out of character.
Love what you've done with the place. I believe it's what they call an extreme makeover.
Indeed.
And he's back.
Well, looks like we're stuck.
Don't be too sure.
There you go.
This
Hey,
fella's
buddy.
starting to grow on me.
Motion detected. Lockdown systems engaged.
Well,
Knew it
fuck.
couldn't be that easy.
Hang on. We need visibility.
Motion detected. Lockdown systems engaged.
Yeah, not happening. We need another way around.
Motion.
Well, perhaps some of these offices are connected.
On it.
Motion detected. Lockdown systems engaged.
You never actually planned to pack it in tonight, did you?
I had to tread carefully.
Lockdown
There's
systems.
only a handful of operators in the world with the chops and resources to infiltrate MI6, Bond. Simplest answer, it's someone already inside.
You suspected Webb?
The idea did cross my mind.
How does he know our every move in advance?
Occam's razor. It'll be a simple mole. Human weakness, Bond. Never underestimated.
Got any suspects?
I suspect everyone. Well, anyone who hasn't been shot at yet.
Oh, there we go.
Greenway?
Move together. All right.
Coming.
Hey, doesn't this all feel a little too easy?
Compared to what?
Panda cow.
How many evil
I don't have a
masterminds have you come
squeaky
up
toy
against?
handy. I'm sorry. I don't know.
True.
It's in
Including
a
you.
different room.
Trust
and
me.
Might be
When the
packed
enemy
away.
stops underestimating you, that's when you start to worry.
More pearls of wisdom. Let me get a pen.
No, my dogs don't care about squeaky toys. They really don't give a shit. They'll notice it. They'll be like, the fuck? But they won't like come running or lose their mind. No, that's the weird thing. Like if you squeak toys at them, they don't care. But if you make a weird noise, they fucking lose their shit.
Expensive fake.
It's solo. Oh, solo. Peeping Tim. Oh, adorable
He still has
Bernese
been
mountain
hanging
dog
on
named
rather thick.
Humphrey.
She was planning a heist.
Web HQ is for inspection of the perch entrance, the building frame from it. Yeah. I will collect the office toy. James Bond.
I'm walking as fast as I can.
Use the Q watch.
I am using the fucking Q watch, bruh. Oh, there we go.
Well played.
How did we ever live without a Q watch?
Yeah, I can't go any further. Oh, I can... Wait. Nope. It opened that room. Okay. I mean, if I hit this, yeah, see?
Lockdown systems engaged.
God damn it, dude. Oh, ID card.
Isla Vale, Senior Crisis Manager.
Must have missed it.
Dare say she'll be seeking new challenges.
Oops. Oh, there is a further up. Fuck's sake, man. Good lord. Hampshire Police Report. Damien Mother Lydia Florence Webb.
Damien Webb's office.
Suicided by
I was expecting a layer of
painkillers.
bones.
Studied obsessively.
Even monsters have mothers.
Ah. There we go. Call the robot. There.
Coast is clear.
Come on over.
But the sea is treacherous.
And why would you say a thing like that?
Take your time. No rush, buddy.
This
No
was the
rush.
easy bit. Now we need a way into the perch.
Or maybe it's open.
The gate is right upstairs. Let's find out.
Well, lockpicking's out of the question.
Hermetically sealed and blast resistant by the look of it. We need clearance or we're not getting through. I do love a good I told you so.
I never would have thought.
How about Webb's penthouse? Should be right upstairs.
Works for me. What happened tonight? Did they come to your home?
Worse, they came to my pub.
Oh.
The game was on the telly and I noticed these lads. They were in club colours, but they never once glanced at the game.
Amateurs.
Well,
What up,
slipped
Super
out the
Cyber
window
Priest?
in the men's room, only to find the actual kill team waiting in the alleyway. And there's the lesson. Never overestimate yourself. Got a bit hairy after that. If the sling hadn't thrown them, I might have actually needed your help.
Yeah, don't mention it.
Oh, you want smoke up your arse, Bond? Join the Americans.
Greenway?
Seems like we're not the only gate crashers. Breathing. But come morning, he'd wish he wasn't.
Does he have a key card?
Oh, shit.
No, they took it. But look, there's a dozer on the other side.
So all we need to get through the door is... get through the door. Leave it to me.
Oh, look at that. Oh, there's something there. All right. How do I get out on the balcony then? Malcolm Webb confirmed the bust. All right. Nope.
Bond,
Yeah.
here. I found a way through.
Fucking
You're right there.
God.
Hard to reach.
Yeah. Should have asked Q for a grapple gun.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes. At least those pills have kicked in.
Oh.
Over here.
Okay.
Give me a hand.
So we need, like...
Sure thing.
Could I have found that without him saying something? Because I knew that's where I wanted to go.
That's Sir Nicholas's penthouse.
Very 20th century magnate.
All he needs now is a top hat and monocle.
You think they allow top hats and monocles in prison?
Type of prison he's going to? I'd say he's pretty much mandatory.
Okay.
Bond, get the key card. Hurry up.
Jesus. That'll be nice.
You may enter.
You're very kind.
Yes, I am liking the game.
You
Yeah.
didn't seem too surprised about the bodies.
Feels a
you're
lot
not
like
telling me, Bond?
a playable
I
movie
suspect we'll know soon enough.
with some action parts thrown in. It's good. I like it a lot.
Another perch door. Also sealed.
The lobby's on the right. Almost there.
Would you give it a 6 out of 007? I might.
Quite the breadcrumb trail.
Not exactly subtle. She a friend of yours?
How do you know it's a her?
Well, I do now.
All right. Here we go. Time for a cinematic break. Hi there. I hate your hair.
We should really stop meeting like this.
You blew my cover. I had to advance my schedule.
I admire your commitment.
You're only as good as your last job.
Give me one reason why we shouldn't feed you to security.
First, there's only 2 of you, and second, I can get you into the perch.
Pass. Once bitten.
What's the play?
Spend my time on the cover working out a loophole in security, but I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit involved. I could use a helping hand. Or 3.
Go on.
Time is of the essence. James, get up to the penthouse. Old timer with me.
Javi, I don't
explain
know
on
the
the
next
way.
game's gonna be. I don't think that far ahead, dude.
First things first, James, you'll need to raise the stairs to the penthouse. There's an access panel near the base. It may be offline.
I'll figure it out. So, you mentioned a plan.
Accessing the perch requires a level 5 security clearance, which I don't have. But I can trigger a system reboot, which will temporarily unlock the gates.
And what do I do?
Go to the CCTV room on 29th, kill the feeds, clear us a path. I will infiltrate the mainframe and trigger the procedure. But I need the command code which Sir Nicholas keeps in a safe in his office. That's you, James.
Should have brought my drill bits. And exactly how are you planning to be in 3 places at once?
What can I say? I work well under pressure.
Oh. That's weird. All right, fine.
devices detected. Disabling Q-Tech.
That little detour seemed unnecessary, but whatever.
Swanky. Place could use a rug. That note you passed me, your phone number?
You wish. Sir Nicholas forgets his passwords like everyone else. He wrote a memory aid to recover the safe code. Wasn't exactly easy to come by.
Well, nothing about you is easy.
Any sound close to 007? Well, I guess I gotta look at my journal, so let me do that. Hold on. Let me check my journal. There we go. Diploma painting game model.
Slovakia. I believe an explanation is due.
I wasn't lying. Well, I was mostly lying, just not about 009. I heard about his mystery file from Damien. No clue what was in it, but it had Sir Nicholas spooked. I figured I could use it for blackmail. Sadly, Damien's thugs beat me to it.
Damien confided in you.
His office was adjacent to mine. Thin walls.
Should have stuck to game development.
I see. All right. Oh. Diploma painting game model.
Rocco's Basilisk. Every techno-futurist's worst nightmare.
Okay.
Almost at the mainframe. Where are we on these cameras?
Going dark. Now.
Splendid. Pardon me, fellas. I have lasers coming up.
Blades. Guess Webb had no trouble coughing up the membership fee. Webb has a heart condition.
Oh, smart bracelet, immediate medical bracelet that monitors his blood pressure. Okay.
Day is inauguration. Big day. Damien's a psycho. Fancy that.
Ah, psychopath. Okay. Mother's lifeless body. The patient vividly recalls finding his mother's lifeless body after he consumed a lethal overdose of painkillers. He reports that his mother was behaving erratically, blah, 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 generally displaying antisocial behavior towards his surroundings, yada, yada, yada. Treatment plan, long-term psychotherapy to address underlying trauma combined with medication, yada, yada, yada. Okay.
Well, Damien needs a bloody warehouse to store his skeletons.
Heavily redacted, but seems to suggest that Damien committed war crimes during his time as a private military contractor. Sir Nicholas must have pulled some heavy favors to bury his son's antics and avoid a scandal that would tarnish the family name. Okay. Oh, there's the fucking diploma.
First in class. Nobody likes an overachiever.
Frame mathematics degree from King's College, London. Sir Nicholas graduated first in class ahead of not one but two Nobel laureates. Okay. Diploma painting game. Oh, and model. Model. This guy?
I like what you've done with the place. Ballet dancers of the world, beware.
Oh, maybe this model. Yeah, there it is.
Site 3 in Hong Kong.
Okay.
Very pointy.
Okay. So, it is Diploma painting game model. So first in class for the diploma is 1. Painting 4. 1 4. Game 9. 1 4 9 3. 1 4 9 3. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Fernhub. Don't fucking do that.
Okay. Electronic lock, 4-digit code. Better check the nuts. Sir Nicholas, I couldn't have done it without you. Got the safe open?
Look for an 8-letter word or number sequence.
Got it. The command code is Basilisk.
You make a fine sidekick, James. Now cover your tracks and get ready to move. I'm activating the security override.
Challenge complete. Cracker Jack. Okay.
Gather the team.
Oh shit! Shoot him now!
Right now. I'll see you off.
They're just 2 guys. Just fucking kill him now.
Why would Damien just walked in?
Careful, James. Damien will kill you as soon as look at you. Stay hidden and don't try anything.
This operation is critical. Like it or not, we're in the spotlight now. Pull one thread and it all unravels.
Bond, try to get closer. I'll use the feed from your mic to try and record what they're saying. Maybe we'll get lucky. Stay hidden, move closer. Bit of an oxymoron. The signal's
What about
blocked.
our tenacious friend?
This may be hard for someone like you to comprehend, but I deal with threats using appropriate means and force. He is tenacious, but he is one man.
You don't have a gun? I don't need a gun. I'm a fucking martial arts goddamn master.
Please, enlighten me.
Please, Damien. We've no room for mistakes. Go to Vietnam and make it clean this time. Can you handle that?
Yes, I get it.
Vietnam. Clean as a whistle.
Hang on. It's time for my meds.
What are those?
ACE inhibitors for lowering my blood pressure.
You, the epitome of calm.
Still waters run deep. Your colleague, the one who perished. I take it you were close.
We thought alike.
My condolences.
His brother's not taking it well. This will get ugly.
I would expect so. Human nature is nothing if not predictable.
They're gone. You get all that?
Oh, they're almost gone. I could have followed them.
And now you only have 4 minutes. You'll never make
Shit!
Yes, you will. I'll guide you.
Straight off a cliff, probably.
Just shut up and go. Now.
I'm locked in.
Hold on. There's supposed to be an escape passage. Look for a hidden switch. Somewhere on Webb's desk.
Found it.
Well, that was hard. No, that's all right. Don't worry about
Where
it.
to?
In
All
the
good.
security office, take the door on your right.
No, just someone's first time chat is spoiling a puzzle. It's kind of, you know,
Also
like
locked.
you want to shut that shit
Look
down
for
right
that.
away.
According to schematics, it'll
But
lead
you're
back
cool.
to the
We're
exec
cool.
floor.
On it.
You need to reach the bridge to the purge. If you're not across it when the timer runs out, you'll be stranded.
Thanks. I get the picture. I'm back on the exec floor. What now?
Head out. You'll have a clear view of the gate.
Company. Hey, just what
Bye.
Of course it is.
There's an elevator at the end of the hallway.
God damn it.
Hurry, James.
Path is crawling.
Excuse me, coming through.
I'll tear you apart.
More security. Should have taken the shortcut.
No use crying about it now. Just get to the elevator. You can ride it all the way to the bridge.
At the lift.
Oh, no, just get on.
Lift arriving. Stand by, please.
Easy for you to say.
I want a shot. Tap out, mate. I've got this.
Going up. Almost at the bridge.
Wow, those doors close fast.
Come on. Give a man a break.
Not that way. That way.
They suspect something. The bridge is starting to retract. You have 30 seconds.
Just what I need.
Okay. Can do. Is there anything lighting up, glowing? Can I jump? Can I jump anywhere? Can I move off of this platform? Oh. Dude, I swear to God, I ran at that fucking thing so many times and pressed A, it wasn't even working.
James, above you. Grab the zipline.
Seriously, I ran at that thing so many times and pressed A, and it didn't work. And then that third time it worked. Or fourth time, or whatever.
James, they suspect something. The bridge is starting to retract. You have 30 seconds.
Just what I need.
James, above you. Grab the zipline.
Zipline, zipline, zipline. I'm blind. I don't see it. Lady, where's the zipline? Above me. You said above me. I went above. Oh, we gotta keep going up. Keep going up. Keep going up. Keep going up.
Time's up.
Yep.
I'm sorry, James.
Down here. Hurry up.
Yep. Okay. Gotta keep going up. All right. I got it this time. No problem. Has anyone called him Jimmy yet? I did. I said if he was an American agent, he'd be Jimmy Bond.
James, they suspect something. The bridge is starting to retract. You have 30 seconds.
Just what I need.
James, above you. Grab the zipline.
Down here. Hurry up.
Never a dull moment.
And away I go! Good camera work.
When you're ready, Bond.
That was great.
Moneypenny, we're in. Moneypenny?
Don't bother. The place is a giant Faraday cage. Nothing goes in or out.
Now she tells us. The evidence is here, and we need access before they wipe the servers.
Good luck with that, boys. We should do this again sometime.
Are you really gonna go through and leave us behind? Oh, you stinky twat! Get back here!
Nice coat. Where's mine?
I'm sure you'll think of something.
BT, please gather
Look,
in the central
in the
hallway
ceiling.
for your briefing.
Fire suppression system.
Repeat.
Possibly.
BT,
Still, let's tread carefully.
I'll think about considering it. We're here for the code white.
You're late.
Got stuck in traffic. Surprised we made it at all.
Fine. You can join the degaussing team. Come on through. Not you. Get your uniform first. Company policy.
It's the middle of the night.
Oh, I wasn't aware the rules only applied in daylight, sir.
You heard her. Perch rules. I'll wait upstairs.
Fine.
Ugh, what a mess. Let's have no more
Look,
surprises.
I was 4 pints in when I got the call. Doing those for us, then.
Dunno. Company secrets, I expect. The work we do, especially what comes out of R&D, it's just too valuable. Can't allow some new bureaucrats to walk away with hundreds of millions of pounds worth of research, no matter the reason.
Say, where's your lab coat?
In my locker, but I can't find the key. I had it on the ride up, so it must be around here somewhere.
If you dropped it, the cleaning robots will find it. Those things swallow anything in their paths.
Just what I
I'd
need.
say we look about the same size.
Okay. On maintenance. There we go.
When did smoking indoors become illegal anyway?
20 years ago, Jeremy.
Man, I feel old.
That bad, huh?
I was down at the Cloak and Dagger, having a few pints, and I'd just gone out for a fag when we all got the call. Before I knew it, Liz had ushered me into a cab. Now it's man, what I wouldn't give.
Let's see now. What could that be?
I don't know. Probably take a look at it.
Sorted.
Ah! Good mirrors.
Well, take it as a sign.
You know, you're right. I will quit for you. Come Monday.
Oh, I took his lighter and he's saying, maybe I will quit. So I did him a big favor.
Sorry, mate. Service desk is closed. I'm only here for the code. Why?
All right.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
So, where did you come from?
Sorry.
Just leaving. Much obliged, sir.
See you later. I know. Oh. Oh, you better go, buddy. Oh, you are getting poopy.
I feel like absolute rubbish.
Ah! That doesn't feel good.
That was strange.
I'm afraid you can't be here, sir.
Worth a visit?
Okay, I'm so sorry.
I'm with Damien Webb's unit. Here to salvage vital data for the Vietnam operation.
Go on. Don't want to know.
All right. Cheers.
Okay, Locker 6. What have you got for me?
There we go. Nathaniel O'Donovan, most bugs fixed. Good job, buddy.
Pull this off.
Crushing it.
Where'd my lighter go?
Ah, another sign, Jeremy. The universe is trying to tell you something.
It's funny, I don't remember the universe being such a busy
Nice work,
body.
James.
Stop thinking about smokes, Jeremy.
I wonder if I was supposed to, like, make a fire somewhere. Or maybe that's later.
Stay back. We don't want any more accidents. Careful. It's not safe. Broken glass everywhere.
Why do we need lab coats anyway?
It's quite chill in the server room. We had a technician who'd only wear Hawaiian shirts, and the silly chap ended up with double-sided pneumonia.
Jesus.
Besides, I like it when everyone dresses the same.
It does say P.
Who are you exactly?
Oh, you wouldn't have heard of me. I'm only the perch safety inspector. I'm everyone's guardian angel, but nobody cares about safety until someone loses a finger.
You're not wrong.
What happened here?
Some buffoon with a cart full of angle grinders smashed through the wall. You ask me, everything that has wheels ought to require a license. Can't let you through. We haven't had a workplace injury in over 3 years, and we're not starting now.
Oh. Rules are rules.
Go on in.
I'm through. Join me in the control room. We'll be able to access the data from here.
It uses an
Pardon me?
electromagnetic pulse to realign
Passing
the
through.
magnetic elements on the chips and boards.
Cheers, passing through.
Not just hard, not just improbable, impossible. We expect the procedure to take about 3 hours.
Bollocks, they've taken most of the servers offline already. Someone needs to bring them back on manually.
Lay it on me.
Son of a bitch.
First, we must work out the procedure. Check the control panel on the admin unit over there. See if you can't turn it back on.
Okay. Let me go get that real quick. And I'm gonna push a button here. There. Did that work? Because it seems like it should.
How's that?
Still no access. Must be some kind of firewall.
Okay.
Let's try something else. Take it back offline and look for a manual override switch.
Okay. Boop. It's up there, of course. Right there. Manual override, big letters.
Good. Now put the server back online.
Done.
Fingers crossed.
Sure enough. It's downloading. Now we repeat the process in the server room. Scanning the search history for keywords. MI6, Thea, 009. I'll let you know when I find a match.
Okay. I'll go do some other stuff over here. Oh, I'm not allowed in here? Oh. Shit.
Done. Plus the 4,000 is scrap metal.
Right, you up. You can start in this cluster as soon as Carl's taken them offline.
Will do.
Bon, I have 3 matches. Servers, 1100, 2600, and 3200.
11, 26,
Look for the
32.
numbers on the floor.
Copy that.
And remember to flip the override switch, or else I won't be able to access the data. Got that?
It's not rocket science.
Well, carry on then, before they catch on.
Take server 1,400 offline. 1,400, copy that. Server 1,400 is down and out. Server 1,500 is good to go. Understood. Server 1,500 is offline and ready. Server 1,200 is good to go. Understood.
Okay. One done.
Server 1100 is active.
Good show. Grabbing the files.
Hey.
Go to the next target.
How are those units coming along?
It's not exactly chopping wood.
Huh? Hey, why are you over there?
Relax. I don't want any trouble.
At least we finally got to see inside this place. Makes you feel kind of special. Top secret clearance.
I'm gonna give you a
Server.
I'll take what I can get.
Come in! We've got him! We're on our own! He's starting up!
Get ready for it.
I'm gonna sort you out.
You're still going down. Let's copy out.
He's bleeding out!
Oh, god damn it, dude. Our Blood Thunder's getting an interview later this evening. Yeah. I watched his System Shock 2 run. Just recently. I made you my last BRB for this game. I like to be creative. Okay.
500 is good to go. Understood.
Okay. Thank you, Hoppy.
Server 1200 is good to go.
There. Okay, I put it in. Because we're going to be finishing this tomorrow. Are you going to play MGS4 PC release? I might. Who knows?
Server 1200 is officially retired.
You may take server...
Right, call for
Our
reinforcements.
radio for backup. Hello? Oh, yes, there's a madman down here. Send.
Okay, situation contained.
I insist.
There we go. And done. One done.
Server 1100 is active.
Good show. Pulling the data now. Head on to the next server.
Is that a man down right there?
You bleed!
Alright, situation contained. Or not.
Server 2600 is back online.
Good man. Download it now.
Make him a call.
To the next server.
Wipe the smile off his face.
You should have, right?
Okay. That situation has been contained as well. Next situation. Where are we at? 2,000? 3,000's that way, okay.
It's giving off so much heat all of a sudden.
You don't look too hard. Get on the radio. We need to...
Whoa!
Tap out, mate. I'll take it.
Right in my side. Let me out.
He's on his way.
This is insane. Pull your last moments.
Let me out.
No! Come on! God, that was so close, man. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, they give me.
That'll be the charging
All right.
stations. Only a matter of time before one melts through the floor.
What?
Oh, my eyeballs are on fire.
Good. They gave me a checkpoint at least. Fuck's sake. All right, where the fuck am I? Okay, I am very far away.
Huh?
33. 35. Oh, this is 32 right here. Okay.
You there. Oh.
Come on, you knobhead.
Knobhead, huh?
Well, that was fun.
Two for one trolley smash. And there we go.
That's server 3200 reactivated.
Stealthy.
Grabbing the files.
That's me, Mr.
Go
Stealth.
to the next target.
There's no next target, bro. That's it.
Look sharp. Leave that.
Hey. Who's there?
I don't know what to do. Guess I'll just, oh, look at that.
Okay.
Stand up
I
here.
think we've got what we need. You can get back here.
Okay.
On my way.
How far away? Did I run the? Oh, it's clear across the room, isn't it? God damn it.
Something going on here.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, you know anything about this, son? What's wrong with you?
Take it easy. Someone stole my lab coat from my locker. I know it's against protocol, but that code white won't execute itself, will it?
Suppose not. Carry on.
Thank you.
Much obliged.
Well, how the fuck do I get to that fucking door?
Please, Phil. Huh? What are you doing here?
Nothing.
Are you stupid?
Yes. Very.
It's time to start.
Oh, God, I had it. Okay.
Blind. Knock your block off. You disgrace!
Oh, great!
There.
Good
Okay.
talk.
Very good talk. Nice work. No, grab this. Grab this. There you go. Now get out. Perfect. Easy peasy. As with most problems,
Okay.
I handled it
What have
with
we
my
got?
fists
Mission
and my
report.
face.
Ours? Mali 2019. Karachi 2021. The drone strike on Sarazin, the arms dealer.
I thought that was the CIA.
So does the CIA. Bond. These are all MI6 Black Ops based on confirmed data. Some of our biggest intelligence successes in the last decade. But if I'm reading this right, we were working off of false intel every single time.
Thea makes mistakes.
Thea?
Sorry. We'll just chill until the ad break's over. Sorry about that. We'll just chill for a minute so we get a little story time before we end for the day. And I gotta fucking, I hate having a lawn. I hate having a lawn. I gotta mow the fucking lawn again. I gotta do this every other week. Actually, I gotta do it once every, like, 10 days. Because the shit grows so fast here in Texas. So, I am not looking forward to getting off work. Just letting you know. Yeah, get some goats. Sure, in this suburban neighborhood, I'll just get some goats. Why not do it first thing in the morning when it's not a billion degrees? Because I don't like to get up in the morning. Oh, right. Still got to do the if-then fucking thing. God damn it. All right.
Makes mistakes.
And the reason we don't know about it
It's because Webb covers it up. So it looks like every time Thea gets her wires crossed, he dispatches Damien to fix the narrative, to alter crime scenes, plant evidence, frame or eliminate witnesses, correcting the facts to fit the data. And this has been going on all the way back.
Wait, AI bad? AI bad?
London 2014.
No.
It was a lie right from the start. There was no mole ring. Thea drew a false conclusion, so Webb made it true. He framed 009 and the others. They never betrayed anyone. You couldn't have known. Greenway. We're out of time.
James Bond. You ever phone ahead?
Oh, that was a good one, dude.
I know what you did.
That ruined the purposes of...
You lied about everything.
Spycraft.
You're not seeing the big picture.
Big picture.
It's not your fault. It takes a certain kind of mind.
A big mind.
Oh, no, I get it. You sold out your values for power and profit. Nothing new.
Did you know that every year 1.35 million people are killed in car accidents worldwide? And yet, we just accept it. Fact of life. But if a single driverless car malfunctions, clear the front page.
Fascinating. Your point?
People are short-sighted. They have boundless patience for human stupidity, but zero tolerance for machine error. I'm only paving the way for a brighter future.
It must be tough, being so much smarter than everybody else. And how long do you reckon you'll be able to keep up this charade?
Thea is the smartest mind on the planet. It will attain perfection, and when it does, the lies will no longer matter.
Or not.
But just like you and I, Thea learns by doing. To become perfect, it must be used. But MI6 would never have let me use it.
Unless it already was.
He already has
perfect.
fucked it.
You see my predicament?
Oh, I do. You have a savior complex. Mankind needs a shepherd, and you alone can bear the burden. Is that how you're able to sleep at night?
This lie has cost me everything. We each live with the consequences of our actions.
Each of us.
But as you yourself said, we can't do nothing. That's the biggest sin of all.
Enough. You can rationalize it any way you want. You won't change a damn thing.
I change things all the time. I changed you, John. And as for you, I guess we'll never know.
Bond, step aside.
Oh, the pen rocket!
You'll
They
need
made
that.
it!
Now, move!
Greenway? Greenway, where are you? Follow the light! Greenway, it's locked. Then, here's the door. Blocked. Use the
Where are you?
The flight deck. There's a helicopter we can use to escape. But you watch yourself. There's reinforcements here. Damien's personal guard by the looks of it.
Thanks for the heads up.
Affirmative, Control. Listen up. We have 2 hostiles on the move. Last known position.
He's done
Ow!
They just keep on coming, don't they?
No! Oh my God, there's so many of them! Let me out! Oh. Use the... Oh, okay. All right, let's see where we start here. All right, cool. All right, and that's where we'll end for today. And we'll have an exciting conclusion tomorrow. We'll have a nice, fun little battle to get through tomorrow. But in the meantime, you guys, if you want to stick around and hang out with me while I finish up this if-then spreadsheet. I just got a little bit to do here. And then we'll do our drawing. Okay. I probably have about 10 minutes left, 10 minutes to do this, so. Okay. Oops. Okay, there we go. Get that. Ah, damn it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Gifted Vincent, for giving us up a Spreadsheet Warrior. That's me, Mr. Spreadsheet Warrior. Okay. This. Okay. Okay, we're really close here. Okay. Almost. Okay. Gifted, resubscribe, gifted. Okay. 10 community subs. That. Okay, now we just have to do the cleanup where we go Control F. Gave out. Yep, there we go. Gave out 1, gave out 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And then 5, 10, 10, 10, 46, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 50, 10, 1, 5, 10, 10, 5, 1, 10, 10, 5, 50, 50, 10. Okay, now we look up. Oops. Up top, start here. Look up tier 2. All right, there's one there. Oops. Keep going. Tier 2, one there. Tier 2, one there. There you go. Smarty Girl, Peter Nincompoop, and Hookin.
1.
Okay, let's see. Tier 3. Easy fucker. Fuck
3,
you.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, no tier 3s.
9,
Good. Okay, cool.
10, 11.
All right, now just a copy pasta and we are done. There we go. Copy. And there. And I guess this time I won't highlight them. No highlighting of the groups. We'll just have the. There we go. All right, let's see. How many we got? We have a total of 474 entries. 474. So we're going to roll a 1d474. Oh, show you? Yeah, let's show you. There you go. All right, starting off with Tivios, who was the first resub. Then Fatui, Vincent, Mighty Incisors, Pickle Dad, Tensho. Like, they're there. All right there on the spreadsheet. Okay, starting at 474. Let's see who wins. Roll 1d474. Boom! 414, so down towards the bottom, one of the first people to sub or give sub. Yep, 414. Okay. Moving up. Past Vincent's first gift of 50. Oh my god. And it's right there. Holy shit. 414. Boom. There it is. God damn. Fill that in. Enshem 75. There we go. Enshem 75. Oh, Saku, look at this. 409. That was you. God, you were close. You were so close. Stryer was off by 1, too. Son of a bitch. Yep. So close. So close. But Enshem 75 is the winner. I will send them a message right now. ENSHEM 75. ENSHEM 75. Yep. Okay. And what was that? 18 months. Okay. Oh no, 75 months. Oh, that's a long time. 75 months. Okay. You won the if then drawing. What game would you like me to play later this month? All right, there it is. Enshem 75 is the winner. Sent them a whisper. Hopefully they'll see it, and I'll let you know tomorrow. Stryer, thank you for the 1100 bits. All right, I'm out of here tomorrow. James Bond, probably the conclusion, I'd imagine. How many hours we got? Oh, shit. How long is this game? I might not. How long to beat? Yeah, First Light. There we go. Oh, 15 to 20 hours. Okay, so maybe we'll finish it tomorrow. I don't know. But it seems like we might have a full stream tomorrow, which is nice. Because I've only got 11 hours in it, so that's what we'll do tomorrow. Thank you for the good luck mowing. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the end of James Bond, maybe.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya!